Chapter 249, Temples. Chapter 249, Temples. Translator, Nayabo Studio Editor, Nayabo Studio. Anfey did not think this world was too fun. There was a huge difference in development between this world and his world. A few people's wonderful ideas could not make up the huge difference in those two worlds. No matter how unique the pubs in this world, they were no comparison with the modern clubs. The stories told by bards were not as interesting as television and movies. Anfey's eyes only lingered on sprites with pointed ears and slender bodies. The so-called shopping was to constantly look for items people were interested in and purchase them with affordable prices. Punk City was not their home. Shopping maniac Naya had to give up a lot of stuff she liked and only bought small stuff that she could carry with her. There were fewer pedestrians on the street than before. It was getting dark when Anfey and his group walked out of a clothing store. Naya kept looking back and did not want to leave. Anfey had told them this was their last stop for shopping, but Naya had not gotten enough of it yet. At the end of the street, suddenly there were many lights. Many people with torches slowly walked toward them as women chanted old folk rhymes. Anfey was shocked and immediately held his arm out to block Naya. There was heavy breathing behind them. The owner of the clothing store, a middle-aged woman, tried very hard to drag a 1-yard-long trunk and slowly moved to the door. It was strange that 2 kids who worked for her were just standing there and watching her dragging that heavy trunk. They did not go and help her. "Let me help you." Christian offered help to the woman with the heavy trunk, but the woman looked panicked and kept shaking her head. She had been good at convincing and bargaining before, but now she was so quiet. "Master." One of the kids immediately stopped Christian and tried to explain with a smile. "She has to do her business on her own. Thank you for the help though." "Okay." Christian shrugged and slowed retreated to the group. The doors of shops on both sides of the street opened one after another and handfuls of petals were tossed in the air. The petals looked like raindrops in the air. That middle-aged woman finally dragged the trunk to the door and opened it. The trunk was filled with wet petals. She sincerely held the petals in her hands and tossed them to the street. Today is the Sabbath, Christian suddenly realized. "What is Sabbath?" Anfey asked. Christian looked around before he pulled Anfey to the side. He said in a low voice, "Sabbath is the day the goddess of nature died." I did not know this city had so many followers of the goddess of nature. Followers of the goddess of nature? Anfey hesitated for a second and asked in a low pitch, "Are they similar to churchgoers?" "Yes, as faithful and maniac as them," Christian said. "Wouldn't churches interfere with them?" Anfey asked. "They could not." Christian lowered his voice even more. All the countries seemed to get along with churches, but they secretly helped other religions. They did not want their throne being threatened. Although popes in different times tried to unite the religions, they failed because it was not realistic to hope they could do so. First of all, they had to make all the kings believe God of Light on their own, and then they could start to talk about wiping out other religions. Why was Bruzeriano with the priests? Shouldn't Druids believe in the goddess of nature? Anfey asked. The church's strategies had changed a lot. They treated other religions as their enemies, but became allied with some religions to fight with others. Right now church is allied with Druids. Of course, it is for the time being. Christian turned to look at people on the street. We have to be careful in front of maniac believers, but there was strong flower fragrance in the air. With the chanting, it did feel holy in some sense. Finally people had walked close to them. Under the light of torches, they could see the sincere and serious look on people's faces. Today was not a festival for the believers of the goddess of nature. Easter in the spring was. People still kept tossing petals in the air while the petals fell on people's heads and bodies. None of them looked around. They were all quietly showered under the petals. They kept walking in past Anfey and his group. Some shops had finished tossing petals, while others repeated that one action of tossing petals in the air. Anfey turned halfway to look into that woman's trunk. It was still full of wet petals. She only tossed out less than 1/10 of it. It would take her a while to toss the whole trunk. The middle-aged woman looked happy with what she was doing. She seemed to enjoy it. "Anfey, do you want to see the temple?" Christian asked. "The temple for the goddess of nature?" Anfey asked. "Yes," Christian said. "Is it okay to go there?" To be honest, Anfey did not want to deal with those believers because he thought the believers could turn tame sheep into vicious wolves. They blindly believed it without any reason. "Anfey, let's go check it out," Naya said after hearing what Christian said. Susanna wanted to see it too. Naya was smart. She knew her words did not mean too much to Anfey, so she used Susanna as an excuse. Didn't you all see the temple of the goddess of nature before? Anfey asked in surprise. He never saw it, if only because he was not from this world. Naya and Susanna were locals. No, we believed in Earth. Susanna said. Shhhhh. Christian immediately put his finger on his lips to signal Susanna to stop. Susanna, don't say anything to offend them. Susanna turned around to check that middle-aged woman. She was still diligently tossing the petals in the air and did not hear them talking. Susanna stuck her tongue out and nodded to tell Christian she got it. Everybody, follow me. Christian turned around and walked in the opposite direction of the people on the street. Christian, did you go the wrong way? Anfey pointed with his finger. They are going that way. No, the temple is definitely that way. They are going to the field, Christian said. This was their first time to visit Punk City, but it was pretty easy for them to locate the temple. They only needed to follow the petals on the floor and walk straight ahead. It did not take long before they arrived in front of a not-so-grand building. Religion had contributed so much to the arts. Different religions with different beliefs needed different arts to accommodate them. The Church of Light stressed light, so they always made their buildings bright and roomy. The temple in front of them had a totally different feeling. There were 2 ancient trees with their roots exposed along the ground and branches high up on the top. They could not tell the exact ages of the trees, but their age had to be counted in the hundreds. The door was not wide, and there was only one path to connect the inside of the temple. The only path should have been very smooth, since so many people had walked on it, but there was moss all over it. It looked like no one had walked on it for a long time. The walls were green. With the help of ever-lighting light, Anfey and his group found that there was ivy everywhere on the wall. Why are there no guards? Anfey asked quietly. This place does not need guards, Christian said and smiled. Anfey gave Christian a suspicious look and slowly walked in. He was shocked by what he saw inside the temple. Countless branches and vines hung all over the whole building and covered all the walls. Anfey could not even see windows, not to mention a door. Anfey thought this whole building was a gigantic loaf of moldy bread. Of course, the mold was green. Where do we go in? Naya looked around to find a door. We have Anfey, so we should be able to get in. Christian smiled. Anfey, you walk straight ahead of you. Don't fool with me, Anfey said, frowning. No, I am not. Give it a try, Christian said. Trusting Christian, Anfey tested the ground and walked slowly forward. When he was only a few yards away from that gigantic green bread building, he suddenly stopped. He arched his back, like an alert leopard. It moved. That gigantic green bread suddenly became alive. The branches were moving like crazy and created green waves in the air. The branches made a sound like they were talking in their dreams. Anfey had dumped the materialism ideology a long time ago when he was in Evil Abyss, but what he saw in front of him still made his hair stand up. They are welcoming you, Christian said, standing next to Anfey. Bulls #T. Anfey was not in the mood for joking. How do you know what they are doing? Do you forget about your heart of nature? Christian asked. Anfey was shocked for a second and slowly held his hand out. Those branches seemed to be able to sense him and started to wag. A few vines even gently brushed against his palm. Anfey moved 2 steps forward. The branches in front of him rolled up like moving waves. A stone door with runes showed up. I was not wrong, was I? Christian asked. Unfortunately, it was not my heart of nature, Anfey said as he pushed the stone door. The stone door opened so easily that Anfey did not have to push with much strength. The palace inside the temple appeared in front of everyone. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 250, Magic Manipulation. Chapter 250, Magic Manipulation. Translator, Nayabo Studio Editor, Nayabo Studio. The inside of the temple was plain but beautiful. Like the elves, the temple was decorated with mostly natural decorations. There was hardly any silver or gold in the temple. The 2 candle holders in the middle of the temple and the elemental lamps along the walls were carved from white jade, and the ground was paved with small, blue stones. There was a table to the left with plates and bowls on it. The table was shaped strangely, like a large, flat tree root that formed a curve in the air before disappearing into the ground again. The curved part was the table. There were a few chairs around the table. The high ceiling was green and covered in vines. Different colored gemstones were set into the ceiling and sparkled like stars under the light of the lamps. In the middle of the temple was the statue of a reclining woman. The statue was covered with moss, making it much harder to see the woman's face and clothing. There was a leaf on the chest of the statue. The statue was clearly sculpted to fit the golden ratio, making it very pleasing to the eye. Christian, Naya, and Susanna followed Anfey into the temple. Naya glanced around and exclaimed, "How beautiful!" "You see that?" Christian said, pointing to statue. "That's what Heart of Nature is based on." "What?" Anfey asked absent-mindedly, looking around the temple. He felt strange, and his feeling was confirmed when he passed the statue. He narrowed his eyes, trying to look at the leaf on the statue more clearly. Up close, he could tell that the statue was half naked. Next to him, Susanna and Naya snickered. He had been trying to unlock the secret to Heart of Nature, but it felt strange learning that the leaf was part of the Goddess of Nature's outfit. A ball of vapor suddenly appeared in front of the statue. A curtain of water appeared, then it separated to make way for a woman in a white robe. Anfey frowned. He did not feel any magic surges, and it seemed like the woman had been there all along but was able to escape everyone's eyes by using the water curtain. "Sorry to disturb you," Christian said. "We are tourists from Violet City." In order to attract more believers, temples tended to be open to everyone. They would not be in trouble. The woman looked at them, and her eyes finally fell on Anfey. She had bright eyes and a tall nose, and it was hard to tell her age. Her long hair had 3 different shades, going from black to silver. Anfey stared at the woman. He knew that no one could tell what he was thinking as long as he wanted to. He wanted to create an illusion of curiosity when he was thinking about something else. The branches to his left rustled, and a pair of large paws pushed through the vines. A large bear then appeared. It was tall and imposing. The temple appeared small in comparison to the beast. Susanna reached for her sword, and the bear, which was only walking, roared after spotting her movement. Its green eyes suddenly turned red, and it charged towards Susanna. "Be at ease, my guardian," the woman said. The bear and Susanna both stopped and looked at her. Susanna's sword was already half drawn. The bear looked at Susanna and roared, but retreated. "Tell me, where did you come from?" the woman asked, looking at Anfey. "We came from Violet City." "What about before that?" "We were in Country of Mercenaries before that." "Before that? Don't you think that is a bit too personal?" Anfey asked. The woman smiled but did not press on. "I am an oracle," she said. "It is only natural that I am curious." Anfey frowned at the woman's comment. The bear suddenly roared and charged towards Anfey. It had tried to attack Susanna, and even though the woman ordered it to stop, it was still much closer. It was already close to Anfey when everyone realized what was happening. The woman hurriedly tried to use a spell to stop the bear. A row of vines appeared between Anfey and the bear. Anfey took a few steps back, but momentum caused the bear to crash into the vines. The vines suddenly changed shape and enveloped the bear, lifting it off of the ground in a cocoon. The woman frowned at the sight. The bear struggled against the cocoon, its large claws slashing at the vines. With each broken vine, however, a dozen more appear and wrap themselves more tightly around the bear. "Let him down," the woman said hurriedly. "Are you talking to me?" Anfey asked, frowning. "Who else?" the woman snapped. Anfey looked at the bear, its brown fur already completely obscured by the green vines. The only part of the bear still visible was its hind legs, which were dangling in the air. The bear's struggle was growing weaker, and its roars were dying down. The vines were too thick and growing too fast for it to do much. Anfey shrugged and held up his hands. He was not sure why the vines were attacking the bear, but he was sure it had nothing to do with him. He didn't know why the vines were acting the way they were acting, much less how to stop it. The vines suddenly stopped, then threw the bear like a large cannonball. The bear crashed into the far wall and fell to the ground. The wall of the temple, surprisingly, did not collapse. The bear was on the ground and trying to stand up. It could not even lift its head, however, because of its severe injuries. The woman cried and hurried towards the bear. She knelt down next to the beast and inspected its injuries. Then she lifted her head and glared at Anfey. "I don't know what happened," Anfey said, raising his head. Right now, the last thing he needed was to have a conflict with a religious person like this woman. Instead of disappearing, the vines all gathered around Anfey. Some pooled under his feet, and some coiled around his body. Some danced around him and enveloped him, pushing Christian, Susanna, and Naya away. Compared to before, the vines appeared more gentle and calm. "I really didn't do it," Anfey repeated sincerely. The vines danced, and one even climbed onto his shoulder like an animal around its master. The vine's actions made Anfey's explanation seem fake and insincere. "My guardian might have been rude, but we had no malicious intentions." "How can you be so murderous?" the woman shouted angrily. "You have to trust me, I did not do that," Anfey said. One of the vines climbed onto his face slowly. Anfey frowned and ripped the vine away from his body. "Go away," he spat as he slammed the vine onto the ground. As if they had just received an order, the vines began to shrivel and quickly disappeared into the ground. It was as if what had just happened was only an illusion. Anfey frowned. The vines were very obedient, which made his explanation appear even more like a lie. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 251, Superpower. Chapter 251, Superpower. Translator, Nayabo Studio Editor, Nayabo Studio. There were hurried footsteps from outside as about 7 people rushed in from the doors on the both sides of the main room. They first saw Susanna standing there with her swords and then a gigantic brown bear on the floor. The bear struggled to stand up but failed. They also saw an angry-looking woman. They thought they knew what had happened and started to rush towards Anfey without even asking what had happened. Anfey liked to think and plan before making any actions. If he did not have the advantage in a situation, he would hide and attack people by surprise. For example, the 2 assistant commanders of Glory Mercenary Group, Chanteller and Davidson, never knew how they were killed. Even if they had experience with surprise attacks, those attacks had never posed too much threat to them. This time, the situation was totally turned around. Anfey did not want to fight with these believers, but they had started the fight without any negotiation. They even intended to kill Anfey and his group. Dozens of sticks with thorns thrust towards Anfey and his companions. They made whooshing sounds when they traveled in the air. Judging from the speed and momentum of the sticks, they looked like they could easily pierce holes in human bodies. 2 thin men with muscles tossed something black at them. It was like black rain falling from the air. Every raindrop was an unknown seed. Those seeds exploded into millions of thorns in the air and flew towards Anfey and his people. A few fan-sized leaves flew along the ground. It was hard to predict which directions these leaves were going to move to. They could barely see the sharp edges on the leaves. Behind Anfey and his group, the vines suddenly showed up again one after another. The amount of vines even doubled or tripled. The vines could move more swiftly than some animals' tentacles. They looked like vapors, testing and approaching Anfey and his companions. Christian gasped and immediately chanted as fast as he could without giving a second thought. A barely seen magic dome was building with him at the center. The magic dome covered Anfey and others in it. Christian knew his magic could not stop this kind of attack, but it was his last chance. In other words, he did not know what he could do besides put up a magic dome. People tended to do something, just something at the last moment, no matter what that was. Naya was shocked for a second and immediately realized what happened. She laid on her stomach on the ground. Anfey had told her many times that she had to protect herself without considering anything else whenever they were attacked. To protect herself well and not distract her fellows was the biggest help to the others. The move of laying on the ground was taught by Anfey as well. Susanna looked like she was ready to slaughter those people. She was the safest one among the 4 of them. Even if Christian's magic dome broke, her combat power still could protect herself, but not Anfey and the other 2. At this moment, Susanna pictured Anfey, Christian and Naya laying on the ground in blood. The sword in her hand radiated a blinding sword radiant. The sword radiant was pointing at the woman, who was yelling something. Susanna would kill all of them if they dared to hurt anyone in her group. "Don't use nature magic," the woman yelled, but her voice was submerged in the whooshing and howling sounds. Suddenly, the world seemed to stop for Anfey. There was some light shining around his chest. The light was so strong that it could shine through his clothes. Anfey looked a little confused and in pain. Not only had the heart of nature on his chest worked, the spirit crystal inside him started to shake as well, which made him suffer a huge amount of pain. The volume of the spirit crystal seemed to get smaller. Only 2 explanations for this were possible. One was it got condensed, the other would be it was absorbed into Anfey's body. Anfey could not tell what was going on in his body, but he could not just do nothing either. The pain he suffered took half of his telepathy away and he could barely control his body to make any moves. With a huge crashing sound, the spears made with thorny sticks clashed on Christian's magic dome. If it had been magic shield, it might have held on a little longer, but Christian's magic dome was not as strong as a magic shield. In other words, the attack was strong and fast, in the blink of an eye, and Christian's magic dome collapsed. The huge collapsing sound brought Anfey back into this world. He suddenly felt his telepathy greatly magnified. He could see everything behind him whether or not it was alive. If he wanted, he could even know how many thorns were in the air. He felt everything seemed to connect with him in a way that he could not describe in words. Seeing the attack coming, Anfey held his hand out to push it away by instinct. This push did not contain any strength. It was a gesture to express his desire or will. Something happened that startled everyone. The thorny stick swung in a formation of an arc and turned around, flying in the opposite direction. The thorns in the air followed the thorny sticks and all flew backwards. The sharp-edged leaves swirled around Anfey and the other three and flew back to where they came from with a whooshing sound. Countless vines moved past Anfey and the other three. They flew against the floor to the other side, like a gigantic flying carpet. The whole temple had an angry vibe, not from angry people, but from angry plants. If their previous attacks could be called fierce, then their attacks now were crazy. Susanna shot forward but suddenly stopped herself. Her jaw dropped as she saw what had happened. She immediately turned around to look at Anfey. She knew only Anfey, with such mysterious powers, could do something like this. Their opponents were attacked by surprise. A few of them had quick responses and tried to protect themselves with magic. However, things got even weirder. No matter what elements they called or what magic they tried to release, the moment they appeared they would be infected by angry plants and start to turn around to attack the people who released them. They died even faster than their peers who did not react as quickly as they had. The people who released the thorny sticks now got pierced by the thorny sticks themselves and were nailed to the walls. The wall had been intact when the brown bear hit it, but now the walls had holes in them. The two skinny men who shot out thorns had been shot and looked like hedgehogs. They fell to the ground and screamed in pain. The sharp leaves flew back and cut off a man's head and another man's leg. The man who lost one leg lost his balance and fell to the floor before he had time to realize what had happened to him. He was still staring at Anfey. The elements started to disappear and everything went back to normal. Besides Anfey and his group, everyone else seemed to fall to the ground in blood. Those people who were nailed to the wall now slowly slid to the ground, even though they had lost their lives. The woman did not attack from the very beginning, so she was the only one who did not get hurt. She did not seem to think herself lucky. She looked desperate and helpless. She did not understand why their power had betrayed them. Anfey took a long breath in. He definitely felt he had reached another level, although the world he was in had ebbed and flowed. He could not even remember how he felt in that status. If he described himself as invincible in that status, it might sound like he was exaggerating, but for a very short period of time, he really believed that he was invincible. Anfey rubbed his chest and found the heart of nature had made some changes. It seemed to move to a heartbeat. The heart of nature had brought him some amazing feelings before, but it was just an object to Anfey. Now it seemed to have a life. Is your code being activated by me? Anfey was so excited that he thought it out loud, but no one could understand him. Do you have the power of nature? Are you the messenger of God? That woman suddenly realized something. She struggled to stand up and cried, but why did you kill them? They are all your followers. After she finished her talk, she rushed towards Anfey, but the moving vine stopped her. Anfey was quiet. He thought to himself that it was going to be hard to explain his actions. He did not want to kill those believers. Actually, he did not kill them, those plants killed them. In Evil Abyss, he learned the power of telepathy. What he had was a willpower that he could not explain in words. Willpower was way more powerful than telepathy. This accidentally found power was so powerful that Anfey had no control over it and did not know how to control it either. Why? Why? God, are you going to kill all of us? The woman was still crying. Be quiet. Anfey slowly walked up to her. The vines on the ground seemed to be able to see Anfey and moved to the side like the tide and made a path for him. If your eyes had no problem, you should have seen it was your people who wanted to kill us. Yes, I admit they offended you, but you cannot take their lives because of that, can you? That woman asked a rhetorical question in a trembling voice. Do they have the right to take our lives? I have a rule for doing things. If you want me to die first, then I will let you die first, Anfey said calmly. You have been attacking us from the very beginning. We only defended ourselves. Christian slowly walked over. I suspect these violent people are really the followers of the goddess of nature. Christian knew there were many followers of the goddess of nature in Manhwa Empire. To make less trouble for themselves, they had to convince her they were right. In fact, he did not know whether the woman had any revenge intention after seeing the power of nature on Anfey. She was not willing to, did not understand and did not want to believe the messenger of God would kill the followers of the goddess of nature. If we were the ones on the floor, what would you say? Blame yourself? Anfey said with a satirical tone. There is no point to talk about this. Anson, can you get the city master to come here and ask him to handle it? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 252, Mysterious Box. Chapter 252, Mysterious Box. Translator, Nayabo Studio Editor, Nayabo Studio. Nana, reeking of ale, entered the temple with a few dozen guards. He glanced at the bodies strewn on the ground and frowned, shaking his head. The believers in the temple were not all killed. There were 2 wounded, one had a puncture wound on his stomach, and another lost his leg. The woman was tending their wounds, her expression cold and distant. Nana walked over to the woman and asked respectfully, "My lady, are you hurt?" The woman shook her head, and her attention did not shift away from the wounded man. She did not say any spells, but her hands were glowing green. The gentle glow covered the wounded men's bodies and disappeared into the wounds. Anfey stood there quietly. He already knew that the woman was very important, or else Goddess of Nature's followers would have not attacked. Nana's attitude towards her only confirmed his suspicion. Nana turned to Anfey and frowned. "Who are you?" he asked coldly. "Where did you come from?" Naya lifted her brow and was about to say something. Anfey took a step forward and waved his hand at Naya behind his back. "We are from Mambo territory, my lord," he said politely. Anfey already knew what Nana's intentions were when he pretended he did not know who they were. Goddess of Nature's followers had great influence in this city, powerful enough to make Nana worried about the consequences. He needed to make it clear that he had nothing to do with the people who committed murder in the temple. This way, if he was trying to protect Anfey, Naya, Christian, and Susanna, he wouldn't be called biased. If he made it apparent that he was acquainted with them, and was protecting them, it would cause troubles. "Do you have proof?" "Yes, my lord," Anfey said. He found a piece of paper and handed it to Nana. Nana took the paper and studied it carefully. It was just a random piece of paper, but Nana appeared very serious. He handed the paper back to Anfey after a few minutes. "Tell me what happened," Nana said to Christian. "You see, my lord, we just wanted to check the temple out. We heard it was a beautiful place, you see. That woman talked to us, then this bear attacked us for some reason. Then all these people appeared out of nowhere. We had no choice, my lord. We were being attacked." Nana nodded and turned to the woman. "Is that true, my lady?" he asked the woman. "It is true," the woman said without looking up. Nana frowned. He thought the woman would deny her involvement, and her reaction took him by surprise. "Are you sure, my lady?" Nana asked again. The woman did not say anything, and kept treating her patients. "I have to let them go free, then," Nana said. "They are free all along," the woman said. Nana frowned. He felt like the woman knew all along his relation to the 4 people standing there. He thought about his actions and did not find any mistakes. He turned to Anfey. "Can we go now, my lord?" Anfey asked. He knew that the woman's reaction must have something to do with great nature power and messenger of gods. "All right," Nana said, waving his hand. "Let them go." The guards made way for the 4 of them. Naya followed Anfey, and before she left she turned and glared at Nana. She did not understand why Nana was being so cold towards her. "My lady, do you need any help?" Nana asked. "No need. This is our business." "But all these bodies." "It is our business," the woman said calmly. "Not yours." "All right," Nana said and shrugged. Anfey and Christian's room was still and quiet. Suddenly, the small box on Anfey's bed shook. Then the lid opened slowly. A small, golden figure climbed out of the box. She had 2 small, light blue gemstones on her head. That was her eyes, and they were shining eerily. Her head swiveled around as if she could really see what was in the room. Then she jumped from the bed and onto a nearby table. She walked over to the water bowl and knocked on it. The water bowl vibrated and buzzed. The figure jumped onto the water bowl and tried to open the bowl's lid with her fingerless hands without success. She stood there for a few seconds, then she jumped onto the lid and placed her lyre by the opening of the bowl. A colorless liquid poured out of her lyre and into the water. After the liquid was poured into the water, the golden figure jumped back onto the bed and lifted the lid. She settled back into the box and closed the lid behind her. The room returned to stillness, as if nothing had happened. After a while, Anfey and Christian walked into the room. Naya and Susanna followed them. "You 2 should get some rest," Anfey said, sitting down on his bed. He took a piece of hair off of the box and blew it away. All right, Susanna said, nodding. What is that? Naya asked curiously, staring at the box in Anfey's hand. It's a gift for Master Saul, Anfey said. Can I look at it? Naya asked. You'll see it soon. Naya rolled her eyes and stamped her foot. Everyone would become numb to the sight of blood after a while. Getting used to uncomfortable situations was vital for human survival. Even Naya was already used to death and did not let what happened in the temple bother her. Anfey smiled but did not say anything. There's got to be good things in there, Naya said, turning to Susanna. Don't you think? Let's go get some rest, Naya, Susanna said, smiling. She was not as curious as Naya was, and dragged Naya out of the room with her. Naya sighed. The two were very different from each other. When Susanna was facing enemies, she was murderous and violent, but when she wasn't, she was calm and quiet. Naya was usually quiet when facing an enemy, but outgoing and lively when she was with people she knew. Be careful tonight, Susanna, Anfey called. Don't worry, Susanna said. Seeing that Naya and Susanna had left the room, Anfey opened the box slowly and saw that the golden figure was still standing there, playing with her lyre. Let me see, Christian said. Tomorrow, Anfey said, closing the lid. How selfish, Christian said, shaking his head. He walked over to the water bowl and reached towards it. Anfey reached over and grabbed the bowl before Christian could. What are you doing? Christian asked. I'm thirsty, Anfey said. He raised the bowl to his lips and drank directly from it. What are you doing? Christian asked, his eyes wide. Personal hygiene, Anfey. Anfey didn't say anything. He suddenly choked on the water and coughed violently. Christian walked over and patted him on the back. Anfey waved his hand. I'll be fine, he said, setting the bowl on the table. You thirsty? Christian looked the pot and shook his head. I'm going to ask for another bowl. Oh yes, Christian, Anfey said. I saw a bird cage on the second floor just then, with 2 birds in it. Can you go grab it? Those are the owner's birds, right? What do you want with them? I like birds, Anfey said. Tell the owner I'll just play with them for a bit. I'll return them tomorrow. Christian frowned. Fine, he said, shrugging. I'll go ask, but I promise nothing. Don't worry. They will let me. We are, after all, the city lord's friend, Anfey said with a smile. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 253, Fight. Chapter 253, Fight. Translator, Nayabo Studio Editor, Nayabo Studio. It was getting dark and Anfey looked a little tired. He actually had never been tired before. After chatting with Christian for a while, he fell into a sound sleep. Christian did meditation for a while before he fell asleep. The chirping birds seemed to be influenced by them. They curled up in the corner of the cage and fell asleep. After a while, Anfey and Christian both snored a little. A gold music box resting diagonally at the end of the bed suddenly moved. After a while, the top of the box opened. A pair of light blue light spots showed and then a small head peeked out from the opening. At the same time, Anfey was talking in a dream and then turned over. His right foot accidentally pressed the top of the music box. The golden little puppet was stuck there. He could neither move back in nor come out. His hands waved in the air, trying to grab something. He also made a quiet but ear-piercing sound. The little puppet seemed to receive an order from someone and suddenly stopped struggling. He lifted up his little head and looked at Christian across from him, and then weirdly turned half of his body to look at Anfey. Anfey was still sound asleep. The little puppet slowly held his hand out. There was a tiny fine needle on top of his finger, pointing at Anfey's ankle. Without any wind, the door to the room suddenly opened. A person walked in. As he walked in, a dim light underneath his foot spread throughout the room. The little golden puppet suddenly frozen there, and the needle was less than 1 centimeter away from Anfey's ankle. Another person quietly walked in. He looked at Anfey and noticed him still in sound sleep without knowing anything had happened. He could not help frowning. If they had been a little later, Anfey would surely have gotten hurt. The person in the front waved his hand. The gold music box was lifted up by a layer of light and flew onto that person's palm. When he had the music box on his palm, he suddenly turned to the south to look. Obviously, he had sensed who controlled this puppet in his hand and from where. The next moment, the two people disappeared one after another. The door was closed, and the room became as quiet as before. Some thick and tall oak trees quietly stood under the moonlight, not far from the House of Mages Hotel. If frequent customers of the House of Mages Hotel saw these oak trees, they would have been shocked, since there were no trees before, not to mention such big and tall oak trees. I heard that guy hurt many of our people. Why are we here protecting him? A low voice came from an oak tree. This is the order of the master. If you do not want to protect him and disobey the order, you can try to see what punishment you will receive, another person answered calmly. Shut up. All be quiet. Suddenly there was an impatient voice from underground. Those few oak trees became quiet. Only their leaves made some sounds in the wind. Christian's eyelids moved a little bit. He observed his surroundings with squinted eyes. He slowly sat up from the bed and saw Anfey in sound sleep. He tried to wake him up. Anfey. Anfey responded to Christian just by moving his mouth and making some sounds. Man. Christian shook his head. If this had happened in the past, he would have barely noticed anything unusual. He was experienced now and became very observant. Anfey had looked a little strange in the evening, so Christian had been suspicious and did not really fall asleep. Christian did not see the gold puppet because he only used his ears to listen to his surroundings. If he had known there was a puppet, he would already have killed it. Christian rolled off the bed and walked up beside Anfey. He pushed Anfey a little. Anfey, Anfey. Under the moonlight, he saw the cage on the floor. The two birds were sound asleep in very weird positions, curling up at the corners of the cage. Christian started to look serious and worried. He looked at Anfey and then at the two birds. He squatted down and poked one bird with his finger through the cage. The bird flipped over but still did not wake up. Christian rushed to his bed and grabbed his wand. He rushed back to Anfey's side again. He grabbed Anfey's shoulder and shook him hard. Anfey, wake up, wake up. You don't have to wake him up now. Without being baptized by the sunlight, he will not wake up, a coarse sound arose. Christian was frozen to the ground for a second. Even an immature kid would turn around to ask who he was or pretend to be calm and ask who he was, but Christian raised his wand without any hesitation. With strong magic surges, a big fireball shot out at the black shadow. At the same time, Christian yelled, Susanna! Anfey believed in preemption. If others took preemptive action first, they would be at a disadvantage. People in his legion were definitely influenced by his principles to some degree. Christian was okay to fight. He felt there was no point in talking too much. The big fireball hit the target and exploded. After the explosion, the flame swallowed the black shadow, but soon the black shadow walked out from the flame. There was thick smog on his body. Christian also smelled something burning in the air. Christian waved the wand in his hand. An electric arc shot out from the tip of the wand and then released the magic dome immediately after that. Christian immediately chanted. Christian heard Susanna's yelling and fighting sounds from the next room. It was obvious that Susanna did not have the advantage in this fight. Christian's heart dropped. From the casual look on that black shadow, he knew it would not be easy, but he did not expect Susanna could not get out of the fight quickly. No point, the black shadow shook his head and said with a playful tone. Christian snorted and hit his wand hard on the floor. A heat wave spread out. Where the heat wave passed, the floor and chairs had turned into ashes. Even the roof was burned. Glass items had all exploded. The black shadow shook a little bit before he could steady himself. The smog on him got even thicker. He made some sizzling sound like meat cooked on a grill. The sound made Christian's hair stand up. Christian could even see some unknown liquid dripping from the black shadow. Move, Christian. I do not want to hurt you now, but only now, the black shadow said with a coarse voice. My job is to take him with me. Don't even try to stop me. Christian looked at Anfey and said calmly, No. You are very stubborn. I will give you one more chance, and this is your last chance. That black shadow slowly took 2 steps forward. Christian slid 1 step to the side and blocked Anfey behind him. He used his action to show his determination. This is so touching. The coarse voice showed his intention to kill Christian now. A weird bone spear appeared as the black shadow waved his hand. The spear hit hard on the magic dome. As the bone spear disappeared, the magic dome disappeared as well. At the same time, with a huge collapsing sound, a big hole was blasted in the wall between the 2 rooms. Christian could see a gigantic brown bear fighting with Susanna through the hole. That brown bear had a similar size with the bear in the temple. The only difference was this brown bear was covered with stone scales. Every time Susanna hit the bear, a large piece of stone scale would get hit away, but it would grow back immediately to block the next hit. Susanna could not use all her powers because she had to take care of Naya in the corner. The brown bear kept moving forward with his gigantic body and hard stone scales. His momentum was terrifying. Christian was startled by what he saw. Christian lost himself in thoughts for a short time. A cloud of smog floated against the burnt floor towards Christian as the black shadow causally shook his hand. The shocking look on Christian's face immediately disappeared. The magic dome radiant appeared and shocked the cloud of smog away. He pointed his wand forward. A wind blade shot out fast at the black shadow's head. That black shadow was knocked back with a whooshing sound. A fishy liquid splashed from the black shadow's head. Christian waved his wand like he was twitching. Wind blade shot at that black shadow. Unfortunately, these attacks could not hurt him. A weird bone shield blocked him in front and absorbed the damage for him. "Are you a necromancer?" Christian asked. "You have made me very angry." That black shadow did not answer Christian's question. In fact, there was no point for him to answer Christian. That black shadow's voice sounded very cold. "You are an unwelcomed robber and do not have a right to complain," Christian sneered. "Susanna, don't worry. I can handle this guy. You only need to take care of that stupid bear." "You handle me?" That black shadow grinned. When he came here, he indeed did not want to hurt Christian. He only wanted to take Anfey with him, but Christian did not understand his intention and pissed him off. Now he did not care whether or not he hurt Christian. "Okay," Susanna yelled. Bright sword radiance showed around the sword. She swung hard at the bear's head. The stone scales were hit into powder and splashed everywhere. She kicked the bear's chest. Even this bear, over 3 yards tall, could not take such a powerful kick and fell backwards. The door and the walls next to the door were knocked down by the bear. Christian had finished his chanting. Unexpectedly, his wand pointed at the bear. At the same time, Susanna had leaped forward with her sword toward the black shadow through the hole on the wall between the 2 rooms. The fallen bear struggled to get back up, but its paws lost the grip. Under the gravity magic, the bear's weight increased several times to the point that the floor could not hold it. With a huge crashing sound, the bear disappeared. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 254, Childish. Chapter 254, Childish. Translator, Nayabo Studio Editor, Nayabo Studio. The dark figure bellowed angrily, a short, dark staff appearing in his hand. He never expected that Christian could turn the situation around with such a simple trick. Intermediate gravity spells were very common, and were hardly a threat to anyone. However, there were situations where it would be the perfect spell to use. After all, there were no bad spells, only bad mages. The large bear had already fallen through several floors and fell to the bottom of the building. The effects of a gravity spell would last for a few minutes, and the bear could try with all his might, but he would not be able to join the fight. Green liquid spouted from the man's black staff and shot towards Susanna. With a loud crack, the sword in Susanna's hand slashed out and her sword radiance blocked all the green liquid. Christian and Susanna quickly switched places. Neither knew how many enemies there were, but both Naya and Anfey were unconscious and needed protection. Susanna's sword radiance shattered the man's bone shield and left a deep slash on the man. The man groaned and took a few steps back. He waved his hand and released another spell. The whole room was filled with a dark glow, and Susanna's movement suddenly became slower. The man took advantage of this and recovered himself. He began whispering another spell. Susanna bellowed and the light of her combat power became brighter and rippled around her body. She dashed forward. Swordsmasters needed to get close when fighting with a mage. A mage was usually not as physically fit as a swordsmaster, but a swordsmaster could not withstand magic for long. If a swordsmaster did not charge at his enemy, he might as well run away. The man used another spell, and a light red glow appeared around Susanna. However, even with the spell slowing her down, Susanna was able to duck away from the red glow. A large bone spear suddenly burst through the window and flew towards Susanna. Susanna was in midair, and she was going at a fast speed, making it harder for her to duck. She frowned and decided to focus on the man in front of her. She did not have another choice. She needed to protect her friends, and she couldn't do that unless she defeated the man in front of her. She did not have confidence to take on 2 mages. The large spear struck Susanna with a loud thud. The combat power around Susanna quivered, and the spear disappeared upon impact. Combat power was not only a weapon for swordsmen, it was also their shield. An attack like this could not hurt Susanna, but it was enough to put her off course. The man waved his staff, and the light red glow moved with his staff. It enveloped Susanna, and she was suddenly stopped in midair. A dozen spikes appeared and formed a cylindrical cage with Susanna inside. The bones shrank and trapped Susanna. Susanna screamed in rage and slashed at the cage. She tried to wriggle out of the cage, but bone cages were one of Necromancer's best weapons. It was practically impossible to escape from one. The bones that formed the cage were not only strong, but also very flexible. Susanna would never be able to escape it. For a mage, one of the most important things was the space to use the magic. Swordsmen were not much different. Susanna's arms were trapped in the cage and there was not enough space to use her sword. She could not do much damage to the cage with her sword. The man lowered his staff and turned to Christian. He chuckled lowly. He did not want to hurt Christian at first, but he changed his mind. Christian could clearly see what was happening on the other side. He did not say anything, and quietly retrieved a magic scroll. Naya sighed and grabbed his arm, knowing exactly what he wanted to do. When the outcome of the fight was still unclear, Naya would panic and hide, but when it became obvious that the fight was lost, Naya found herself suddenly unafraid. She was Saul's daughter, and she knew she should not shy away from a fight like this. Another figure appeared in the room. It was the man who had trapped Susanna. Compared to the other man, the newcomer appeared much more ruthless. Unlike his companion, who hid himself in the shadows, the second man's white hair, sunken cheeks, and dark eyes were all exposed. Normally, a necromancer would hide his face. This necromancer clearly did not care if anyone found out who he was. He reached over and grabbed Anfey. "This is the one Annunciato wants?" "Yes," the other man said. Susanna couldn't turn around, but she knew what was happening behind her. She screamed angrily and managed to break two of the bones of her cage. This freed her right hand, and she slashed out against the other bones. If she was able to destroy the cage, the sword would hit her as well. Right now, however, she did not care. "They are still children," the second necromancer said, raising the staff in his hand. "Too childish." "Likewise," Anfey said, his eyes flickering open. Before the necromancer could react, he was thrown onto the ground, his staff falling out of his hand. Anfey grabbed the necromancer's head and kicked the man's back. The necromancer's body was very frail, and that was enough to separate his head from his body. The headless body fell to the ground, the staff rolling away. "Anfey?" Naya whispered under her breath. "I knew it," Christian said, shaking his head. He glanced at the scroll in his hand and returned it to his dimensional ring. He was only steps away from sacrificing himself to kill the necromancers. The bone cage disappeared, releasing Susanna. She did not try to attack the necromancer in front of her, and instead turned to look at Anfey. She stared at him, as if she had not seen him in years. Anfey turned and kicked the necromancer's body and shook his head. "There's hardly any blood left in here," he said. God knows how they maintained themselves. The necromancer in the shadows froze. He did not know how Anfey was able to regain consciousness. Was he faking it all along? Anfey walked towards the necromancer, playing with his dagger. "How should I call you? Should I call you Lord Necromancer? Or City Lord Nana?" "City Lord Nana?" Naya asked, shocked. "Perhaps not the real Nana, but one close enough," Anfey said. "You know what kind of person is the easiest to fake? One ordinary enough you would not give him a second look. Even though there might be a lot of flaws, a lot of people still won't notice." "You knew all along?" Susanna asked. "You are too hasty," Anfey said. "Don't be so impulsive next time, got it?" Susanna flushed and nodded. Christian knew he should get the bear away. "You should take note. Don't just focus on what's right in front of you," Anfey said. "Speaking of the bear, Lord Guardian, please, reveal yourself. There is no need for you to hide anymore." Susanna glanced at the floorboard and blinked. If she was trapped when fighting on solid ground, she was truly trapped. She was, however, standing on floorboards. She didn't need to struggle with the cage. The ceiling was forced open by a strong middle-aged man. He jumped down and looked at Anfey. "How did you know it was me?" "There were a few druids downstairs just now," Anfey said. "It's not hard to guess." He turned to the necromancer and said, "City Lord Nana, you made too many mistakes. The first time you met us, did you just happen to carry the gift with you? The guards you left with us did not appear at all, neither did the mages and the inn owner, despite the ruckus. The four of us are the only ones left in this inn. You are the only one, to my knowledge, that can make them leave so quietly. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 255, Deviant Necromancers. Chapter 255, Deviant Necromancers. Translator, Nayabo Studio Editor, Nayabo Studio. The black shadow facing Anfey and the middle-aged man looked at each other, and both went quiet. I am just curious why a guardian of goddess of nature would be friends with a necromancer. Where are your peers? Did you kill them or kick them out? Anfey asked calmly. You do not need to know any of them, the middle-aged man said coldly. His eyes had a layer of light golden shine and his body started to swell up. There were strong surges of nature power. I actually never liked to talk bulls ***. I do not know why I am talking so much with you, Anfey said. Why, the man responded with an attitude showing he could care less. His body got bigger and bigger. His face changed as well. The most obvious change was on his nose. His nose did not only get longer, but also grew some bear whiskers. This should be the first step for a druid to transform into a bearman. It would bring trouble for me if I kill you, Anfey said, scratching his head. I killed quite a few people in the temple. If I kill a guardian of the goddess of nature, it would be very hard for me to explain everything. Even if I got the chance to tell them the truth, it would be hard for them to believe me anyway. In addition, I do not know where your peers are. If you killed them, they would blame me for that. If this is the case, you had better behave and let me kill you, the man said with a grin. His head had almost transformed into a bear head while his body was in the process of transformation. Anfey was surprised that this half-human, half-beast could speak fluent human language, which gave him a weird feeling. This is not a good idea, Anfey shook his head with a smile. I am pretty smart and chose to talk bulls ***t with you. At first, you were surprised how I saw through your setup. Now you are wondering why I am talking bulls ***t to you. In order for you to understand it, you gave me enough time. Of course, I appreciate your generosity. I do not want to hear your bulls ***t anymore, the middle-aged man said coldly. There was only one step left before he completed his transformation. His upper body had transformed into a bear. His eyes had changed from golden color into bloody red and looked very sharp. Late, too late. Anfey said calmly. He casually put his arm on Susanna's shoulder. With a spy like you, necromancers definitely knew of the existence of Bruzeriano and Slanbria. You changed the plan on purpose to try to distract them, but don't you think they have noticed that? The brown bear slowly opened his arms, but froze there as he heard what Anfey said. He looked panicked instead of sharp now. Susanna was attentively looking at the transformed druid. She looked at Anfey's hand on her shoulder and said, what if they have not noticed that? They had worked together for so long, Susanna already knew what Anfey wanted when he put his arm on her shoulder. Anfey hoped she could help him with the story to give him a chance to talk more. They are very experienced and knowledgeable people. I do not think they are that stupid, Anfey said. Bruzeriano and Slanbria had not shown up yet. The black shadow and the brown bear started to think about leaving after hearing what Anfey said. They were not only surprised that Anfey could wake up, but also shocked to know their peers were killed. They were responsible for carrying out the plan, so they knew their peers' fighting ability. They did not think lambs, as if Anfey could suddenly turn into a wolf while their wolf peers turned into lambs. In the blink of an eye, they had seen Anfey cut through their peers' necks with a knife and tear their peers' heads off. This was such a shock for them that they still could not believe it. They seemed to forget about the precious time they had and could not help listening to Anfey telling them the so-called secrets. If they did not leave now, they might not be able to leave anytime soon. The black shadow and the brown bear could not help moving a step back. At the same time, a priest in a white gown with golden trim and a chubby middle-aged man appeared behind them. Holy light poured out from them in all directions. The brown bear seemed fine, but the black shadow screamed in pain as black smog arose from his back. His body seemed to be grilled. To prove I am indeed not stupid, I am here, the chubby, middle-aged man said calmly. He looked perplexed. He did not even look at his opponents. In other words, he did not care to look at them. He focused on Anfey. I am earlier than you. It seems that I am smarter than you. Bruzeriano had shown up earlier at the window. He was joking, but his eyes did not smile at all. He stared at the brown bear with anger flaming in his eyes. He had made the plan with Slanbria. If something had gone wrong, Slanbria and he had to be responsible for it. To ensure safety, Bruzeriano even sent 6 of the most powerful druids from the temple. He thought even those druids could not ensure the safety of Anfey, which would buy them some time. They did not know there was a traitor among them. Judging from the messy scene, he could tell they had a bad fight. If something had happened, they could not forgive themselves. Slanbria did not look like he was in good mood. The black shadow could not stand the holy light. He lay on the floor, screaming. Slandria did not stop shining the light on him. He even made the light brighter on purpose. The corners of his mouth curled up. He and Bruzeriano were in the same boat. If Bruzeriano felt he lost his face, Slandria felt the same way. He had hatred towards the Black Shadow and the Brown Bear. This had nothing to do with forgiveness. Everyone had two values. The value of their own lives and the value of their experience, ability, friends, family, and fame. Which one was more precious? Varied. It was very personal. Some people would save their lives by sacrificing the other values. Some people would rather save the second value by giving up their lives. Slandria definitely belonged to the later group. He almost ruined everything he had. He did not look as angry as Bruzeriano. He had better control of himself. Anfey frowned and wanted to say something, but swallowed his thought. Miss, the Black Shadow knew he did not have long to live. He suddenly lifted his head and yelled, I never wanted to hurt you. These are the conditions I had to agree to in order to work with them. What? Naya was shocked. She looked around to make sure the Black Shadow was talking to her. She hesitated a little before she said, Are you a necromancer? I have no other option, the Black Shadow yelled with a trembling voice. But why are you willing to be a necromancer? Naya asked. I look even uglier than necromancers. No one would want to look at me, not even my wife. She did not want to be with me. Why can't I be a necromancer? The Black Shadow seemed to look very pained, like someone had rubbed salt on his wound. His moaning sounded even sadder. That is not right. Naya shook her head. It was asking Naya too much to convince people. At most, she was able to tell whether something was right or wrong. Ha ha ha. What is wrong with that? I only wanted them to look uglier than me. The Black Shadow's eyes looked greener. He turned to look at Anfey. At that moment, Nana stepped out of the Black Shadow, but his image looked like it was melting. Black fluid kept dripping off. It looked scary. You have become a such deviant. Anfey shook his head and felt scared. There was nothing more scary than a person mentally unstable. He could understand how Nana thought. Most necromancers pursued unreasonable eternal lives, and that was the reason they became necromancers. Nana did not join them for that reason. He thought he was too ugly and too lonely. He wanted to turn others in the world into necromancers to make himself feel better. Nana lost the balance in him and became a deviant. What deviant? Nana yelled. His body suddenly exploded. A string of black gas mixed with his deep hatred shot toward Anfey's face. Anfey blocked Susanna and reached his right hand out. Nana's spirit was filled with hatred but was not very powerful. If he were an evil abyss, he was only a low-level Ahriman. Anfey did not even care about his attack. As Anfey reached his hand out, he suddenly realized something and changed his mind. He shot out some milk-white light radiant. When Nana's hatred clashed with the white light radiant, it just disappeared. Slandria did not look so worried anymore. The corners of his mouth curled into a smile. Canon, it is your turn now. Tell me, why did you betray us? Where are those druids? Bruzeriano asked coldly. Ha ha ha. The brown bear laughed hard. White bubbles splashed everywhere under the rapid airflow. It looked disgusting. Master, this is my last revenge. Do you think I will tell you? The brown bear waved his claws and hit his head hard without any hesitation. With a huge bang, his gigantic body only had half a bear head left. The other half flew off. The gigantic bear body smashed on the floor like a landslide. Without gravitation magic, the gigantic bear body crashed through the floor. Anfey heaved a sigh. He was not too happy with what had happened. It was too far from what he had expected. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 256, Fused. Chapter 256, Fused. Translator, Nayabo Studio Editor, Nayabo Studio. Can you find those druids? Bruzeriano asked. His eyes were filled with grief and regret. He must have known the Guardian and liked him, or else he would not be so sad. I can try, Slandria promised. He turned to Anfey and said, so we meet again. I'm very honored to see both of you again, my lords. Save us from the formality, Slandria said and shook his head. How did you know we're here? I got lucky, I suppose, Anfey said. He tried to appear as natural as possible, but in reality he was very nervous. He couldn't even look at Bruzeriano, since he was scared that he would ask for the heart of nature. He didn't want to return the heart of nature because it had helped him so much, but it wasn't his, and he had no right to keep it if its real owner asked for it. He was hoping that Bruzeriano would simply forget about it, but the chance was slim. Whatever, Bruzeriano snapped and interrupted Slambria. You must find those druids first. Slambria shook his head. Why are you asking me? Who else would I ask? Did you already forgot about the heart of nature? Anfey winced. He wished he could step in and stop Slambria from talking about the heart of nature, but he could not. Anfey sighed and turned to Bruzeriano. My lord, he said, bowing. I haven't seen you in days, and... Oh, stop it, Bruzeriano said hurriedly. Just give me the heart. Anfey sighed and fished out the chain around his neck. He wished that Saul and Ernest were with him, that way he could at least try to negotiate with Bruzeriano. Now, however, he had nothing else to offer to the man. He had no choice but to hand over the heart. He didn't need to make Bruzeriano his enemy. Anfey handed the necklace with Heart of Nature to Bruzeriano and felt sad, as if he had just seen the girl he liked with another boy. Bruzeriano took the heart and held it in his hands. He felt a sudden, storm-like surge of power within him, but that power disappeared within seconds. He opened his hands, and found the Heart of Nature gone. Where is it? Bruzeriano bellowed angrily. I just handed it to you, sir, Anfey explained hurriedly. He did not know what had just happened and what Bruzeriano would do, and was scared. Bruzeriano narrowed his eyes. He was very angry, and Anfey, who was standing in front of him, became the perfect target for his anger. His religion was already growing weak, and every follower mattered. Even if the missing druids were already dead, if he could find them sooner, they had a higher chance of surviving. A magic surge exploded from Bruzeriano and swept across the room, causing the furniture in the room to shake and move. The lamp that had survived the battle intact was shaking violently, the window swung open and hit the wall of the building. Susanna took a step back and had to summon her combat power. Even though she was only one level below Bruzeriano, she was significantly weaker than he was. He was hardly using his power, and she had to use her combat power to protect herself. Anfey frowned. The respect and humility on his face disappeared, and his body became straight and rigid. His face was a stiff mask of coldness. When he was at a dead end, when all words lose their meaning and all actions seem useless, Anfey would show his true self. He did not care about what awaited him. Even if it was his doom, he would not waver. Slambria frowned. He knew that Anfey had great potential, but when he straightened himself, Slambria felt as if he had grown several inches. He may not be powerful, but Anfey had the bearing of a powerful man. Perhaps because he did not see Anfey as an enemy, Bruzeriano did not react to this change. Tell me, he bellowed. Where is the heart? Anfey thought that Bruzeriano felt the synchronization between him and the heart of nature, and regretted giving the artifice to him. He thought that this would be Bruzeriano's way of taking it back and framing him for stealing it. Anfey forgot about the fact that he often would overthink situations. This was one of his problems, since overthinking a situation makes it easier to prepare for the worst. He did not know that although Bruzeriano appeared to be a simple man, he was still a good friend of Saul's. He would never try to frame Saul's students for anything. Anfey, however, did not know the relationship between those men, and made a decision based on his own judgment. Anfey did not say anything, and only stared at Bruzeriano. Don't scare him, goodness, Bruzeriano, what has gotten into you? Slambria asked, walking over. Can't you feel it? The heart of nature is still here. Bruzeriano and Anfey both frowned. Bruzeriano was surprised because he did feel surges from the heart, and Anfey was surprised by the warmth he felt on his chest. He had already used all of his power to hold still in the face of Bruzeriano's rage. If their standoff continued, he would pass out even if Bruzeriano didn't do anything. The warmth from his chest was familiar and filled his body with power. Anfey pulled his shirt back, and was shocked to find a green, glowing leaf on his left chest. Soft light was coursing through its veins. The heart of nature was only a leaf when Anfey handed it to Bruzeriano, but now it seemed to be a living thing. This is impossible, Bruzeriano said. The heart of nature was a treasure left to mankind by the goddess of nature, and had been passing between elves and druids for millennia. Except for the first elven queen, no one could make the heart of nature come to life. Anfey was neither a druid nor an elf, and this defied the basic law the goddess of nature laid down. Anfey frowned and appeared perplexed. I don't know, sir, he said timidly. Can you take it? It feels strange. Bruzeriano looked at Anfey and the glowing leaf inside. Take it, he said. Maybe it is all written in the stars. Can you take it? Anfey asked. It's part of you now, Bruzeriano said with a sigh. Just keep it. He turned and shook his head. I will go down in history as a sinner. Or not, Slambria said. Maybe you will be remembered as someone who catalyzed it. He knew why Bruzeriano was certain he was a sinner. The heart of nature was a holy artifice among the elves and the druids. Bruzeriano lost the artifice and thought himself a sinner. Slambria knew very well what extent Bruzeriano would go to retrieve the heart, but he was good friends with Saul, and would not harm Saul's students. It was also believed that whoever that could fuse with the heart of nature was chosen by the goddess, and it would be inappropriate. If the Pope gave the scepter of angel to his successor and the successor was an evil man, Slambria could not do anything unless the successor began using death magic. Bruzeriano sighed and shook his head. Anfey, on the other hand, was relieved. He had to feign powerlessness, but in truth he was very happy. Quickly, Slambria said. Use the heart and try to find the missing druids. For someone belonging to the top level, it was hard to disturb the peacefulness of the mind. Once it was disturbed, however, it was hard to calm down again. Bruzeriano had too much on his mind, and his mind was no longer peaceful. Slambria needed him to calm down and gather himself. How do I use it? Anfey asked. He was still trying to get more information. Use your heart, Bruzeriano said quietly. Slambria's words gave him a new idea. The missing druids were important, but an archdruid fused with the heart of nature was even more important. He wanted to find the missing druids still, but he was already thinking about a new plan. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 257, Not Talented. Chapter 257, Not Talented. Translator, Nayabo Studio Editor, Nayabo Studio. You really couldn't find it? Bruzeriano looked disappointed. I cannot find it. Maybe I am not good enough. Anfey shook his head. He looked at Bruzeriano in sympathy. There was a whole system of teaching how to practice samadhi and reach the unity of man and heaven in his family's martial art. What Bruzeriano taught him was way too simple. It was just a sample of his family's martial arts system. No wonder Bruzeriano wanted to give the heart of nature away. He had never communicated with the heart of nature before, otherwise Bruzeriano instead of Anfey would be the one communicating with the heart of nature. Bruzeriano turned to look at Slambria. Slambria sighed. We had better let the temple know about it. With their help, it should be better. After the talk, Slambria turned sideways and saw a headless dry body. He was shocked for a second before he hurried over. Bruzeriano calmed himself down a little and released a nature magic. A vine appeared in Bruzeriano's hand. The vine crawled against the floor to the window. It passed through the window and crawled onto the floor again. It looked like a snake crawling away. Did you kill him? Slambria asked as he turned around, pointing to the headless body on the floor. He sounded very surprised. Yes, I did, Anfey said. How did you kill him? Slambria asked. He was too careless. Anfey shrugged. Is he that nut? Bruzeriano noticed the white bone staff as well. You are right. Slambria smiled with his head shaking. He chanted in a low pitch. Holy flame showed up again. It hovered over the top of the white bone staff. Under the holy flame, the white bone staff shook a little bit and turned into powder. Bruzeriano gave a bitter smile as well. The nut he was talking about was far less powerful than Slambria and him, but he was much better than Anfey and his group. With common sense, Anfey and his group should have not killed the guy without any damage. He thought to himself that if Anfey could turn around the basic principles of the goddess of nature, Anfey could definitely brush aside common sense as well. Masters, I do not know if I should tell you this, Anfey said quietly. Slambria and Bruzeriano looked at each other. Anfey, it's fine. Go ahead. If this was to find the spy and kill Nana, you would not have to do so much. If this is to remove more bad guys from the world quicker, we should let them run away, Anfey said. Slambria was shocked for a while and sighed. I was too angry and did not think it through. Thanks for reminding me about that. You really can think through the details. Amazing. Did you say his name was Nana? Bruzeriano asked as he pointed at the body which had been chopped into pieces. Yes, he is the city master of Punk City. Anfey said with a nod. I think we should go and walk around the garrison residence. Maybe we could get some useful information. Yes. Let's go. Slambria suddenly got excited. It looked like he was not too happy with what had happened. Master, right now there is no city master for Punk City, Anfey said. I am worried that someone would make rumors in the dark. The city could possibly have a lot of troubles later on. Bruzeriano was an archdruid with high reputation and fame. There are many temples of the goddess of nature and her followers. If Bruzeriano can be in charge of the government of the city for the time being, those people could not make any trouble. I am getting old. I have to be reminded of this by a kid. Bruzeriano smiled. Okay, you guys go with Slanbria. I will take care of this mess. It was already late at night, but there were still patrols on the streets. They randomly picked a patrol team. Without saying much, Slanbria's priest gown with Holy Spirit had proved his identity. Patrol officers carefully and obediently escorted Anfey and his group to the garrison residence. The few guards on watch on both sides of the gate walked up to them. They first carefully checked Slanbria's priest gown in holy light. After they were convinced it was a real one, they respectful said, Master, how can I help you? Bulls *carat T, Anfey said coldly as he waved the pass Black 11 had left him. In fact, those soldiers had no idea what that pass meant, but they felt Anfey and his group were important people. One guard could not stop pleasing them with smiles and said, Master, wait for a second. Let me report to the city master that you are here. No need. We can just walk in, Anfey said. But? One of the soldiers said. Move. Anfey said impatiently. Those soldiers on watch looked at each other and gave each other a bitter smile. They dared not mess with Anfey's group or the city master. They felt they were in such a dilemma. A smart soldier seemed to realize the key point of this issue. He ran over to the gate and pushed the gate open. If they gave trouble to Anfey's group as it stood in front of them right now, they had no idea what troubles they would get themselves into. If their city master would punish them later, they could just switch their jobs. It was not like they would be killed. Once someone made an example of what to do, in other words, when there was already a scapegoat, other soldiers just followed him and could later step aside and suggest that they had nothing to do with this. The garrison residence looked simple and clean. It showed that Nana was not a person of luxury. At least half of his residence was empty. A housekeeper, maids, cooks, servants and other bodyguards lived in half of the residence. Anfey did not know how to tell whether any of them were necromancers. That would be the job of Slanbria. Under the light of holy flames, only the necromancers who had the same level of powers as Slanbria's could pass Slanbria's eyes. There was a reason the light magic was called the natural enemy of necromancers' magic. Once they had woken everyone up, the servants had to be tested by the holy flames before they could go anywhere else. Anfey had seen a few of the soldiers during the day. They hesitantly came over to ask Anfey what had happened. Anfey did not give them any explanation. He only signaled them to follow him. Necromancers could lie to deceive others to work for them, but once they were found out, they started to ditch their friends and families. This was the weak point of the necromancers. Almost no one wanted to see the whole world being ruled by the dark power. Dislike of necromancers was beyond nationality and race. Everyone worked together to fight them, which was the reason that necromancers had never won any war. This was why Anfey did not worry about having those bodyguards follow him. They had been working for Nana, but once they knew the truth that Nana was a necromancer, they would not be on Nana's side. They would tell Anfey anything suspicious about Nana. They went from the first floor to the second floor. Slanbria did not find any useful information. Anfey took out a spear from a weapon holder. He hit things with the spear everywhere, especially in Nana's study and bedroom. He did not find anything either. Master, what on earth has happened? Where is our city master? A bodyguard could not help asking. Other guards pricked up their ears to eavesdrop on the conversation. They wanted to know about it as well. Nana is a necromancer, Anfey said calmly. What? The bodyguards yelled in surprise. This is the priest, Slanbria. This is Palace Archmage Saul's daughter. I am a student of Master Saul. With us as the witness, don't you believe that your city master is a necromancer? Anfey said. Is Master Nana really a necromancer? A bodyguard said in disbelief. He raised his voice a little bit and a maid heard him. No one knew what she remembered at that moment, but she passed out on the floor. Would I joke something like this? Anfey asked. The bodyguards took a close look at Slanbria and the serious look on Anfey's face. They went quiet without asking more questions. Wait, I heard Nana has a wife. Why are we not seeing her? Anfey suddenly remembered the hatred Nana had towards his wife. Madam went back to her hometown for a visit. She has not come back for about half a year. She took her son with her, a bodyguard answered. Does Nana have a good relationship with his wife? Anfey asked. Not too good. Master, I mean the necromancer hated his wife and his son, the bodyguard responded. I do not think his wife went back to her hometown, another guard said. Huh? Anfey raised his eyebrows. He turned around and laid his eyes on the bodyguard. The brother of the necromancer's wife came here 2 months ago. I eavesdropped on their conversation. He told the necromancer that he wanted to see his sister, so I don't think the wife went back to her hometown, the bodyguard explained. What happened afterwards? Anfey asked further. Later I never saw his wife's brother again. He might have left, the bodyguard responded. Why would he leave if he never saw his sister? Another bodyguard asked. I do not know. I just never saw him again, the bodyguard said. Anfey had planned to give up the matter. After hearing this, though, he felt something was unusual. He turned to look at Slambria. If there was anything hidden here by dark magic, only Slambria could find it. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 258, Ugliness of Humanity. Chapter 258, Ugliness of Humanity. Translator, Nayabo Studio Editor, Nayabo Studio. Light is constant and eternal. Slambria said, holding out his hand slowly. Compared to a common believer, he appeared much more logical and less zealous. There were 2 distinct groups once people become as powerful as someone like Slambria. One type was filled with wisdom and treated everyone with justice and logic. The other type took their beliefs as everything they had, and they would do anything for it. The first type gained their power through tireless work and wisdom, the second through determination. It was hard to say which type was more powerful, but it was easy to tell which type had an easier time gaining respect. Slambria was from the former group, which could be seen judging by how respected he was. A ball of light raised up from Slambria's hand and floated towards the second floor. The light hovered near the ceiling for a few seconds before exploding into thousands of tiny sparks. The room burst into light, columns of light shone through the walls and windows. The entire courtyard was lit up. Everyone in the room had to cover their eyes and cower under the light. Anfey opened his eyes and glanced at Slambria after the light disappeared. He was confused. Usually, before a priest used large-scale magic like this, he would warn everyone around him. Slambria did not warn anyone, which seemed out of character. Everyone standing in the lobby slowly recovered from the shock. Some were stumbling around, but most were already adjusting. The woman who passed out earlier was awake, but she was curled into a fetal position and wailing, clutching her stomach. This is exactly what I was afraid of, Slambria said with a sigh. What was he afraid of? Anfey frowned and looked at Slambria. Except for the woman who appeared to be in excruciating pain, nothing was too bad about the situation. Darkness shall not prevail against the light, and guiltless souls shall find peace within the walls of heaven. Slambria whispered under his breath. He raised his arms and waved. A curved blade of light shot up and hit the wailing woman. Light magic did not have many attacking spells, but this was one of them. The woman was spliced into 2 pieces by the light blade and thrown backwards. A dark, bloody thing crawled out of the woman's body, wailing like a child. Slambria raised his hand, and the thing turned to dust under strong light. No one knew why Slambria had killed the woman, but now everyone knew what must have happened. Who would have thought that the person that lived with them was carrying a demon in her body? The woman was still alive, however, though her eyes were dim. Her lips were closing and opening, as if she wanted to say something but couldn't make a sound. Slambria walked over and held the woman's body in his arms. Be at peace, child, he said. Leave your sufferings behind. May God be with you. The woman looked at Slambria, and the corners of her lips twitched. Then she closed her eyes and stopped breathing. Slambria placed the woman's body on the ground carefully and stood up. Everyone around him took a collective step back, as if they were afraid something else would crawl out of the woman's body. Anfey sighed and turned away. Suddenly, he noticed something and frowned. Anfey had very good short-term memory, good enough to notice that something was off about the statue across the room. When he first arrived, the statue was standing between 2 staircases. It had been holding its lance in its right hand, shield in left hand, and standing upright. Now, the statue was moved back a few feet, and was bent over as if it was getting ready to pounce on its prey. Anfey frowned. He grabbed his lance and threw it towards the statue. The spear struck the statue in the head and cracked the helmet. A dark figure jumped out of the statue and bolted towards the skylight. Slambria was already looking at him when Anfey threw the spear. The shadow was fast, but not as fast as the light. Light flashed, and the shadow was on the ground, writhing and wailing. It was a monster in the shape of a bat, but much larger. The light had clearly caused irreversible damage to its body, and its body was turning into dust. The more it struggled, the more its body withered away. "What is that?" Anfey asked. "A demon," a guard said, his voice shaking. "We've been living with demons." Slambria walked over to the statue and walked around it. "Move this over there," he turned to 2 guards and said, pointing at the statue. He was one of the most powerful men, but his magic wasn't omnipotent and he couldn't do heavy lifting. The 2 guards walked over unwillingly and picked up the statue, moving it to where Slambria had indicated. Anfey frowned. He walked over and grabbed a guard's longsword and joined Slambria at his side. He tapped the stone under the statue and said with a smile, "It's hollow." "I know," Slambria said. "Why did you think there was a guard here? This isn't a trap, is it?" Anfey frowned and turned to Susanna. "Will you?" Susanna nodded. She walked over and drew her sword, slamming it into the ground. The stone shattered upon impact, and a dark hole in the ground appeared. Susanna drew a deep breath and the light from her combat power became brighter. She looked into the hole and was about to jump into it when she was stopped by Slambria. "Allow me," he said. "But sir, you are a priest." "I'm so much more experienced than you with these things," Slambria said with a smile. "I've been dealing with them my whole life." "Please be careful," Anfey said. Slambria smiled and used a levitation spell. He floated down the hole, followed by Susanna and Anfey. Christian had to protect Naya and did not follow them. "I didn't realize you know how to use a levitation spell, my lord," Anfey said. He glanced at the cellar. There was no lamp in the dark cellar, but as long as Slambria was there, lamps were not necessary. Slambria himself, surrounded by holy flame, was more than enough to light up the entire cellar. "Do farmers know how to grow flowers?" Slambria asked. "I suppose." "It's the same thing," Slambria said. He suddenly frowned and whispered, "There's dark magic at work down here. I can feel it." Anfey gathered up fire elements and summoned his fire sword and shield. Susanna positioned her sword and appeared very nervous. The cellar was not wide, but had a long corridor. After a few minutes following the dark hallway, the 3 saw a dead end. There was an alchemist lab to their left with hundreds of bottles lining the shelves inside. To the right was a study with 2 bookshelves full of books. In the corner of the study was a cage with dark shadows inside. Slambria walked into the study and the 3 saw clearly there were 2 zombies in the cage, one bigger than the other. The zombies wailed and tried to crawl away from the light. When they realized they could not run away from the light, they curled up in the corner. The large zombie's body was riddled with wounds, pus dripped down from its rotten flesh. The smaller zombie was curled up next to the larger one, its body shaking. Slambria frowned and glanced at Anfey and Susanna. It wasn't hard to guess what had happened. Nana's wife and child went missing, and there in his basement were 2 zombies. The 2 zombies seemed to still have human emotions. What kind of man would turn his own wife and child into zombies just because he was lonely? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 259, The Key to Finding the Mystery. Chapter 259, The Key to Finding the Mystery. Translator, Nayabo Studio. Editor, Nayabo Studio. Slambria was not pretentious at all. He released magic without any hesitation. The holy light, like a strict judge without any sympathy, held 2 bodies under it, one big, one small. The bodies were rotten, but they had stiffened swiftly under the light and turned into dust. The darkness and gloominess in the basement had gone, thanks to the holy light. Because Anfey had been an assassin in his previous world and had bad experiences in the evil abyss, he did not like glory lights. He disliked mastering light magic by accident even more. He thought this must have something to do with Slambria. If Slambria did not want to explain to Anfey, Anfey did not plan on asking him. In choosing whether to be aggressive or passive, Anfey had always liked the former. When he spent time with Slambria, he had been in a passive position, whatever perspective he was looking at it from. If he asked Slambria before Slambria wanted to explain to him, Anfey had to spend some time figuring which part he said was true and which part was not. He also had to figure out Slambria's purpose for speaking as he did. Instead of spending too much time guessing and analyzing, Anfey would rather pretend nothing had happened. Even if Anfey needed to get those answers, he would not ask Slambria. Anfey had trust issues. He was born with them. It was hard for him to trust anyone. He was very subjective about it. If there were anyone Anfey trusted, they had to be Saul and Ernest. Anfey would never forget what happened on the isolated island and the trip with Saul and Ernest. Anfey would rather ask Saul for help to get those answers. In addition, it was not urgent for him to get the answers now. It was a big deal for Bruseriano to lend his heart of nature to Anfey for the time being, but he still did not gain Anfey's trust. When Bruseriano lost control of himself, Anfey used his actions to show his opposition and fight against him. If he had not been a student of Saul, if he had not taken his group with him to escape, or if he had not exposed the conspiracy of necromancers, Anfey did not think Bruseriano would lend his heart of nature to him, otherwise Bruseriano would be crazy. The help from Saul and Ernest was selfless. They did not have any evil intentions towards Anfey. The help from Saul and Ernest was quite different than from Bruseriano. Anfey slowly walked to the bookshelf. There were many books on it. The top 2 rows of books were tidy, while the bottom rows were a little messy. The books on the bottom rows were old and worn. With the blink of an eye, Anfey already knew the books on the top of the shelf were not important. They were only there when they were needed. The books on the bottom were the ones Nana read a lot. Light magic and death magic were indeed opposite from each other. The remaining flame, the pages on the books had started to get visibly yellow and torn. There were even a few pages which became so brittle that they broke into pieces. Anfey bent down and tried to read an open book. His desire for knowledge had always been strong. If he were in college, even the most strict professor would love to have a student like Anfey. Anfey, don't touch any of that filthy stuff, Slandria suddenly yelled at Anfey. Okay, Anfey obeyed. He looked around and laid his eyes on a cabinet next to the bookshelf. Anfey searched his memory. He remembered there was a hat made of white bone. It looked like a medieval time crown. Now that crown had turned into dust. Anfey looked down and reached his hand out and pulled slightly on the cabinet door. With a huge sound, the stuff in the cabinet fell everywhere. They were all weird gadgets. They were able to survive the light flame only because the magic kekai around the cabinet was ruined. Everything inside the cabinet was a mess, so when Anfey pulled the cabinet door open, it all poured out on the floor. Anfey, why are you acting like a little kid? Slandria heaved a sigh as he walked over. He looked like a teacher, angry at a student who always made trouble in the class. He stomped hard on few gadgets. There were crushing sounds beneath Slandria's feet. I was just curious. Anfey smiled. Anfey, do not touch any of this filthy stuff. Do you understand? Slandria said. Hey! Slandria suddenly looked surprised. He kicked something. A little gadget rolled on the floor. It was a small medallion shaped as a round shield infantry's would use. A woman with black wings was carved on it. With blood red as the background, it looked very special. Is that the badge of a fallen angel? It seemed that Nana had a pretty high position, Slandria snorted. A bright light showed up at the tip of his fingers. Master, wait a second, Anfey said quickly. What? Slandria was shocked for a second before he turned to look at Anfey. This fallen angel badge is important to necromancers, isn't it? Anfey asked. Very important, Slandria said. Master, necromancers are getting more powerful nowadays, aren't they? Anfey said. Go ahead. Slandria slightly frowned. They are more powerful than before, which means they should have more secrets. These secrets need to be protected by more people. Nana, as a city master of Punk City, has provided a perfect disguise for himself. I think this place should be their base. A fallen angel badge should not be the only important stuff here. Those books must have many secrets that we do not know yet. Slandria was quietly in thought for a while and nodded. Because of the spy, I think necromancers had already known that Bruseriano has been secretly protecting us. After this loss, they might want to give up this mission. If we take their stuff and leave them some trace to let them know we took their stuff, to protect their secrets, they might pluck up enough courage to continue their mission with some change in their plan, even though they are scared by Bruseriano and you. Anfey smiled. Necromancers used to be in the dark, but now they have come out half in the public eye. They are seen everywhere. I think their leader should be able to have the courage to fight us. What you said made some sense, but is it 100% going to happen as you think? Slandria asked. If it made some sense, I think we should try it. We have their important stuff so we can destroy them at any time, Anfey said in a low voice. I do not think you are happy with things like this, are you? Aren't you scared? Slandria smiled. I have already offended them. They will come to kill me if they want to. It does not matter if I am scared of them or not. If that is the case, I'd better. Anfey said. You'd better teach them a lesson while Bruseriano and I are still here. Slambria smiled. Don't you agree? Anfey said. If you, a kid, are not afraid of it, I do not have any reason to be afraid, Slambria said. I really want to see them desperate and scared if they could even make those faces. Anfey laughed as he tried to pick stuff up with his hands. Don't touch them. Slambria suddenly yelled at Anfey. What? Anfey was scared and jumped. He immediately took his hand back like he was shocked. He looked confusedly at Slambria. I just told you never to touch any of this filthy stuff. The seriousness and sadness flashed in his eyes. I got it. Thank you for reminding me. Anfey nodded and looked like he realized he made a mistake. Then, who is going to take care of this stuff? Slambria frowned. In fact, he hated these things. He had been keeping himself from destroying the stuff necromancers had collected with magic. I will take care of them. Susanna walked over. Okay. Slambria nodded. You hold on. After I hand these things over to Bruzeriano, I will remove any filthy things off them. Anfey stepped back to make a path for Susanna. Anfey wanted to take Nana's things to shake up the necromancer's emotions. Necromancers would have to decide between continuing to carry out their plan and giving it up. Anfey added a bargaining chip to the former idea. This was Anfey's big plan that he had thought up in the moment, but he needed to do something more and could not let anybody know. Anfey was good at finding the key to a mystery. In other words, he was good at finding a breakthrough for the problems. He would make plans based on the breakthroughs. Susanna could touch those things, but he could not. Why was that? What was Slambria nervous about? Slambria found about a dozen of magic books in different sizes, some ripped out pages, and necromancer's magic tools. He even noticed a small case. There were few regular gray magic crystals in the case. Slambria put everything in a leather bag. He even carefully sealed it with magic before he asked Susanna to pick it up. The rest of the stuff was not important. Slambria released light magic while Anfey shot out small fireballs like the fire god in the legend. Unfortunately, there was not much flammable stuff in the basement. Anfey shot out many fireballs at the bookshelf and the cabinet. Now they created a firewall, which swallowed the magic books. A small room across from the study suffered under Anfey's fireballs. Anfey was not interested in the chemicals of necromancers. He always thought about the chemicals in the movie Resident Evil. He did not have the courage the girl had in the movie. Even when he shot many fireballs at that room, he was standing far away from it. He did not stop shooting the fireballs until Slambria told him the chemicals had lost their effectiveness after being exposed to the light of holy flame. When they passed the exit of the cave, the guards of the garrison residence all walked up to them. One of them saw the package in Susanna's hand and timidly asked, "Master, inside?" "There are some death spirits inside, but it should be fine since we have cleaned up." "You don't have to worry about staying here," Slambria said calmly. Anfey looked away from Slambria and wondered whether it was really fine for them to stay here. When necromancers came next time, the people staying here would probably have trouble, because necromancers would get information from them. If Anfey knew that, Slambria as an archpriest should understand that as well. From a different angle, what Slambria had done was nothing seriously bad. People showed different emotions towards different people in different situations. A civilian would not show his anger towards his king, neither would glory and rescue easily fall on a civilian. Even if Slambria asked them to leave, they probably would not escape from necromancers anyway because no one could protect them. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 260, Forbidden Books. Chapter 260, Forbidden Books. Translator, Nayabo Studio Editor, Nayabo Studio. Dawn was approaching, but except for Naya, no one had the intention of sleeping. Anfey, Susanna, and Christian gathered in the hallway and were talking in hushed whispers. Slambria was downstairs in the courtyard, facing the east and muttering prayers quietly. A lot of people may not have understood that studying was like sailing a boat. Not progressing was regressing. People who actually lived by this saying were much rarer. The most powerful men in the world were all very talented, but talent was not the only reason they became powerful. Hard work was another thing all these people had in common. Everything came at a price, and even if a man was born into money and power, he would never become a powerful man without hard work. In this way, the world was just. General Jerofik from Elazan Empire was once famous for his strength and was the youngest man to become a master swordsman. However, he stopped focusing on his skills and instead began focusing on political intrigues. So when he was challenged by Ernest, he knew that he was no match for him, and had resort to cheating to win the match. Without hard work, even powerful men could fall from grace. Anfey tapped Susanna on the shoulder. What is it? Can you fetch that fallen angel emblem for me? Anfey asked, looking at Slanbria. The fallen angel emblem? Christian asked, frowning. What are you going to do with that? Shoo, Anfey said. Rude. Christian snapped back. What are you going to do with it? Susanna asked. I just want to look at it, Anfey said. Fine, Susanna said with a sigh. She went into the room to look for her bag. You really have a fallen angel emblem? Christian asked. Anfey nodded. Do you know it? Who doesn't? Christian asked with a smile. Susanna returned but without the bag. She held out her hands and said, There's a seal on the bag. You're a senior swordsmaster. Can't you destroy the seal? Of course I can, Susanna said and glared at Anfey. Use your brain, for goodness sake. Anfey frowned, then nodded. Susanna could destroy the seal, but she couldn't fix it. Destroying the seal would also draw Slanbria's attention. Anfey sighed. Next time, I suppose. Christian, tell me more about the emblem. Well, do you know where necromancers came from? Christian cleared his throat and asked. Not from this mansion, that's for sure, Anfey said. Susanna poked him and said, Shoo. According to legend, there was an angel that fell in love with a mortal princess during the ancient war of the gods. Cliché, Anfey interrupted. That's nothing special. I fell in love with a princess too. He glanced at Susanna. Oh, shut up, Susanna said, blushing. Do you want to hear about this or not? Christian asked. I'm tired. If you are not going to listen, I'm just going to go to sleep. Sorry, Anfey said. I'll listen. He felt that Slanbria was listening to their conversation, and wanted to pretend he was just asking the question out of curiosity. All legends are clichés, Christian said. But this story should have at least some truth to it. The mortal princess's kingdom became involved in a battle. When the angel arrived at the battlefield, she was already dead, her body mingled with the other bodies and was gone. The angel was heartbroken and refused to believe that she was dead. In the end, he abandoned his creed and believed that it was God of Light who started the war and all his suffering was caused by the god. In order to see his lover again, he used the great resurrection on the battlefield. Perhaps it was because he was filled with bitterness, or perhaps it was because the power of the light betrayed him after he betrayed it, or maybe it was simply because there were too many bodies, all the dead were revived. These revived bodies, however, were empty vessels without souls. Really? Zombies are created by light magic? Anfey asked, shocked. Stop interrupting me, Christian scowled. The angel couldn't find his lover, but he did not give up. He spent days with his creations, trying to find his lover. After a while, those beings he revived became intelligent as well. He did find his lover in the end, but she was already a witch. After learning what the angel had done, God of Light was furious. He condemned his actions and turned all the revived beings into dust. The angel and his lover, however, did not disappear. They became a gemstone. One side was an image of a male fallen angel, the other side was a female. The stone was found by an ordinary man many centuries later. He turned the gemstone into an emblem, and accidentally tapped into the angel's memory while doing so. That is the birth of death magic. This is the history of that emblem we found? Not exactly, Christian said, shaking his head. Necromancers all wore emblems like that to honor their founder. The more powerful ones would keep the emblem with the male angel on it. The others tended to keep the female emblem. So you're saying Nana was a good necromancer? Christian nodded. I know, I am confused, too. Nana doesn't seem like a powerful one. He couldn't use magic or combat power, so I don't know how he became a necromancer. Maybe death magic is fundamentally different? I think that's an answer only necromancers can give, Anfey said, shrugging. You're right, Christian said with a sigh. I've never heard about this before, Susanna said. I remembered reading it when I was young, Christian said. From a forbidden book. God knows how long it took me to find those books. I wish I had known you earlier, Anfey said with a smile. What do you mean? I loved forbidden books too, when I was young. Really? Christian asked. Tell me about it. Heart of Maidens, heard of it? Anfey asked. Of course, he was talking about a book from his old world that did not exist here. Heart of Maidens? Christian repeated, frowning. What is it about? It's about creating lives, Anfey said. Creation myth? Christian asked, his eyes lighting up. close enough, Anfey said with a smile. He didn't have the heart to tell them that it was about something much more bawdy than what he brought up. Tell us more, Susanna urged. A long time ago, I saw Susanna, Anfey said with a grin. Christian sighed and rolled his eyes. Susanna scowled, but it soon turned into a smile. Anfey grinned and saw that Slambria was making his way upstairs. Did you really read it? Of course I did, Anfey said, sighing. You see the stars up there? What do you think those are? Stars? Christian repeated, frowning. There are hundreds of theories, but no one has proposed a theory that convinced everyone yet. I think they are souls of our ancestors, Susanna said. Didn't the hero Brunswick turn into a star? You are, unfortunately, wrong, Slambria walked over and said gently. Stars are the tears of God of light. Of course, the story Christian just told you was not entirely correct, either. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 261, Naya's Challenge. Chapter 261, Naya's Challenge. Translator, Nayabo Studio Editor, Nayabo Studio. Master, Anfey glanced up at Slambria with some respect, but mostly calm. He looked appropriate. If he looked completely respectful, it would have seemed too fake. Slambria was experienced and could tell what was fake and what was sincere. If he had looked completely calm, it would have seemed that he did not respect Slambria at all, which was not appropriate either. Christian and Susanna both turned to look at Slambria. They each had a headache. They were not too young anymore. They had developed their own worldviews and values with plenty of time and experiences they had had. They thought nothing was more boring than hearing a religious person preach. However, since it was Slambria, an archpriest, they had to listen to him even though they did not want to. If you want to learn about this world from these forbidden books, you are already wrong, Slambria said with a smile. I was just curious, Christian said, smiling bitterly. Slambria wanted to say something but he hesitated for a second and swallowed it. He was aware of the situation. As an archpriest, preaching the principles of his religion and spreading the glory of the God of Light was his job. He knew Anfey, Christian and Susanna did not believe in the God of Light. No matter how much and how deep he talked about his religion, they would not convert, but only dislike him. Slambria smiled and looked at Anfey. Anfey, does the Book of Hearts of Young Girls really tell stories of creation? Yes. Anfey was shocked for a second, then nodded. I read a similar book before, but it had a different name. Slambria squinted. What book did you read? Anfey asked. Heart of a Saint Girl. After the God of Light created this world, it had neither light nor lives, only endless darkness, so... Slambria said. Christian and Susanna felt they were going to have so much trouble. Christian even gave Anfey a dirty look to signal that it was all Anfey's fault that they were talking even more about religion. Anfey bit his lips and stared at the tips of his shoes. Nobody could tell whether he was listening to Slambria. Christian was shocked that Anfey's lips looked pale. It looked like Anfey was trying to control something. There were footsteps from the staircase. Bruzeriano slowly walked upstairs. His steps sounded very slow and heavy. The floor even made squeaking sounds. He looked shaken and seemed nothing could make him perk up again. Slambria stopped his preaching. He had been friends with Bruzeriano for a long time. They believed in different religions and sometimes they had fought for their own religion's sake. He knew Bruzeriano very well. What happened? Did you find those druids? Bruzeriano nodded. Get ready. We need leave soon, otherwise we will not be able to get to Mambo territory tomorrow. Slambria could tell Bruzeriano did not want to talk about the druids. He sighed, okay. We actually do not have anything to pack. We can leave at any time. Anfey cleared his throat. I need go back. Slambria smiled. I am not done with today's stories. I will continue when we have more time. Anfey and his group stayed longer in the hotel, watching Slambria walking out of the backyard. Bruzeriano left the hotel as well. Christian scratched his head and frowned. I hope he will never have any time. It was a torture to listen to him telling stories. You are right about that. So dry, not interesting at all. Once he started each story, I already knew the ending. At the end, it must be the God of Light and the Virgin Mary who created lives together. Anfey stressed together. Together? No matter how different their upbringings had been, Christian was a man who could easily pick up on these jokes. Yes, together, Anfey said. You. Don't let Slambria hear it. He would kill you, Christian said with a bitter smile. Why? What did Anfey do wrong? Hearing Anfey might be in danger, Susanna immediately stared, with her eyes wide open. She looked like she was ready to fight. Nothing. I was just joking with Anfey. Christian did not know how to explain. If he explained everything to Susanna, he might get himself into trouble and get blamed for flirting with Susanna. With the sound of a door swinging open, the left side door was pushed open. Naya rubbed her eyes and yawned as she walked over. Her hair was messy and her clothes had many wrinkles. She looked like she went to sleep with clothes on. Naya, go sleep a little more. We have to be on the road during the day, Anfey said in a low voice. Whether his plan could escape his opponent's eyes depended on whether he could plan everything in detail. He had confiscated Nana's collections. If he traveled too slowly, the necromancers would suspect that Anfey was setting them up. Therefore, Anfey was not opposed when Bruzeriano suggested leaving soon. I could not fall asleep. I had nightmares whenever I fell asleep. Naya put her hands down. Her eyes had been rubbed red. Hee, you look like a rabbit. Anfey smiled. Naya looked way too nervous. He hoped Naya could be distracted and not be so tense. What rabbit? Naya did not get it. Anfey was talking about you. Christian smiled. Susanna rolled her eyes at Anfey. She grabbed Naya and took her to their room. After a while, Naya looked clean and tidy again. Naya walked out in anger. To a woman, there was nothing more shameful than letting others see her with messy hair and clothes. What made her even more angry was Anfey's comment. He even called her a rabbit. Any way you looked at it, a rabbit was not a pleasant way to describe a girl. Kids, time to go. As Naya was ready to yell at Anfey, Bruzeriano's voice came from downstairs. Let's go. Anfey smiled. He did not care if Naya understood that he cared about her and wanted to help her. He only cared if Naya could feel better. Bruzeriano had obtained 2 wagons. One was a lot bigger than the other. He gave Slanbria the bigger wagon considering his position and his living habits. The bigger wagon was very fancy. The wagon's 5 horses were all white. The horses Anfey and his group rode were around Bruzeriano. They looked close to him. Druids had the natural ability to easily gain the affection and trust from animals. Bruzeriano patted the horse's muzzle and looked up. He said, Kids, go sit with Slanbria. My wagon is a little too small. Master, I have something to ask you. If it is not too much trouble, can I ride in the wagon with you? Anfey always had the quickest response. Sure. Bruzeriano nodded. He also wanted to talk to Anfey. He gave the heart of nature to Anfey and now it had irreversible effects. The person who connected with the heart of nature also became the messenger of the goddess of nature. Whether for business or personal reasons, he had to accept that fact. Therefore, he needed to have Anfey promise to help sprites and druids in the future, otherwise he did not know how to explain what happened to the heart of nature. Master, I want to ask you about something too. I hope you could help me with it. Christian's response was just a little slower than Anfey's. Susanna did not react at all. In other words, she did not even care to react. She only wanted to be with Anfey. You are. Bruzeriano did not understand at first why they acted this way. The corners of his mouth curled up immediately. This was the first time he smiled since he heard those druids had died. He, do you guys dislike Priest Slanbria? Bruzeriano did not talk loud, but it was loud enough to let Slanbria in the other wagon hear it. No. Christian smiled bitterly. We just have some questions to ask. They had to explain clearly here that they could not convert to God of Light, but they never doubted the God of Light and his religion. He could not show any dislike towards Slanbria and his religion either, otherwise they would be causing troubles. Young men, you need tell the truth. Bruzeriano saw Christian being troubled and smiled. Alright, if you do not mind being too crammed in, you can ride with me. Naya looked around and did not get why they wanted to ride in a small wagon instead of the bigger one. The smaller wagon already looked crowded with 4 people in it. Even if she wanted to follow them, there would be no room for her. She hesitated for a second and walked to Slanbria's wagon. The 2 wagons traveled towards the city gate. It was still a little dark, but there were already many people on the streets. To most regular citizens, they had to wake up early for work. There was a famous saying that early birds get the worm, meaning only people who could wake up early for work had the best chance for success. It was okay for royal family members to wake up a little late. If regular people woke up late, they would starve to death. The news that the city master was dead had not gotten out yet. the city was still in order. There were more followers of the goddess of nature on the streets. They volunteered to be the patrols, which was very surprising to Anfey. 4 druids quietly walked next to the wagons. Anfey lifted up the curtain to look out. He could sense those 4 druids were pretty powerful. They must work for Bruzeriano. The 2 druids in the front noticed Anfey looking at them. They both turned around to greet Anfey by slightly bowing to him. There was no hostility or hatred in their eyes, only respect. Anfey was relieved. It seemed that there was not much aftermath from the previous night's conflicts. In fact, it was not hard to deal with this kind of follower, as long as Anfey was protected by a god. Anfey, do you think Naya would be too naughty in that wagon? Christian asked worriedly. No, you underestimate her. Anfey smiled. He still remembered the first time he met Naya. Ernest was not being very nice to her. She was not angry at him at all. Instead, she kissed his ass and showed how much affection she had towards him. She was stubborn, but she also knew the bottom line well. She would not be totally stubborn. It depended on the situation. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 262, One Thing After Another. Chapter 262, One Thing After Another. Translator, Nayabo Studio Editor, Nayabo Studio. The carriage was going at a controlled speed. If it was too slow, it would seem suspicious. If it was going too fast, the necromancers may not react fast enough. Bruzeriano could only decide how fast the carriage should go based on his feelings. Except for math, most things in the world lacked a proper formula. A general could predict his enemy's moves using thousands of pieces of information available to him. A merchant could find opportunity in an extremely competitive market. There was no formula to success. The only thing a man could do was to trust his instincts. No one knew exactly how they succeeded. The carriage reached Buenos City by noon. Black 11 and Appa appeared outside of the city and stopped the carriage. Their job was to stand guard and wait for Anfey, Susanna, Christian, and Naya. When the 4 did not show up, they became worried. Buenos City did not have a transmission portal, and after the city gate was closed, the 2 were practically stranded in the city without any source of information. They did not have the authority to reopen the gate, and even if they did, they could not travel back during the night. In the morning, Black 11 and Appa received the news of the 4 being involved in a conflict in Punk City, but did not know the details. They had been very worried about the safety of their 4 companions. Even though they were no longer worried, the 2 were still frustrated. Christian, Naya, and Anfey were all very important, and if they were hurt, Black 11 and Appa would be responsible. Whenever something went wrong, everyone wanted to contribute to overcoming it. Black 11 and Appa felt left out and were frustrated. The 2 greeted Bruzeriano first, then turned to Christian. Are you hurt? Black 11 said. He knew that no one was seriously hurt, but he wanted to show that he did care about their well-being. Don't worry about me, Christian smiled. He glanced at Anfey and lifted an eyebrow. I told you that would make them angry, he said. I think we should change our carriage, Bruzeriano said with a smile. He did not know how popular he was. Compared to Slanbria, he was clearly winning. What had happened earlier was already fading from Bruzeriano's mind. Since he was purposely trying to forget about it, it was not hard. He had seen too many deaths in his life, and knew that sadness could not bring the deceased back. He knew that it was better to prepare to avenge the dead than to keep thinking about the deaths. We've already prepared everything, my lord, Appa said quietly. He waved his hand, and 2 men in blue appeared with a carriage behind them. They handed the reins of the horses to Appa and disappeared into the crowd. You're efficient, Anfey praised. This praise was intended to lighten the mood and work as an apology, but Black 11 ignored it. Instead, he turned to Bruzeriano and said, Please, my lord. After you. Bruzeriano glanced at Anfey but did not wait for him. It was Anfey's fault for changing the plan and inconveniencing others, including Bruzeriano and Slanbria. What made Bruzeriano even more unhappy was Anfey's clash with the believers of Goddess of Nature. Even though the keeper of the temple was a just woman, and she had explained the situation, Bruzeriano still felt uncomfortable. Of course, Bruzeriano still did not want Christian, Naya, or Anfey to get hurt or die during the conflict. If it was them instead of those followers of Goddess of Nature, Saul, Ernest, and even Yolanthe would react badly. It could be disastrous to his religion. The temple keeper also told Bruzeriano about Anfey using the heart of nature. Because of this, Bruzeriano decided that he could not talk to Anfey about it. Keeping everything in made Bruseriano uneasy, however, and so he was happy to see the others getting angry at Anfey as well. The conversation and changing of the carriage took only a few minutes. Soon, the carriage began moving again. Black 11 thought that Anfey's actions were inappropriate, but he still trusted him. His attitude towards Anfey softened significantly before the carriage even left the city. He found a package in his bag and handed it to Anfey. "It's for you," he said curtly and gestured at Appa. Anfey understood Black 11's gesture and nodded. He leaned back against the wall of the carriage and hid the scroll from Appa's sight. The scroll contained information, though Anfey wasn't sure which information would be useful to him. He skimmed through the scroll, and a small paragraph on the last page drew his attention. He recognized Black 11's handwriting instantly. Black 11 did not write a lot. It was mostly about Marquis Joser. A day after Shansa Empire withdrew its army, the Marquis went to Sacred City with some of his guards and met with Yolanthi. He immediately returned to his own house after the meeting, and did not meet any other important nobles in the city. He appeared at a feast the eldest prince, Wester, hosted, and was seen speaking with the prince like an old friend. The two had a private meeting after the feast, and it was unclear what they had talked about. According to the Marquis's servants, the Marquis was happy enough that when he returned home that day, he was humming a song. Black 11 underlined the servant's words. It was not hard to imagine what made the Marquis so happy. He had always wanted to be the city lord of Violet City, and the prince must have promised him that. Anfey tapped the paper lightly and flipped back to the front. The last page had a different texture compared to the rest of the scroll. Clearly, Black 11 added the last page by himself. This was not something Anfey should know, which was why Black 11 did not want Appa to know. Anfey frowned, then relaxed. He knew what to do. If he was in conflict with the Emperor Yolanthi, Black 11 would never take his side. If his opponent was the prince, he knew where Black 11's allegiance lied. As long as he did not create any major conflicts, he was certain that he had Black 11's support. Anfey was not worried about this. No one wanted to follow the wrong leader. Anfey knew that Yolanthi was a wise king, and he would not change his mind unless he ran out of options. Yolanthi was smart, and he was much better than Anfey at avoiding unnecessary conflicts. "Did you finish?" Black 11 asked under his breath. "Destroy it when you finish." This was delivered under the order of His Majesty. He paused and added, "He really trusts you, Anfey." "Yes," Appa agreed. "Even the Prime Minister may not have access to that." Anfey smiled and handed the scroll to Susanna, who summoned her combat power and burned the scroll. Anfey stretched himself on his seat, then closed his eyes. He did not realize how easy it would be to make himself an enemy of the prince. Even though Yolanthi had planned everything and he had nothing to do with it, Prince Wester would not blame his own father. Anfey was nothing more than a scapegoat. The prince may not hate Anfey yet, but he must have disliked him. What would Prince Wester think when the news from Violet City reached him? "Anfey, what's wrong?" Susanna asked quietly. She was alarmed by Anfey's frown. "Are you unwell?" "Don't worry," Anfey said. He looked at Susanna and smiled at her. "I'm just tired. I think I'm going to take a nap. Don't worry about me." Whenever he was under pressure, he often chose not to think about it too much. He liked napping or meditating to temporarily avoiding dealing with the problem. He found it easier to find a new perspective if he was calm. Anfey relaxed himself and let his mind float. He filtered out the sounds of conversation around him, and could not hear anything. Everyone was already used to Anfey's meditation and did not say anything, but Bruseriano kept staring at Anfey. After a while, Susanna suddenly asked curiously, "Why did the carriage behind us stop?" Bruseriano peered through the curtains and glanced about. "Stop," he said quietly. Anfey opened his eyes as the carriage came to a stop. He sat up and peered out the window. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 263, Urge to Fight. Chapter 263, Urge to Fight. Translator, Nayabo Studio. Editor, Nayabo Studio. A group of people attending the funeral were crossing the road from a side road. A man around 30 years old walked in front. He wore a white gown with a Viscount badge on it. He looked sad. A group of people dressed like farmers followed him. 4 of the farmers carried a coffin. Crying came out of the coffin. Slanbria slowly got off the wagon. He frowned as he watched the group of people. The Viscount saw Slanbria as well. The privilege he enjoyed as Viscount had taught him what Slanbria's priest gown meant. That Viscount was shocked. The farmers behind him stopped as well. They whispered in groups. "Excuse me, who is in the coffin?" Slanbria raised his voice and asked. "Master, it is my son," the Viscount answered with respect. "Then what are you going to do to him?" Slanbria asked. "Master, my son had serious disease. The doctor in the town told us there is no cure for him. He could only live for a few more days. I do not want to see him being tortured by the pain, so I want to," the Viscount said, his voice tailing off. "Don't be silly." Slanbria looked cold. "Open the coffin. Let me take a look." "Yes." The Viscount looked surprised and excited. He turned around and yelled at the farmers. "Why are you standing there? Hurry up. Put the coffin down and open it. Hurry up." "Slanbria is spreading the glory of the God of Light again," Bruzeriano said, smiling. "Let's get off." Anfey and his group had different looks on their faces. In fact, in order to have their own religions better known and convert more people, every religion claimed to be able to help with the pain from disease. The followers of the goddess of nature were no different. To be more specific, Bruzeriano, even though he was a religious person, did not constantly talk about his goddess. The coffin was pried open quickly. The crying stopped for a second and became even louder. It sounded like he was crying to protest the fact he had been dropped. Slanbria slowly walked up. There was a baby laying in the coffin, wrapped in black linen. He only had a small face exposed. The baby looked pale. He was so thin that his cheeks sucked in and his face was full of wrinkles. "How old is he?" Slanbria asked. "A little over a year old," the Viscount said. "You are so cold," Slanbria snorted. "Master, I do not have other options. I only have one son." Looking deeply sad, the Viscount timidly answered Slanbria. Slanbria bent down and carefully picked the baby up in his arms. His smile looked so loving. Hundreds of sweet words were no better than actually helping by actions. Slanbria understood it as well. There were principles in his religion that traveling priests needed to offer help whenever they saw things like this. Anfey jumped off the wagon after Bruzeriano. He looked around first and laid his eyes on Slanbria. Suddenly, a slight yellowness caught Anfey's eye. After getting connected with the heart of nature, his vision had become very sharp. Anfey could sense things that others could hardly see. He could clearly see things far away from him. Right now he clearly saw the calluses on the baby's heel, a thick layer of calluses. Anfey immediately realized something was wrong. He jumped forward and yelled in anger, "Be careful!" Before he finished his warning, air elements gathered quickly on his palm. He shot out the spear made of air elements. Slanbria, as a priest of light, was not that great in a physical fight. His reaction time was very, very short. As he heard Anfey's warning, he tossed the baby in his arms into the air immediately without any hesitation. However, at the same time, the baby grinned like an adult. A cold silver light came through the black linen and thrust at Slanbria's heart. Blood splashed. Slanbria was hurt. He stepped back while that weird baby floated in the air. The baby tried to chase after Slanbria. The soaring spear made of air elements flew at the baby, which bought Slanbria some time. It was enough time for Slanbria to cover himself under a light shield. Thick vines even appeared in front of him. Some vines wobbled towards the baby while the rest tangled together to create a green protection wall. This was the magic released by Bruzeriano. How could this happen? "You are not my son." "You are." That Viscount suddenly jumped up. The baby wriggled out of the vines. He passed the Viscount with a cold silver light. The head of the Viscount had been tossed in the air. The farmers in the funeral procession were startled. They did not know what was going on. That baby did not care about killing them. He floated in the air and suddenly shot high in the sky. He successfully escaped the chase of vines and ran away. As he ran, a strong gust shot at him. The baby waved the knife in his hand to block the arrow flying at him. The arrow's speed was as fast as a flash of light. The wind blade on the arrow hit the baby. A light blue light flashed. A layer of blurry light countered the wind blade. The baby's body was too small and too light. Although the wind blade did not hurt him, his body could not help rolling backwards in the air. When he finally steadied himself, he saw Anfey pull the bow again from about a dozen yards away. "Stop," Anfey said calmly. The baby's body froze there. At this moment, whoever moved first would put himself in a disadvantaged position. If Anfey shot first, the baby might be able to dodge the arrow and run away. If the baby moved first, the arrow could cause serious damage to him. The magic shield had been ruined by the recent attack. He did not have the shield anymore. At the same time, Susanna, covered by combat power, approached the baby from the side to pose a greater threat. Bruseriano coldly stood behind Anfey. He did not want to attack the baby in a group, so he only released magic once. A weird light flashed in the baby's eyes. A hardly visible surge rushed at Anfey. Anfey did not move at all. He loaded the arrow and firmly pointed at the kid's chest. The telepathy attack at this angle could cause no damage to Anfey. The baby looked pained. He wobbled and fell to the ground. The counter for his telepathy from Anfey made him lose control. At the same time, Susanna swung her sword into an arch in the air, thrusting at the baby's shoulder. Anfey also let his fingers go. An arrow shot out fast. The baby screamed as if his life depended on it. However, this kind of noise could not be used as a weapon to hurt his opponents. Susanna's sword thrusted into the baby's left shoulder, pierced through his body with force, and came out at the right shoulder. Anfey's arrow got the baby's chest and created a big bloody hole on the left chest. Anfey put the ball back into his dimensional ring. He turned around and yelled, "Let's go. We've got to return on the same route we came here. Let's go. Hurry. Wait." "Take his weapon," Slambria said in a low and depressing tone. He added, "Be careful." Anfey was shocked for a second before he took the sword from Susanna. He thrashed the sword at the baby's arm and cut it off. He pointed the sword at the hand and pierced it through the right hand of the baby. If Slambria asked him to be careful, he definitely had to be careful. He did not want Susanna to do something so bloody like this, so he did it for Susanna. The 4 druids with Bruseriano had rushed over, trying to hold Slambria, but Slambria did not appreciate it. He pushed them away and stubbornly stood there. As a top power, he had his own pride. Even though he was hurt, but he did not want others' help. The priest's ripped gown slightly showed the strong muscles on his chest. It was weird that the color of the chest muscle around the wound kept changing colors. It was black sometimes and pale at other times. Anfey walked over with sword in hand. Slambria quietly took the knife from the baby's hand. He looked perplexed. "It is Annunciata. It is her revenge. It is a fong of curse." Bruseriano recognized the knife as well. "It was my bad," Slambria said, smiling bitterly. "I only thought of necromancers but forgot about the assassins who were willing to work with them." "Master, we do not have much time left. We should leave now," Anfey said in a low voice. If they were going to fight with necromancers, Slambria was definitely the main force. In the country of mercenaries, Anfey had seen many zombies die and turn into ashes under his magic. With Slambria hurt, Anfey was worried and did not want to take risks. "No." Slambria shook his head. "You do not know Annunciata. We cannot go back now. We have to continue going forward." "Forward?" Anfey turned to look at Bruseriano. "Slambria was right," Bruseriano said calmly. "Why?" "Anfey, are you scared?" Slambria smiled. "Don't worry. These kinds of curses are not going to affect me." Anfey heaved a sigh. He could tell the wound on Slambria's chest was about 3 inches long. The cut was not terribly deep, but not good either. Slambria slowed down his blood flow with magic of light. No matter what, his wound did not look too good. Slambria was not concerned about his wound but about the curse. It was easy to guess how powerful the curse was. In fact, there were many top powers in this world, but many of them died of mistakes they made or all kinds of reasons. The surviving top powers were the only few on the top of the pyramid. They were the best of the elites. They had experienced many difficulties and dangers that most people could not imagine. The deceit, pain and other negativity actions did not affect them, but only encouraged them to fight. At that moment, Slambria and Bruseriano were displaying the pride that only real top powers could have. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 264, The Legendary Sacred Warrior. Chapter 264, The Legendary Sacred Warrior. Translator, Nayabo Studio Editor, Nayabo Studio. 2 carriages sped along the road. Due to the differences in the strength of the horse teams, the 2 carriages were at least 20 feet apart. The 4 druids were all in the second carriage, and one had taken over driving the carriage himself. The carriage in the back was, in fact, empty. All the important people were gathered in the first carriage. This was Slambria's idea. The attack did not affect him. If necromancers tried to attack with magic, the second carriage would be their first choice. Both carriages were going at a high speed, and if the first carriage was attacked, the second carriage would arrive fast and support the first. If the second was attacked, the first carriage would be left alone. The druids in the second carriage were meant to be bait. They were willing volunteers, a testament to their fervent belief in their religion and trust in Bruzeriano. It was very easy for them to tell where it was safer and where it was more dangerous. Luckily, the carriage was large enough to fit half a dozen people without feeling crowded. Slambria looked tired, perhaps due to the curse, but he was still smiling. Bruzeriano, he said quietly, you are in charge. Don't worry, Bruzeriano promised. You won't die before I do. Really? Slambria chuckled. Our friendship moves me. Shut it. I don't want to see William by myself. If you want someone to explain what happened, you've got to do it yourself. Bruzeriano made this decision not only because they were friends. Two religions becoming allies was a decision made after a long time of careful thinking. An alliance between religions was much stronger than an alliance between nations. Religious figures were representatives of gods and the personification of glory and holiness. No one would lash out against another unless the situation permitted no other alternative. It would be a bad influence on the followers of the religion if religious alliances shifted the way alliances between nations do. Two sides would actively try to maintain a friendly relationship, and anyone who tried to disrupt the peace would be punished by both religions. This was why Bruzeriano was taking this so seriously. He'd rather die than face Pope William and explain why one of his most important cardinals was killed. Friendships were important, but interests were much more so. Outside of specially charted districts, both religions had the right to build temples and churches and the right to oppress smaller religions. Where there were interests, there were conflicts, but most were resolved or buried. Bruzeriano and Slambria were both representatives active in their respective religions, and that made their relationship even more complicated. They had their fair share of conflicts. They were not quite friends, but they trusted each other enough that they were not enemies either. Anfey sat quietly and observed Bruzeriano and Slambria. They were all nervous about the battle, but Anfey tried not let his emotions show. Bruzeriano glanced at the others in the carriage and must have sensed the tension. He turned to Slambria and asked, "Can you still use forbidden spells?" "If someone can stall for me," Slambria said, "I can still use a few." "Great," Bruzeriano said with a grin. He sat back and let out a sigh of relief. He did not believe that Slambria could still use even one forbidden spell, let alone a few. But he knew that Slambria did not want to add to the pressure, and he did not expose his lie. Bruzeriano knew that the people who can survive impossible situations were the people who would never give up. He wanted the young people to become ones who would never give up, and if their lies helped them, so be it. Naya's frown disappeared first. She glanced at Slambria, her eyes filled with admiration. She was not a mage, but she knew enough about it from her father. She knew very well what it meant for a mage to use a forbidden spell. Black 11 and Appa smiled as well. The three types of mages were like the child's game of rock paper scissors. Elemental mages tended to be more powerful than light mages, because elemental magic could cause much more damage than light magic. When elemental mages encountered necromancers, however, their hands were tied. Necromancers' magic tended to be instantaneous and had explosive results. They could also summon other creatures like skeletons, zombies, and death knights to aid them in a fight. This number advantage easily placed necromancers in an advantage over elemental mages. Light mages were necromancers' natural enemies. Unless there was too great a difference in power, a necromancer would never be able to defeat a light mage. Even a simple healing spell could be deadly to a necromancer. If Slambria could still use magic, they were sure to win. Susanna kept calm and played with her sword. As a sword's master, the only person she trusted was herself. She was her own master. Swords masters did not only practice their skills with the sword, but also their courage. Suddenly, a hoarse voice boomed in the carriage, "Dear Cardinal, how's the fong of curse?" The voice giggled ominously. Slambria frowned and coughed violently. "Annunziata," he replied, "you've sunk lower than I expected. Don't forget who I am. The Pope will avenge me." Slambria grinned and winked at Naya, Christian, Susanna, and Anfey, who were all shocked by his words. "Really?" Annunziata asked, laughing. "Too bad you won't see that." Anfey smiled. He already heard doubt in Annunziata's voice. If Slambria was trying to prove that he was alright, she might have already attacked. Instead, he showed his weakness by telling her that someone else would avenge him, and easily made her suspicious. A loud explosion ripped through the air, and the second carriage was blown apart. The carriage's splinters flew through the air, and the horses were bloody messes on the ground. None of the horses was dead, however. Instead, they were writhing on the ground. Their eyes slowly turned to light red. The 4 druids all transformed instantly and none of them were injured in the explosion. 3 druids turned into large bears, and 1 into a wolf. Their thick armor prevented the explosion from harming them. Did a body explode? Where did they get the body? Christian asked under his breath. Body explosions were powerful but very limited. The body must be fresh in order to trigger the explosion. There must be a village nearby, Bruzeriano said quietly. They must have killed everyone there. He frowned, then jumped out of the carriage and bellowed. The horses took a sharp turn and ran off of the path and began dashing towards a meadow nearby. Anfey tapped on his leg, then followed Bruzeriano out. Susanna was about to follow him when he turned and said, "Stay. You need to protect Naya and Slanbria." Others might have believed Slanbria, but Anfey was skeptical. He knew Slanbria must have enough strength to deal a final blow, and he needed Susanna to stall as long as possible. Susanna frowned. She was used to being at the front of the attack, and Anfey's instruction shocked her. She looked up at him, but he had already turned away from her. "Be careful," she whispered after a few moments. Anfey's strange arrangement made her uncomfortable. Anfey did not reply. He raised his hand and summoned a dozen wind blades that slowly gathered into a spear. He kept summoning elements and compressing those elements until the spear was a deep blue. "Impressive," Bruzeriano said. He knew that Anfey was a twin discipliner, but he was still amazed by his ability to control the elements. "Thanks," Anfey said. "This is Indigo Dragon Crescent Blade, a weapon that belongs to the legendary sacred warrior, Guang Yu." Bruzeriano lifted an eyebrow. "Strange name," he said. "I've heard of gold, black, red, and green dragon, but not indigo." "It is one of the legendary dragons," Anfey said. "Did your teacher tell you that?" Bruzeriano asked, smiling. He knew that Anfey once had a very powerful teacher who might have entered the sacred state. It came as no surprise to Bruzeriano that Anfey's teacher had told him about things normal people did not know about. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 265, Damage. Chapter 265, Damage. Translator, Nayabo Studio Editor, Nayabo Studio. Druids yelled and screamed in the distance. Obviously they had been hurt in the battle. Anfey turned around to take a look and then turned to look at Bruzeriano. Bruzeriano had been peacefully looking at something in front of him. He did not seem to be able to hear anything. People in high positions not only had to be cruel to their opponents. Sometimes they had to be hard on the people who worked for them, even to themselves. The key was to be cold and emotionless. The running horse seemed to sense something and screamed in anxiety as he slowed down. A group of zombies came from the woods, some walking and some crawling, and slowly blocked Anfey on the grass. Their eyes did not have any focus, only staring at what was in front of them. Anfey raised his eyebrows. He had sensed death in the woods a long time ago. It was not reasonable that Bruzeriano did not sense it. As Bruzeriano's assistant, he could not do anything right now but wait for Bruzeriano to start the fight. It was weird. Bruzeriano looked up at the sunset. He said quietly, "You stay." He jumped off the wagon. Without any acceleration, he passed the wagon in the blink of an eye and rushed diagonally at the zombies who blocked the road. Susanna ran at full speed. She looked like a meteor. The combat power left a trace like the bright light tail of meteor. Bruzeriano ran like a furious gigantic beast. Although he was much smaller than a gigantic beast, he looked very similar to one. The clouds of dirt underneath his feet blew so far that they fell onto the grass dozens of yards away. The grass was crushed and covered with dirt, indicating the power of Bruzeriano's pounding feet. When Bruzeriano was only less than 20 yards away from the zombies, he suddenly jumped up. A gigantic bear created by light and fog appeared behind Bruzeriano. As Bruzeriano landed on the ground, the gigantic bear smashed hard on the ground. Invisible but intense shockwaves swept the ground. The zombies on the other side were sent high in the air like peas tossed into a pot. The next moment, countless vines began to appear on the ground. They created a gigantic web and covered all the zombies underneath it. It wrapped tighter and tighter around the zombies. Zombies seemed to disappear under the web of the vines. Only moving vines were seen. The zombies were strong. Some zombies were strangled into halves by vines, but they still struggled moving after that. The rotten and smelly blood dripped out. There was a disgusting smell in the air. "Annunciata, stop your tricks." Bruzeriano's voice was as loud as a tsunami in the air. "As you wish." Annunciata gave tit for tat. Light gray fog appeared from the woods. Where the gray fog passed, the trees died, the falling leaves turning to ashes before even falling to the ground, the branches, trunks, and grass all dying. The color of the ground changed from dark black into gray-white, death gray. Bruzeriano stood in the front. He quietly clenched his fists. This was a test for Slambria instead of him. If Slambria asked any druid to deal with the fog of decay, it only proved that he did not have much fighting power left. 20 yards, 10 yards, the fog of decay was approaching. The vines could not handle this kind of corrosion. They moved back underground. The zombies who regained their freedom roared and crawled towards Bruzeriano. Slambria did not respond to any of this. Bruzeriano took a deep breath and then he heard Annunciata giggling. 3 dark knights rushed out from the fog of decay. They formed into a triangle and rushed towards Bruzeriano. In the blink of an eye, Bruzeriano got several times bigger. A silver gigantic bear as big as a small hill appeared in front of everyone. The bear's paw was as large as a car wheel. He broke through the air currents and smashed the dark knight in the front. That dark knight looked weightless and spun backwards in the air and hit another dark knight behind him. The putrid blood splashed everywhere. Those 2 dark knights' bodies were heavily torn and twisted together with the bones of the horse they had ridden. The dark knight on the left in the back thrust his spear at Bruzeriano's chest. Bruzeriano waved his hand upwards. He looked like he was swatting an annoying fly. The dark knight flew off with his horse into the fog of decay and disappeared. Why did you transform into a bear so early? Annunciata's giggles were not very pleasant, but she still sounded very nice. She sounded like she was talking to an old friend. Bruzeriano roared. The spreading fog of decay seemed to meet tornadoes. The fog rolled back a couple of yards. A piece of lifeless land showed up. A person leading a horse walked out of the fog. It was not very appropriate to call him a person because he was a death spirit. Compared to his peers, he looked very arrogant. He took the time to walk, like he was going to attend a party. His appearance was highly unusual. He was taller than a person and protected by dark red armor. He wore a broken crown. His eyes looked brighter than the Fire Series crystals, which made him look scary. The spear in his hand was at least 3 yards long, and pointing at Bruzeriano. The warhorse was tall as well and hung with many light blue flames, as fine as hairs. Its muscles bulged through the light blue flames. Bruzeriano slowly stepped back. He was not scared. The concept was not in his dictionary. A fight with the powerful Death Knight in the fog of decay would be nothing different than a lion trying to catch a shark in the ocean. He might as well commit suicide if he did that. Bruzeriano had the courage for the fight, but he was not inclined to committing suicide. The arrogant knight raised the spear in his hand and greeted Bruzeriano. He proclaimed the fight. The fog of decay had already moved around, but stopped behind the knight. Bruzeriano was shocked for a second. Did this Death Knight know about fairness? Bruzeriano knew what kind of person Annunciata was. The way the Death Knight behaved made him feel that this Death Knight might be too powerful for Annunciata to have total control of him. Therefore, she did not let the fog of decay keep spreading and instead stopped it behind him. Glory. The knight squeezed out the word. Bruzeriano felt sad. It was part of his nature never to forget the meaning of this word, but he did not know what the glory really was. A death spirit had no right to talk about glory. He only brought terror and fear to people. Zombies slowly crawled out of the fog of decay. 5 dark knights led those zombies around Bruzeriano, and they kept crawling over to the wagons that were parked farther away. The Death Knight stood still, looking at Bruzeriano. He only wanted to have a fair fight with Bruzeriano. He had no intention of interfering in others' business. Do you think I am easily bullied? Anfey murmured. He jumped off the wagon and plunged his indigo dragon crescent blade into the ground. He put his hands on his hips to allow himself to stretch his back. He kicked his legs and shook his arms to warm up. A long time ago, he had already guessed what his task was, so he tried to make an indigo dragon crescent blade out of the wind blade. It was hard to make any fatal damage to death spirits with a wind blade spear. The flame sword's attack range was too limited. The indigo dragon crescent blade did not only look fancy, but was also very practical. Its power could reach very far. Anfey's moves looked weird to others. The zombies slowed down. The few dark knights also kept their distance. The death spirit's hesitation did not mean they had the ability to think. However, it did show the changes in Annunciata's thinking. In fact, Anfey was wrong. No one thought it was easy to bully him. When many people knew about something, it was not a secret anymore. At that moment, the whole world seemed to have been looking for a village head called Ben Ladang. Besides Yolanthi's hurricane team, Evil Mist was looking for him as well. Yolanthi could publicly look for him while Evil Mist had to do it secretly because of their background. They were afraid that they would be killed immediately after they got a chance to see the master swordsman who had taught Anfey. The reason they wanted to catch Anfey alive was not only to get more secrets from him, but also to blackmail his master when it was needed. Annunciata thought Anfey's weird moves were all from that super powerful master swordsman. She not only needed to think about it, but also tried to memorize everything. Anfey, I do not want to hurt you. Annunciata sounded even nicer. Then do not hurt me, Anfey played along. He pulled out his indigo dragon crescent blade. Would you like to visit me at my house? Annunciata did not think it was really going to happen, but she still wanted to give it a try. The best result would be Anfey volunteering to join them. If that happened, everything would fall into place. Annunciata thought her ancestors were too simple and naive. They always wanted others to choose between assimilation and death and dream to rule the Pancontinent. As a result, people were against them even more. After countless failures, they finally learned to work with others. In the Evil Mist, besides necromancers, there were many allies and followers who did not become necromancers. Necromancers learned to share their cake with others. The road was measured step by step. They needed to take their place in the world before they could think of doing something else. They would be daydreaming if they thought they could control the world immediately. Visit you? Anfey could not believe what he heard. He thought to himself that Annunciata should hate him with passion instead of inviting him over for a visit. Anfey did not want to believe anything she said. He placed the indigo dragon crescent blade on his shoulder and smiled. Sure. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 266, Shadow Knight. Chapter 266, Shadow Knight. Translator, Nayabo Studio Editor, Nayabo Studio. Anfey's tone was too fake and everyone could tell he was lying. Annunciata frowned and did not say anything. If it was up to her, she would not care about his so-called secrets. Annunciata went to Country of Mercenaries by herself because she wanted to be stronger and fulfill a legend. Now, all of her plans had gone to waste, and she herself was injured. The mark of holy glory had been torturing her every day and she was suffering. Anfey was the one that alerted Slanbria and caused her suffering. What was even more infuriating was the fact that she could not do anything. In order to calm the other elders down, she had volunteered to host the chase. One of her most important goals was to capture Anfey alive. Do you want me to go first? Anfey asked. He glanced at Bruzeriano and the Death Knight, who were staring at each other but did not attack each other. Anfey frowned and suddenly jumped forward. His blade swept forward as he ran. Compared to Bruzeriano, Anfey's figure appeared much lighter. He could jump forward several feet by just pushing on the ground, and was in front of the zombies in a flash. He jumped up into the air and brought the blade down on the head of one of the Dark Knights. Anfey was used to disguising himself, and even in extreme situations like this, he would still pretend he was not using his full power. He may have appeared to be in control and relaxed, but he was already using all of his strength. He did not know why Slanbria had insisted on advancing, and did not know if Slanbria had another plan. Now was not the time to think about that, however, because the only thing he could do was to stall for as long as possible. He wished he had the power to control the situation, but he did not, and all of his hope rested on Slanbria. He had protect his friends. Anfey felt power amassing within him. He may have looked relaxed, but he was much stronger than he appeared. The Dark Knight still had its battle instinct, and raised its lance to block Anfey's attack. The two weapons clanged against each other loudly. The knight's body shook, and the blade in Anfey's hand bounced back. His attack was only an illusion. Anfey knew his own strengths and weaknesses, and would not do anything that could put himself in danger. As his blade bounced away from the lance, Anfey, still in the air, kicked the knight in the head. The skull shattered upon impact with a sickening crunch. Anfey landed and kicked out towards the knight's chest. The Dark Knight was still trying to defend himself with a lance, but Anfey's blade had already pierced its body and thrown him off the horse. Another knight rode over to its companion's rescue. It raised its lance and aimed it at Anfey's chest. Anfey understood what the knight was planning, and dove forward with his blade held out in front of him. The knight's lance quivered, but it continued to ride forward, and the lance thrust forward towards Anfey's shoulder. Anfey had just landed, and his body leaned back. His blade hit the ground and helped him to maintain his balance and avoid the lance. The knight rode past Anfey, and its figure was suddenly shorter. Its horse's legs were all cut through by Anfey's blade. The horse should have fallen, but it was still struggling to walk. The knight's legs were dragging on the ground. Anfey jumped up and twisted a few times in the air. He dove down towards the knight, his blade aimed at the knight's back. The dark knight raised its lance, but it could not block Anfey's blade. Anfey swept his weapon across the knight's neck. Its head flew off and rolled into a nearby bush. Thick, dark blood oozed out of the knight's neck. The grass that was touched by the blood quickly withered and died. Bruzeriano smiled. He could tell that Anfey was already very good at controlling his strength, and could defeat 2 dark knights in a short amount of time. He knew he did not have to worry about Anfey. Glory! A dark knight croaked as it dashed towards Bruzeriano. It was much slower than the other knights, and its lance was dragging on the ground. It was about 15 feet away from Bruzeriano when its speed suddenly picked up. Its ghost horse created a pale blue shadow behind it due to its high speed, and its lance was pointing at Bruzeriano's chest. Bruzeriano bellowed and his large bare claw struck out towards the knight. The knight's attack was very powerful, but Bruzeriano was even more so. The lance was almost knocked out of the knight's hand by Bruzeriano's attack. Bruzeriano slammed his claw into the ghost horse's head and shattered the animal's skull. Chunks of rotting flesh flew everywhere, the ground was covered with thick, blue droplets. Bruzeriano was not expecting the strength of his attack. He did not have the time to think when he was fighting. He slammed his claw into the knight's body as it began to lean forward. The knight's body bent back and snapped. Bruzeriano felt a sudden wave of dizziness. The dead horse and the snapped knight disappeared like an illusion, and another knight came riding towards him. The lance was less than 5 feet away from him when he realized something was wrong. He only had enough time to knock the lance off of its course. He realized what this knight was. It must be the Shadow Knight from over 2 centuries ago. Before the two were about to collide, the lance suddenly sank, and the lance glided past Bruzeriano's claw and towards his chest. Bruzeriano swept his left claw across towards the knight's body. With a loud boom, the lance struck Bruzeriano's chest and Bruzeriano's claw hit the knight's body. Dozens of cracks appeared in Bruzeriano's armor and there was a hole in the middle of his chest. Blood oozed out slowly, and Bruzeriano was forced to take a few steps back to steady himself. The knight did not fare better. Even though Bruzeriano was struck first, he was still a bear over 15 feet tall, and his claw was not much shorter than the knight's lance. The knight was still moving and was hit by the claw. Its dark red armor had half a dozen deep, long gashes, and the gemstone on its armor shattered. Bruzeriano's paw was as wide as the knight's chest, and his claws were over 10 inches long. The claws were as important to the druids as swords were to swordsmen, and could rip through most armor. The upper half of the ghost horse disappeared again. Blue flame burst from its broken neck. If knights and swordsmen were turned into dark creatures after death, their combat power would be turned into death power. Converting combat power to death power was not an equal conversion, however, and a person would lose part of his power after it was converted into death power. Of course, the amount lost often depended on how powerful the necromancer was. Annunciata was one of the necromancer elders, and she was no doubt very powerful. The Shadow Knight, however, was also very old. By comparison, the Shadow Knight was only half as powerful as he had been in his heyday. Otherwise Bruzeriano would not have been able to rip the knight's armor apart so easily, and Bruzeriano's wounds would be much more serious. Bruzeriano grunted and he walked forward slowly, dragging his body. The wound on his chest was no longer bleeding. Druids healed much faster than knights and swordsmen. This was an advantage of fighting near nature. If they had been fighting in fog of decay, the wound would have been enough to kill Bruzeriano and turn him into a creature like the Shadow Knight. Here on the meadow clearing, however, his wound was already healing. The Shadow Knight's healing ability, however, was much stronger than Bruzeriano's and worked much faster. The dark red armor wiggled like it was alive, and the gashes were welding together at a visible rate. What was even stranger was the horse. It was stomping on the ground and backing away, but did not show signs of falling to the ground. It stopped by the edge of the fog. After a few seconds, a new head appeared among the blue flames bursting from its neck. After the head was completely grown, it shook its new head, as if showing off its regenerating ability. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 267, A Mysterious Scepter. Chapter 267, A Mysterious Scepter. Translator, Nayabo Studio Editor, Nayabo Studio. Susanna tore off the curtain on the wagon to watch Anfey. At that moment, Anfey did not seem to have an advantage in the fight. He had killed 2 Dark Knights at the beginning, and seemed to keep up with the other 3 Dark Knights. Under the attack of the other 3, he kept moving back, but he still moved fast. He moved left and right to avoid the Dark Knight's attacks. As he avoided the Dark Knight's attacks, he would kill a few zombies. Do not worry about him. He is very wise. Slambria smiled when he saw Susanna so worried. What? What do you mean by that? Susanna was confused. Slambria shook his head and smiled. He did not have time to explain. Anfey tried to prevent Annunziata from using death magic and to buy himself some time. Unfortunately, Slambria did not think these kind of tricks could escape Annunziata's eyes. A wooden case with fragrance appeared in Slambria's palm. He carefully opened the case with a ceremonial gesture. There was a golden scepter in it. The golden scepter was carved with runes. A small angel statue rested on top of it. Before Slambria took the scepter out of the case, there was already a strong bright feeling. It made everybody in the wagon feel good about themselves. Kid, come here. Slambria held the scepter and then waved at Susanna. Anfey looked like he was dancing on an ice rink. He could always move from one place to another with lightning speed. The three Dark Knights yelled and chased him, but they could not touch him at all. Slambria was not wrong. Anfey did not care about these Dark Knights. If he wanted, he could kill them at any time on the spot. Dark Knights could be considered junior-level death spirits, but they did not have their own thinking and lacked the speed to pose any threat to Anfey. Anfey focused on the zombies. He found the zombies were not scared of lights and were abnormally difficult to kill. Even when their heads were cut off, the zombies still did not die. Their headless bodies still could walk and even change direction as Anfey moved. Anfey had a bad feeling about this. With the knowledge he had about necromancers, he could not figure out what was going on. A roar as loud as thunder came from the sky. Bruzeriano finally had started his attacks. His gigantic body unbelievably moved faster than lightning speed. In the blink of an eye, he had already rushed in front of that Death Knight. He waved his palm. Before his palm reached the Death Knight, the messy air currents he created had covered the Death Knight. That ghost horse with light blue flames flew backwards, like it was wrapped in a tornado. That Death Knight used the shadow strategy. His real person appeared in the back, but with a huge sound, the shadow shattered under the attack. He left deep paw prints on the lifeless ground. Many cracks showed around the paws. Some cracks were as wide as a few inches. They were wide enough to fit a hand. A white shadow flashed. Bruzeriano threw himself onto it. He waved his palm at the Death Knight's right shoulder. Bruzeriano did not get him with his first strike. However, in the blink of an eye, he had carried out a second strike. When Bruzeriano attacked with full force, no matter the power or the speed, he had reached a point very few people could exceed. After that shadow of the night was created, his power decreased significantly. If he was at his peak, he was a match for Bruzeriano. This time he had to use the shadow strategy again to avoid the furious attacks from Bruzeriano. Shadow strategy got Bruzeriano once. If Bruzeriano could be fooled several times, he was not good enough to be a top power. The silver-white gigantic bear chased after that Death Knight with an undescribed speed. As the real Death Knight showed up, the gigantic bear had already lashed out at him. The Death Knight could not release his shadows anymore. When he saw no way to dodge, he roared and thrust his spear at Bruzeriano's chest. Bruzeriano had been forced to make a suicidal attack before, but now it was the shadow's turn to use the same strategy. As the spear was halfway between Bruzeriano and the shadow, the gigantic bear hit hard on the ground with his paw. Besides the cracks underneath the paw, there was only a pile of black rotten flesh and flattened and twisted armor. This strike was so powerful that the Death Knight's body was smashed like mashed tofu. The ghost horse lost most of his body as well. Only its forelegs and head were still rolling on the ground. After the successful strike, Bruzeriano turned around and rushed back to Anfey. He did not have extra fancy moves. The zombies on the way were either knocked high into the sky or smashed to the ground. When Anfey saw Bruzeriano rushing toward him, Anfey slowed down his blade. He slayed a zombie on the ground with a backhand. He jumped high to get closer to Bruzeriano. A strong magic surge came from the distance. Bruzeriano let out a deep roar. It sounded that he was warning Anfey of something. Anfey was alert to it. He readjusted his internal energy to the maximum. He saw the Dark Knight and his spear in front of him. He jumped high and kicked at the tip of the spear to gain momentum to jump higher. He kicked the head of the Dark Knight with his right foot. As he jumped over the Dark Knight, he swung his blade at the Knight's neck. A deep cut appeared on the Dark Knight's neck and almost cut it off. When Anfey was in the air, he suddenly found that countless zombies and skeletons showed in the fog of decay. They moved towards Anfey in waves. A bone spear flew over the sky, shooting at Bruzeriano among the zombies. The spear flew here and there in an unpredictable way. The bone spear was just a junior spell, but it was a pain. Besides meteor magic and wind blades, usually magic did not have any physical damage. It could only cause damage with active elements. The physical damage meteor magic and wind blades could cause was not strong anyway. It would not be life-threatening. A bone spear was special. The physical damaging power and magic power were about the same, which could cause a decent amount of damage. Even Bruzeriano could not ignore the bone spear's attacks. He slowed down a little bit and hit the bone spear as it approached to him. The bone spear shattered into pieces. The next moment, a bone jail appeared in the sky and locked Bruzeriano's gigantic body inside it. Before Bruzeriano could react, a row of bone walls 7 yards tall suddenly appeared and blocked Bruzeriano's way. This bone wall was actually just a different form of magic kekai, because the zombies and skeletons from behind could pass the bone wall without any trouble. Bruzeriano's roaring got louder and louder. Broken limbs, blood, flesh, and broken bones flew out of the bone wall like raindrops. The magic surges in the distance got even stronger. Every strike Bruzeriano made shattered some of the bone jail. Many zombies and skeletons rushing at him were killed. A new bone jail appeared above him. The bone spears Bruzeriano worried about kept coming at him. The bone spears flew in the sky with a whooshing sound one after another. Nobody was better at adjusting to such situations than Anfey. As he landed, he had already turned around. He waved his arms with big blades to create many images and slayed the dark knights and rotten zombies who were in his way. If a top power were not beaten by those kinds of attacks, Anfey knew those necromancers only wanted to hold Bruzeriano in the fight. The reason they did that was to do something afterwards. It was easy to guess the people who were going to face the dangers were not Bruzeriano in the fight. It should be Anfey himself or Slandria in the wagon. By the time the Dark Knight in the front had waved his spear, Anfey had already swung his big blade toward him. Before his wounds showed up, Anfey swung 2 more times. When Dark Knight fell to the ground, his body had been chopped into a few sections. He lost all of his fighting ability. Many people thought the key to winning a battle was to be fast. It was just a line in the movies. Whether a physical fighter or martial arts practitioner, they all stressed the importance of speed. No matter how physically or internally strong the fighters were, it would be meaningless if they could not be quick enough to hit their opponents. To a real martial arts practitioner, it was not very hard to be fast. The hard part was to combine the speed and power in a perfect ratio. The fastest boxer could punch 13 jabs in a second, but these jabs would not damage the opponents as hard as one hard uppercut. Anfey's speed was super fast. He was so fast that the big blade in his hand had looked like a small tornado. He used all his power without any conservation. The last Dark Knight was knocked away with his ride. The leftover zombies did not allow him to pause for a second. He moved like a flagship on the sea fighting the waves. He rushed straight towards the wagon. A bone wall suddenly grew out from the ground and blocked Anfey's way. Anfey had waited for this for a while. Those necromancers who hid in the dark could not see him rushing out. A person who was good at learning from mistakes would always think about what mistake he made and also pay attention to the mistakes others made. Bruzeriano was trapped, because the flying bone spears made Bruzeriano paused a little bit. There was no attack that did not cost time. Instant magic still needed a certain time to hit the target. That was the reason that necromancers needed to use bone spears to make the initial attacks. It even took a very short time to activate elements. As long as Anfey was prepared for it, he believed he had the chance to escape. By the time the bone wall appeared on the ground, Anfey had already swung his blade to the left, but borrowed the momentum to move to the right. As the bone wall grew to about 2 yards tall, Anfey pushed onto the bone wall with his hand to jump a few yards higher than the bone wall and ran away as fast as he could. There was an empty bone jail standing there. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 268, The Truth of the Magic World. Chapter 268, The Truth of the Magic World. Translator, Nayabo Studio Editor, Nayabo Studio. Anfey did not relax because he was able to avoid the bone cage. Instead, he became more alert. The bone cage was only an intermediate spell, and the hidden mages could use it over and over again if they wanted to. He avoided this one, but it did not mean he could avoid the next one. Sometimes the heart of nature would beat along with his heartbeat, but now the situation was reversed. Normally, tense movements would cause his heartbeat increase, but under the influence of the heart of nature, his heartbeat hardly changed. Anfey felt another wave of familiar magical surges in the distance. He recognized the surge of bone spears, and there were at least 2 different surges. Anfey frowned, then saw two bone spears rip through the air and fly towards him at a breakneck speed. Anfey took a deep breath and dashed forward, gripping his blade in his hand. He took a few steps forward and leapt into the air. As the bone spears approached him, he held out his blade and swept it across. The blade hit the spears and changed the courses of the spears. Then Anfey jumped forward and passed in between the two spears. Another bone cage appeared, but it appeared too late and narrowly missing Anfey. Anfey pushed off of the ground and jumped to the right. After he fused with the heart of nature, his instincts grew much stronger. He could feel that there were elements amassing over him, and knew that another bone cage was coming. Anfey raised his blade and dashed to the right, then he suddenly changed direction and began running to the left. Another bone cage appeared and narrowly missed him. Anfey frowned as a strange sensation tingled in his heart. Normally, no matter how many elements he amassed when he was using magic, others could not see the elements. They could only see the elements when he released the magic. There had to be a connection. Elements were usually in a state of invisibility and had no right effect on the real world. The process of elements transforming from invisible energy to a visible state was a short one. It happened in less of a process and more of a burst. Elements were only elements, and they had to be transformed into a physical state for them to have power. In the past, Anfey had never noticed this. It was like someone who first began learning math would not propose questions about complex mathematical processes. Anfey had always thought this was just a necessary step in magic and never questioned it. Just then, however, he felt acutely aware of the process of the bone cage's creation. He could feel the entire process, including the surges and the elements coming together. Anfey raised his blade and looked at the spears coming toward him. He jumped aside and let the spears glide past him. As the elemental surges above him grew stronger, it was as if time had suddenly slowed down. Anfey took a deep breath and felt the changes in the elements. The ground, sky, grass, even the roaring zombies lost meaning to Anfey. The only things he could feel were the elements. It was as if he had opened the doors to a whole new world, and the only things that excited him in that world were elements. The amassing of elements suddenly stopped, and Anfey raised his blade and slashed upwards. His dark blue blade glistened with gold. A dozen thick bone columns were stopped by the slashing of his blade. His momentum threw the bones forward. Except for Susanna, everyone else was watching the fight. Seeing what Anfey had just done, they all appeared shocked. Even Slambria, despite his shaking fingers and tight lips, forced a smile. Magic could be deflected and a lot of people could do it. What was strange was that Anfey was able to predict where the magic was. This was a rare ability, and there were only a few people in the world capable of it. Slambria wondered how powerful Anfey's mentor must be. Zombies began running towards Anfey. Bruzeriano had already warned them that zombies were strange and that they could attack even after they were severely injured. Even the broken limbs were crawling on the ground. The black blood was pulling together as if it was alive. For Anfey, however, all of this was just elements. Anfey raised his arm and dashed towards the zombies. He swept his sword through half a dozen clouds of elements. The zombies sank to the ground and let out blood-curdling shrieks. The zombies, who were almost invincible before, could not last long without support of elements. Annunciata growled under her breath in anger. She did not care about normal zombies and skeletons, but those zombies were necessary for her to become an elder. Anfey moved again. He walked towards Bruzeriano, who was still trapped under layers of bone cages and bone walls. He could tell the elements that made up Bruzeriano were warm and welcoming. Anfey walked very slowly. He was waiting for the necromancers to attack again so he could practice his newfound power, but he was let down. Behind Annunciata, two necromancers watched Anfey with a frown. They both saw their companions fall to the ground and turn into a pile of bones when Anfey destroyed the bone cage. They did not want to use magic against Anfey again. They became necromancers because they were afraid of death, and no necromancer wanted to risk his life. Even though this life was only half a life, it was still a life. More and more zombies and skeletons turned to piles of bones under Anfey's blade. His attack was not as vicious as before, but it was no less powerful. The necromancers who were responsible for keeping Bruzeriano entrapped all took a few steps back when they saw Anfey. They did not want to use magic around him. Before they learned how Anfey was destroying their magic, it was better to be cautious. If there was one thing necromancers did not lack, it was caution. Normal people would fight each other to death over a word or two on the street, but necromancers would never do that. They have long lives and no need to take risks. Of course, they do not mind torturing and killing those who had offended them. Bruzeriano bellowed. Without the necromancers, the zombies and skeletons were no match for him. His sharp claws swept through the air, and the zombies and skeletons were thrown back into the air. Some were reduced to piles of bones and rotting flesh. Another surge of magic reached them. The zombies and skeletons began retreating. It seemed like even Annunziata did not want additional meaningless deaths. Bruzeriano did not care about those skeletons and zombies. He turned and looked at Anfey with his calm gray eyes. He was one of the most powerful men in the world, and it was strange for him to rely on anyone but himself to escape a dangerous situation. Bruzeriano did not care about his own dignity, though. He was thinking about his promise. He cared about Anfey, and he could see things about the boy no one could. The zombies and skeletons retreated fast. Anfey felt strange without threat, and slowly the world of elements turned back into a normal world. He glanced around, and could no longer see elements. He recalled the feelings just a few moments ago, and sighed. He wanted to say something, but in the end he chose to be silent. "Anfey, what are you doing?" Bruzeriano called. He had already changed back from his bear form. "Don't be distracted. There's still a fight going on." "I thought you would be naked," Anfey said. "I thought wrong. Transformation is just magic," Bruzeriano said with a shrug. "It's just like your fire sword won't burn you." "I'm just unfamiliar with transformation spells," Anfey said. "Don't worry. You'll understand once you learn it." Anfey smiled. "It's all right," he said. "I enjoy my body now." If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 269, Super Creatures. Chapter 269, Super Creatures. Translator, Nayabo Studio Editor, Nayabo Studio. There was a dull roaring in the distance. Waves of roaring surrounded them. Suddenly there was a terrifying coldness. Bruzeriano looked pale, and then he looked off in the distance as if he couldn't believe his eyes. He felt something fierce pressing on him. Anfey, on the other hand, seemed to have the protection of the heart of nature and did not feel anything. Slambria had chills in the wagon and rudely pushed Black 11 away. He nervously looked out. Black 11 was a little confused why Slambria had done that to him, but he dared not have any conflict with this famous light priest. He obediently stepped back. Whoa! They even. Bruzeriano's breathing got heavier. A grayish shadow rushed into the sky and flew towards Bruzeriano. Bruzeriano felt that the air was getting colder and colder. An invisible pressing feeling got more real. It felt like there was a tsunami coming at them. Christian and others in the wagon felt the pressing feeling as well. Their bodies started to tremble uncontrollably. Naya was never calm, but Christian and Black 11 were super calm, and now their minds were blank. Besides terrors, they felt nothing else. There was another roaring in the sky. Christian had another chill. When he came out of it, he could barely control his body. He asked with a trembling voice, "Master, what is that?" "It is a dragon, a phantom dragon," Slambria said quietly. After different gods had fought long ago, the map of Pan continent had changed considerably. It shrank to half of its original size. The supreme powers died or disappeared in the battle. Many secrets and precious cultures disappeared with them into history. No more supreme powers. This was a desperate sigh from a king of that era. Luckily, many super creatures with supreme powers also disappeared. The world had another new balance. There were still stories and legends about them. These stories and legends suggested the supreme creatures, such as dragons and behemoths, needed more than a few top powers to fight against. Only the top powers who had been to sacred state could be a match for supreme creatures. That was why there were many stories about slaughtering dragons and being killed by dragons. These stories allowed people to experience the happiness and sadness of the people in the past. As one of the leaders in the Church of Light, Slambria knew a lot of secrets. He even had the chance to see a supreme creature. He never thought it would appear now. This was not a battle that would decide the fate of necromancers. Did those necromancers go crazy, or did they have too many supreme creatures to use? Slambria suddenly remembered how Anfey had swung and totally destroyed Bone Jail. He felt he understood something. The grayish shadow flew closer to them. Anfey squinted his eyes to look at it. He could clearly see a gigantic beast made of grayish bones. It was weird to see bone wings flapping in the air. Could he actually fly with those bone wings? It was not consistent aerodynamics. As Anfey analyzed the dragon, the grayish shadow suddenly opened its mouth wide. A white ball flew at them. "Move!" Bruzeriano gave a startled cry. Bruzeriano acted like a loving father figure here. After Anfey got connected with the heart of nature, it brought many good things to Anfey, but not everything. Right now Anfey could not feel any pressure. From Bruzeriano's look, he knew it must be very scary, but he still way underestimated the power of supreme creatures. Of course, he did not know it was a phantom dragon. Bruzeriano knew it, but he did not dodge away. Instead, he warned Anfey and let him move first. It was not easy to keep calm under the pressing feeling as strong as a tsunami coming at him. Anfey paused for a second and jumped into the air. In the blink of an eye, he activated the heart of nature, trying to find the key to break the magic. Breaking the magic had given him an accomplished feeling. He wanted to do it again. He took a look and found that the white ball contained elements way beyond just energy or physical being. It seemed to be a dense and hard crystal ball. Anfey immediately knew what he should do. Bruzeriano and Anfey ran in opposite directions. Opposite directions could distract the phantom dragon, but Bruzeriano was afraid the dragon would chase after Anfey. He would rather sacrifice himself for his promise if it was needed. Bang! The white ball hit the ground. It did not sound very loud, but white frost appeared on the ground and spread like ripples in a lake. In a flash, hundreds of square feet of ground had turned white. The air got colder as well. Anfey had jumped dozens of yards away but still felt the coldness behind him. The coldness made him feel pain and numbness. The dragon crescent blade felt like a piece of ice in his hand. Anfey knew that was because there was slight damage to his capillaries and nerve endings. He did get affected by it, but did not get much damage from it. If he had been hit in the face, Anfey could not imagine what would have happened to him. The phantom dragon flapped its bone wings and spit out another white ball. Anfey was sure it was small-scale forbidden magic. When he looked up to check the magic the gigantic beast released, he could not help gasping. He immediately flew over the dragon. Bruzeriano was about 8 yards away from Anfey. From that distance, he definitely could tell who the real target of the phantom dragon was. He did not want Anfey to get hit because of him. As Bruzeriano expected, the dragon chased after him. The dragon released more magic from his mouth. Bruzeriano transformed into a gigantic bear in the blink of an eye. His speed doubled. He ran out like a cloud of silver light. It was not important whether he could outrun the phantom dragon. He wanted the people here to be away from the threat of the dragon. Bruzeriano thought quickly. Anfey thought fast as well. He turned around to look at Bruzeriano with gratitude. Anfey knew who was inclined to help him and who had evil intentions. Bruzeriano cared about Anfey, but he also used Anfey occasionally. Sometimes it was not a bad thing to be used. A person without values was really pathetic. The dragon did not care about Bruzeriano running away. Neither did he care about Anfey. The dragon flapped its wings and flew towards the wagon. He opened his mouth and spit out another white ball, which they had expected. The white ball fell onto the wagon. Anfey stared with his eyes wide open. He thought Slandria must still have some fighting ability left. The reason he had not fought yet was because he was waiting for the perfect time. Even if he made mistakes, Susanna should be able to take Naya and run out. He was not worried about Christian and Black 11. The magic that gigantic beast released was powerful, but the speed was not so great. They were hit by his first attack due to their careless. Their timing had been bad. A person shot out into the sky from the wagon. The roof of the wagon was broken into pieces and flew out. That person flew at the phantom dragon with great speed. Before Anfey could see who it was, the person and the dragon clashed. The magic released by the phantom dragon was hit by the contact. Crystals in different sizes splashed everywhere, like falling flower petals in the wind. The person fell hard to the ground as well. 2 blurry light wings grew out of the person's back, flopping in the wind. The person looked holy. Anfey was shocked when he recognized it was Susanna. Susanna did not see Anfey though. She slowly looked up at the phantom dragon hovering above her. She looked brave and cold with eyebrows showing an angry frown. She was clearly hurt, with blood coming out of a corner of her mouth. An unbearable rage arose in Anfey. What he worried about most had happened. He had the most secrets among everyone. He had the value to be explored. Christian had royal family background. Naya was the daughter of Saul. Black 11 and Appa did not have enough fighting ability to counter the dragon. When the dangers came, Susanna was the best pick to make a sacrifice. She became a senior swordswoman when she was less than 20 years old. It sounded like she had a bright future waiting for her. But a bright future was not a bargaining chip, at least not to the big people who were used to controlling others' lives. Anfey suddenly looked even colder than Susanna. He seemed to lose control of himself. In most cases, the more hatred Anfey had towards a person, the more friendly he would treat that person. He would find a perfect time to give a fatal strike to that person. However, right now, he really could not control himself and did not want to control himself. The grass started to move. A row of dark knights appeared. The one in the front was actually not a dark knight. He held an indigo crescent blade with skeleton death spirit. He looked taller than most dark knights. He did not look like he was made of human bones. When he rode on his bone horse, his legs almost touched the ground. His ride looked like it could not take his weight. Slambria stood up from the broken wagon. Christian looked to be in pain. He stood behind Slambria with others. Naya could not stand still. She could not counter the pressing feeling from the supreme creature. She could barely stand up with the help of Christian. Slambria seemed to feel something. He took a look at Anfey and saw Anfey looking at him with obvious hostility. He was shocked by what he saw. Bruzeriano rushed back to the Dark Knights. He slaughtered those Dark Knights. He had no trouble killing them until a gigantic indigo crescent blade swung at him. Bruzeriano moved back a few steps. The silver-white furs stood up like needles. Bruzeriano's eyes had turned blood red. He was a little regretful. Both he and Slambria had underestimated the potential ability of the evil abyss. However, there was no point in feeling regret. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 270, The Wish for Revenge. Chapter 270, The Wish for Revenge. Translator, Nayabo Studio. Editor, Nayabo Studio. The battle began again. Bruzeriano could ignore the threat from the Dark Knight, but he could not ignore the giant skeleton. The speed of the skeleton's movements was not much slower than Bruzeriano's. There was possession magic on the skeleton scythe, which made the weapon give off a dark smoke. The smoke would turn Bruzeriano's white coat dark, even if he was just standing too close to the weapon. Even then, it took a long time for Bruzeriano to recover. It was hard to imagine what would happen if the scythe actually wounded him. Anfey was not having an easy time, either. It seemed like Annunciata deemed him an opponent worthy of her men's attention. Several necromancers were focusing on him, attacking him with bone spears. Even the Dark Knight joined the fight against Anfey. Anfey relied mostly on his speed during a fight, and was not like knights and swordsmen, who had combat power to protect themselves. He did not have the time and spare energy to notice what was happening to Susanna. Susanna's power suddenly grew and she was somehow almost as powerful as some of the best men in the world. She was able to deflect the attack of a phantom dragon, albeit barely. She was wounded during the process, but under normal circumstances she would already be dead. Since the dragon disliked light, it tried to stay away from her wings of light. It flew higher than Susanna, and would only attack from an advantageous position. Normally, when she was fighting alongside her friends, Susanna would always check on them first before fully engaging her enemy, no matter how powerful her opponent was. Now, however, she did not look at any of her companions. Instead, her eyes did not even move away from the phantom dragon and were filled with hatred. It was as if nothing else mattered to her. Slambria was perhaps the most relaxed. Even though he was wounded and he recognized it, he was already a cardinal of the Church of Light. For a creature of darkness, he was the worst enemy. None of the necromancers tried to attack him. Black 11 and Appa were observing the fight anxiously. They knew that it was not their place to help even if they wanted to. Joining the fight might go badly for them. The only person who noticed Susanna's strange behavior was Christian. He split his time thinking with his eyes closed and sneaking glances at Slambria's scepter. When he first took the scepter out, Christian noticed there was a figurine of an angel on it. Now, however, it was gone. Christian frowned and tried to recall his readings, trying to see if he remembered anything related to the scepter. Light magic was very different from elemental magic, however, which meant Christian would not have had a lot of opportunity to read about it. He did not understand much about light magic, and could not recall any useful information. No one noticed that the broken limbs and thick, dark blood on the battlefield were all shaking and moving slowly towards a certain point. A small mound of blood and rotting flesh began building. Slambria was the first to notice the elemental surge. When he looked over, rows of zombies dashed out of the fog and towards the mound of flesh. The zombies disappeared into the mound, but more and more continued to jump onto it as if it had a strange magnetism. When the mound swallowed the last zombie, a loud thud ripped through the air, and two arms sprouted out of the mound and slammed into the ground. It was made up of the bodies of several dozen zombies. Then the mound sprouted two legs and stood up. The ground shook under the bloody giant's steps, the smell of blood filled the air. The giant was too heavy, and since its body was made up of zombies, the zombies' bodies could not take this kind of force. The giant only took one step, but the force was already too great for the zombies. Slanbria and Bruzeriano's expression all changed from serious to grave. They both knew about one of the most vile puppet spells the necromancers could use. Slanbria swallowed and stared at the giant. Bruzeriano was distracted and was almost hit by the skeleton's scythe. The first step was just a test. Soon, the bloody giant began walking towards the fight, the ground rumbling under its feet and blood rained down from its body. If the path was too long, the giant could crumble under the pressure. Unfortunately, it was less than 100 feet from the fight, and its body could endure that distance. The fog that lingered there began moving as well. It expanded slowly, draining the earth of its life force. Necromancers' skill of controlling their magic was as powerful as their skill of killing. If they were trapped by the fog, the fight would be over. Slanbria raised his arm, and bright light surrounded him. The scepter in his hand suddenly came to life and rose into the air. Light around the scepter grew stronger as Slanbria began his incantation, and the scepter itself began spinning. It looked like a small sun hanging above the man. When Slanbria finished his incantation, his body suddenly shook, and he almost stumbled to the ground. Christian hurried over to help him up, but his hand froze midair and he let it fall back to his side without offering it to Slanbria. "Are you all right, my lord?" "Don't worry," Slanbria said with a smile. He looked up at his scepter, which was still spinning in midair. Warm light radiated from the scepter and covered the ground around in a soft glow. The light cast light gold over everything it touched. The golden light blocked the advance of the dark fog, but the bloody giant did not appear to be affected. It kept moving forward, and its entire body was covered in dark smoke as if it was burning. Slanbria frowned. An evil puppet like this could not be killed by normal attacks. The only way to destroy it would be magic, since no swordsman could harm it, not even a grandmaster swordsman. Even if the bloody giant was severed in two, its body could reknit itself and begin its advance again. Only magic could destroy it and leave it with no possibility of regenerating. The only one present with the ability and knowledge to destroy puppets was Slanbria, but even he was useless against it. "Kill him," Annunciata bellowed as she watched the fight. Kill him. Her life had been torturous since the day she was branded by Slanbria's Mark of Holy Glory in Country of Mercenaries. Even though Mark of Holy Glory did not have great power, and its only effect was to protect an individual from the effect of death magic, it had caused severe damage to Annunciata. This was because everything she stood for was rejected by Mark of Holy Glory. It caused her great, continuous pain. Annunciata knew a lesser necromancer would have already gone mad. If it had only caused her pain, Annunciata would not have taken such drastic steps. A necromancer with Mark of Holy Glory was laughable, and even her men, who were so loyal to her once, tried to avoid her as much as possible. Annunciata knew that the only way to restore her honor would be to kill Slanbria. According to the original plan, her mission was to capture Naya and Anfey and take them to their base. The others should be disposed of. Annunciata agreed to it, but she had a plan of her own as well. She wanted to wash away her shame and restore her fellow necromancers' trust in her. She had to kill Slanbria. Not only did she bring every artifact she had, she even stole the sacred artifact. Now, with victory in sight, she could not control her hatred for Slanbria. "Attack, you idiot," Annunciata snarled. She waved her staff, and the phantom dragon bellowed as it dove towards Susanna. Annunciata was already using all of her power. She had to control both the phantom dragon and the giant puppet. She was doing something none of the other elders would ever even try. Death magic was even more terrifying when it turned against its user. "Kill all of them," Annunciata ordered. Before the dragon could anything, however, she felt a sudden wave of magical surge. She turned around and saw a sprawling fire dragon flying towards her. Annunciata did not move. Her plan had been flawless, and she had already set up a powerful protective magic array. Even though she was alone, the dragon could not harm her. The fire dragon exploded about 50 feet away from Annunciata with a loud crack and turned into a cloud of fire. "Show yourself," Annunciata commanded as she released a magic signal. She needed the other necromancers there as soon as possible. The fact that she was still controlling the puppet and the phantom dragon made her usage of the magic signal very impressive. "Let me introduce myself," a man said as he stepped into the light. He was a normal-looking, middle-aged man. He did not use spells, but he was floating. "My name is Entos." "Entos?" Annunciata frowned. The name felt familiar, but she could not remember where she had heard it. "If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 271, What a Waste. Chapter 271, What a Waste. Translator, Nayabo Studio Editor, Nayabo Studio. You look busy. The mage named Antos looked up and down at Annunciata. The corners of his mouth curled up in an unpleasant smile. At least, it did not look pleasant to Annunciata. Antos said, I hope I am not bringing any inconvenience. Annunciata posed in a weird position. She had half of her body turned. Her left hand rested strangely on a crystal ball. She dared not to get her hand away from it. She raised a scepter in her right hand, which made her look pretty powerful. However, when a person's power had dropped a certain level, others could easily notice the telepathy fibers on the scepter could not reach far. What do you think? Annunciata snorted. Cold and ruthless light radiated from the sunken eye sockets. If Antos wanted to talk *T, she would love to do the same thing. She had no power left to release magic right now, not even small terror magic. Her best chance was to drag this conversation out until her assistants came back to help her. If Annunciata knew what kind of a person Antos was, she would not have been so careless. In the country of mercenaries, there might be people who never heard the name Antos, but his nickname, Master Sarcasm, was well known. Almost everyone could tell a few stories about him. Of course, it was not a good nickname. This notorious nickname did show how Antos did things. Even the commander of Glory Mercenary Group, the most powerful master swordsman, Anthony, commander of Tiger of Tau Mercenary Group, Morta, and popular Hotchbany were cautious when they had to deal with him. Many people wondered why the gentleman, Archmage Saul, with such a great reputation would take him as his student. Your companions will come soon. Antos looked off in the distance deep in thought. If you leave now, you still have a chance to live, Annunciata said coldly. This middle-aged mage did not wear any badge, but she could sense that he was pretty powerful, almost as good as top powers. She did not want to have any conflict at this moment, so she decided to sink his morale and determination. Thank you for reminding me. Antos gave Annunciata another unpleasant smile. Before I leave, I would like to test a magic spell. Test a magic spell? Annunciata was shocked for a second. The next moment, a magic scroll appeared in Antos' hand, which made Annunciata extremely nervous. She did not know what kind of magic scroll it was, but thought it must have been a forbidden magic scroll, judging by the intensity of the magic surges. Forbidden magic? Annunciata tried to make herself sound like she was not disturbed by it. Do you think you will have the chance to leave if you release the forbidden magic? Forbidden magic took a lot out of a mage. Even archmages would lose fighting ability for a while when they released magic scrolls. The length of time depended on the power of the magic scroll. The more powerful the scroll was, the longer it would take to rejuvenate. Are you telling me you care about me? I appreciate it. Antos looked flattered, but he posed to toss the scroll out of his right hand. Annunciata lost her balance for a second. She suddenly opened her mouth wide. An invisible sound wave shot out from her mouth. The gravel and grass turned into powder in an instant. Soundwave magic was magic that could attack a large area. However, the attacking area was not far enough and took too much from the mage, so it was never a mage's favorite. Right now Annunciata had no other options. Giving up control of magic would come back to bite her. If she let Antos release the magic scroll first, the defensive magic array she set up would not be able to counter the attack from the magic scroll. If she had no other option, she would rather attack first before Antos had the chance to attack her. A long time ago, she learned that she had to try very hard to survive. She never thought anyone would just offer her help. Antos had already tossed the magic scroll out, but grabbed it back immediately. A water screen appeared in front of him. This screen got out of shape by the soundwave attacks, but did not crash. It barely held together against Annunciata's attacks. A light gold-colored sword radiance shone about 50 yards behind Annunciata. It only flashed before it traveled 50 yards. As the sword radiance traveled, all the barricades turned into tiny bits of dust. The last defensive magic array was crushed like nothing. In the end, the sword radiance thrust into Annunciata's heart with a speed faster than lightning. If this had happened before, Annunciata's reaction time would never have been this slow. She had been trying to have control of magic so she could only focus on the middle-aged mage in front of her. She had used her last power to release soundwave magic. When Annunciata realized the attack, the sword radiance had pierced her body. With a loud sound, Annunciata's body was crushed by the sword radiance. Her broken limbs were tossed far by the sword radiance. Her skinny head was tossed high as well. Her head did not land on the ground until that swordsman put his sword back into the sheath. The bloody cheeks on her head kept moving. It looked like she was still blaming someone. What a waste. So sinful. Entos took away the water screen and carefully put the magic scroll back into his dimensional ring. I did not want to beat her this way. The swordsman looked at Annunciata's head with his own head shaking. You are too upright, Entos said with respect. I actually did not want to use this method either. Isn't this your idea? The swordsman asked. I had no other option since we do not really know about necromancer's magic. I could not just take risks, Entos said. He held his chest as he coughed. I told you not to come out before you feel better, the swordsman said. I left the country of mercenaries to help my professor on the warfield, but then I laid on a bed in the military camp feeling like sh*t. I cannot do nothing. If you do not allow me to come out and exercise, I am going to go crazy. Entos smiled bitterly. Saul and I appreciate your efforts, the swordsman said, nodding. He frowned and looked a little angry. Old Philip could not tell the difference between business and personal affairs. He even sent people out to ambush you. It is too much. The king told me this has nothing to do with Philip. A gangster did it to me, Entos said peacefully. Do you believe that? That swordsman smiled. I do for right now. In the future, who will know what is going to happen in the future? Entos' face did not change at all. As Master Sarcasm, he could not bear that he was set up by others. He did not care about his reputation. He tried his best to recruit good people for his home country. Some of those people volunteered to go back to his home country with him, but they all died in the ambush. Entos himself was seriously hurt. He could not forgive it, not even when Yolanthe asked him to. You. The swordsman sighed. You look a lot like Anfey. Anfey hid a lot of his talents when he had just left that isolated island. However, no matter how strategic and skillful he was, there were many things that exposed who he really was, especially when he became famous. He disguised himself as a dumb kid, but that disguise was gone because how could a foolish kid accomplish so many things? Master Ernest, you have told me about it so many times, Entos said. This is why I insisted on coming. I am curious about Anfey. You will see him soon. Ernest turned to look at the phantom dragon in the distance. He frowned. Why did Saul not start his attacks yet? Annunciata had been killed. That giant suddenly turned into a statue. Puppets never thought for themselves. They totally listened to their masters. If the puppets were able to survive for a while, the accumulated anger and the killing would turn them into crazy killing machines. The giant had just come to life, so there was not much in him yet. He had lost his life after Annunciata died. A phantom dragon was different than flesh puppets. Even if they turned into white bones, the pride they had as dragons would not allow them to work for others. To better control phantom dragons, necromancers had sealed their memories. Right now this phantom dragon regained his freedom. The memories came back, which interfered with the phantom's actions. The dragon even fell from the sky. After being hit several times by Susanna and getting some bones hit off, the dragon finally woke up from the situation and regained his control to fly back to the sky. It was not completely a good thing for the phantom dragon to recover its memory. The dragon was under the control of necromancers and did whatever necromancers asked it to do. Now the dragon did not know what to do after recovering its memory. It wanted to leave but did not want to let that swordswoman with the Holy Spirit go. It wanted to attack her, but was afraid itself of getting hurt. In the end, it just kept hovering in the sky. It might not have the ability to think with that huge bone structure. It might even take a full day for it to make a decision. Anfey became suspicious and looked around. The necromancers who kept shooting out bone spears suddenly disappeared at the same time. The Dark Knight panicked on the grass as well. Bruzeriano took the opportunity to start his fierce attacks. The body of the silver bear was so huge that it looked like a tiger fighting with a dog. It was okay if the tiger got bitten by a dog, even several bites. It would not cause fatal damage. If the tiger had the chance to attack the dog, there was no hope the dog would survive. As that giant slowed down, Bruzeriano immediately noticed a change in the skeleton. He did not care about the dark knights around him and directly ran at that gigantic skeleton. He hit away the annoying indigo crescent blade with his paw. The next strike got the skeleton's chest. He was shocked by how hard that gigantic skeleton was. That gigantic skeleton was only knocked down, but the ribs did not break at all. Bruzeriano did not want the skeleton to stand back up. He did not wait for the skeleton to take another breath. In the blink of an eye, Bruzeriano rushed at the skeleton again. The silver bear stood up on his hind legs and waved his humongous paws like crazy. The bear constantly hit the gigantic skeleton. Even if the skeleton was made out of steel, it would not be able to take such hits. That gigantic skeleton unconsciously struggled a bit. The body of the skeleton was hit into two sections. The head was fine. The bottom seemed fine as well. The chest bones, ribs and backbones all shattered into smaller pieces. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 272, Divine Punishment. Chapter 272, Divine Punishment. Translator, Nayabo Studio Editor, Nayabo Studio. Anfey sighed in relief after seeing that Bruce Ariano had the advantage. He frowned as he turned to the ghost dragon. His eyes widened when he saw a black crescent-shaped creature appearing in midair. It floated towards the ghost dragon slowly but steadily. He frowned and did not understand why he did not sense it before. It was no surprise that he did not feel its presence, however, since even the ghost dragon did not feel it. It was still focused on Susanna. Dimensional slash, Slandria whispered under his breath. Thank God. He's finally here. He sighed, then turned to Susanna. Fight for your honor, he called. Fight for your beliefs, Agent of Light. Susanna's body shook when she heard Slandria's call, and the golden wings behind her became even brighter. Then she flew upwards like a ball of light and launched herself towards the ghost dragon. The ghost dragon was enraged by Susanna's sudden movement, and flapped its bony wings, releasing a wave of powerful magical surge. It flew towards Susanna. Just as the ghost dragon reached Susanna, the dark crescent reached the dragon and passed through it. The dimensional slash was among the most powerful magic in the world. There was no known defense against it. Even the legendary heroes who had reached the sacred state could not defend themselves against it, let alone normal combat power and magic shields. The only thing one should do when facing a dimensional slash was to run. The slash could forcibly transform a certain area into an alternate universe. When the spell come into contact with an organism's body, it could cause irreversible damage and loss of limbs. When a person stepped through a dimensional gate, his body existed in both planes. If there was another gate set up near the original gate, most people assumed that the person crossing over between the worlds would simply cross again and step into the next dimension. The reality, however, was much different. Crossing two gates in such a short time span could cause body dislocation and loss of body parts. Crossing between two dimensions was already pushing magic's limit. Crossing between three was impossible. The ghost dragon did not realize what was happening until the dimensional slash actually passed through it. Its dying roars could shatter a man's eardrum, but it did no good. Its strong tail was sliced off by the slash, and its wings lost their power to carry it. The large dragon plummeted to the ground. Perhaps because the dragon knew it was dying, it dove towards Susanna, its large teeth glistening. Susanna did not turn away from the dragon's attack. Instead, she dashed towards the dragon, her sword held out in front of her. Her raw strength might have gotten stronger, but the way she fought was as if she had lost all her skills as a swordsman. She looked more like a berserk person than a controlled swordsman. Slandria frowned. He reached out, as if he wanted to grab Susanna and drag her away from the dragon. However, there was no magic that would allow him to grab Susanna. Anfey frowned. He relaxed his right hand, and his large blade was transformed into a longbow. He shot the bow swiftly and released a large arrow. The arrow quickly caught up to Susanna's speed, then struck the dragon's neck. The arrow disappeared with a loud crack after it crashed into the dragon. The condensed elements exploded and swept across the air. The dragon's head was thrown back, and Susanna's sword struck it on its defenseless jaw. The dragon lost its momentum and fell to the ground, spiraling. It slammed into the ground and caused a puff of dust to raise up. However, it was still alive. As Susanna landed on the ground, it lifted its head and roared at her. Anfey lowered his arm back to his side. His right hand was shaking, blood dripped down his finger. He did not know how much that dragon weighed, and he did not know if his arrow could knock it off of its course, but he did not have the time to think. This time, he had used all of his strength to pull the bow, but the bow was resisting him. Even though he had managed to pull the bow to its fullest, he had paid a price. He did not need to look at his wound. He knew it must be deep. Christian turned and saw his bleeding hand. "You all right?" he asked. Anfey nodded but did not say anything. Christian frowned when he saw Anfey's bow. The bow was once black, but now the string was red, as if soaked in blood. Anfey, however, did not care about the changes in his bow. He returned the bow to his dimensional ring and kept staring at Susanna. Susanna had landed and dashed towards the dragon again without any hesitation. "Stop," Slandria called. Susanna froze and did not proceed. The dragon was hoping that Susanna would try to finish it off, and now that she wasn't dashing towards it, the dragon began crawling towards her. Black smoke poured out of the gash on its body, and its bones slowly turned into a stark gray. Christian looked at Susanna as well. "That's divine punishment, I think," he said quietly. Christian saw the shock on Anfey's face, and he knew very well what he was thinking. Divine punishment? When the world is corrupted by dark magic, the God of Light will send angels and possess his believers to cleanse the world. What about the consequences? Anfey asked. That was the only thing he cared about. Susanna was acting strangely, and he did not know what he would do if Susanna became someone he could not recognize. "I don't know," Christian said, shrugging. "I have no interest in priesthood." Anfey fell silent and his frown deepened. He was good at hiding his emotions, but he had a limit as well. Loss can often cause the strongest emotions and leave deep wounds. Anfey was very scared of losing anyone. Ever since he lost his parents, he swore that he would never lose anyone ever again, even though he knew that he could never control his own destiny. What will always happen, and he could not change anything. "Don't worry," Christian said. "The dimensional slash means that." Christian paused. He knew that Saul must be near when he saw the dimension slash, but he felt that Anfey did not want to see Saul. He did not want to cause Anfey any unnecessary emotional strain. "I know that it's a hard spell to use," he said, changing the topic. "Whoever the spell is used on must be voluntary and completely comply. This is very hard." Then Susanna. Slandria mentioned the spell, and Susanna volunteered to do it, Christian said. "She said it was the only way to save everyone," Christian sighed. "Hopefully she recovers," Anfey said. He glanced at Slandria and narrowed his eyes. He could not accept Slandria sacrificing Susanna, but he understood. Unless Susanna never recovered. If that happened, he would never forgive Slandria. "You're overthinking," Christian said, again. "Slandria knows better than you about his own magic." Christian was worried, but he wasn't as attached to Susanna as Anfey was. The ghost dragon let out a last roar and crumbled. It had lost too much energy, and its bones became brittle. It had only crawled 20 feet when it collapsed into a pile of broken bones. Its large head fell onto the ground with a loud thud. "Susanna!" Anfey called and walked over. Susanna stood next to Slandria, still holding her sword, but did not turn to look at Anfey. "My lord," Anfey said, "what is it?" He still respected towards Slandria, but his voice was cold. "You were not here to see," Slandria said. "We were all in danger of dying just then. I had no other choice." Anfey frowned. If nothing was wrong, Slandria would say something comforting to calm Anfey's nerve. Now, however, he was emphasizing the dangerous situation they were just in. Anfey's hand shook. Slandria might as well be confirming Anfey's fear. "What about it?" Anfey asked, his voice shaking. "If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 273, Forever Benefits. Chapter 273, Forever Benefits. Translator, Nayabo Studio Editor, Nayabo Studio. The angel was too powerful. Slandria heaved a sigh. "So? You are right. The angel was too powerful, otherwise a priest of light would not listen to her." Someone said that before Anfey could even speak. A middle-aged mage suddenly appeared about a dozen yards behind Slandria. "May I ask who is speaking?" Slandria raised his eyebrows and said coldly. His body slowly turned around. Susanna, standing next to him, grabbed her sword. "Master, I am just a regular mage who wants to spend his whole life on magic," that mage said with a smile. He turned to take a look at Susanna. "Is she the product of God's punishment? It is too bad." Naya was surprised first, and then the corners of her mouth curled up when she saw that middle-aged mage. It looked like even her eyebrows were smiling. As she was ready to call him, Christian lightly tugged on Naya's sleeve. Naya realized what Christian signaled her. She immediately covered her mouth with her hand. At the same time, Slandria had already turned around, otherwise he would have seen Naya's face. It would be easy to guess who that middle-aged mage was. "Too bad? What do you mean?" Slandria looked very cautious because instant transportation was a magic regular mages could not master. A mage with instant transportation magic could be a pain for his opponents. Instant transportation magic did not need magic coordinates. It could transport people with telepathy a short distance in any direction. The stronger the magic was, the further it could transport. If swordsmen or knights fought against a mage with instant transportation magic, the chances for them to win were slim. Slambria did not know Entos was very interested in levitation, instant transportation, fourth-dimensional door and other magic that could help him escape. His instant transportation magic was almost as good as Saul's. Entos had brought people back to his home country and got ambushed by a group of people. If he had fled with the instant transportation magic as they ambushed him, he would have not gotten hurt at all. Even if Philip was there, attacking him, he would not get hurt either. However, to save his companions, he had to stay and fight with them. He did not flee with the instant transportation magic until he realized the situation was so bad that more than half of his companions got hurt or died and he was seriously injured. Entos was very special in terms of his magic study. For example, he was interested in transformation magic and made friends with some druids, which was against his will, to discuss the principle of transformation magic. He was more interested in transforming into rats, snakes, birds than wolves and bears, which made others not know whether to laugh or cry. His study failed at the end though. Among the few top powers in the country of mercenaries, Entos was the most mysterious one. No one knew about his real fighting ability because he was rarely the main force in a physical fight and turned other top powers' challenges down. Of course, if the challengers were not top powers, he would take the challenge. You know what I meant by too bad? Entos smiled. He slowly walked around Slambria and stood right between Anfey and Slambria. At that moment, Anfey almost could not suppress his rage and was ready to fight Slambria. He had to have the control over him before he could even ask him anything because he would not just tell Anfey the answers. Slambria was a priest of light, but Anfey felt he could beat him since Slambria was hurt. People were not machines. Nobody could be absolutely calm. The reason Anfey was able to stay calm in difficult times and in dangerous situations was that he could take a lot of things. However, what he could take was limited. As he sought his wife to be turned into a monster, even a coward would just let Slambria go. Calm? #K it. Anfey was shocked for a second when he saw the middle-aged mage block the shortest and fastest way to attack Slambria. He thought the mage was conspiring with Slambria. Reading between the lines, it did not seem he could be on Anfey's side. I don't get it. Slambria shook his head. I am just curious. I studied light magic, but only a little bit. You are a priest of light. Would it be possible you know less than me? Entos said, smiling. You made a mistake. Why didn't you let the angel fall on you? Christian and Black 11 looked surprised. Entos looked around and realized what Christian and Black 11 were surprised about. He said, you guys do not need to think it was weird. The angel was neutral. In other words, it could either male or female. Our priest of light, Slambria, could take the glory of the angel. Slambria's face did not change at all, but he was shocked inside. God's punishment was a top secret in the Church of Light. Besides few archpriests, regular priests never had the chance to know about it, not to mention study it. This middle-aged mage knew about their top secret magic, which made Slambria want to kill him. He wanted to order Susanna to start the attack to shut him up. However, Saul had already come. This mage could be a person Saul brought with him. His instant transportation gave him headaches as well. Slambria had to hide his intention of killing this mage. Slambria indeed had a secret mission. Yolanthe, Evil Mist, and Pope William were all interested in Anfey. There had been no supreme powers on Pan-Continent for many years. Whoever got control over Anfey and found out his secret would have the ability to control the world. Church of Light had always dreamed of spreading its religion all over the Pan-Continent. They would not let this opportunity go. The problem was they did not know how to control Anfey. The friendship Slambria built in the fights with Anfey was not enough. Pope William concluded from all the information he collected from many sources that Anfey was cunning and low-key. It would not be easy to have control over Anfey or have him volunteer to work with the church. The best way was to control the people around Anfey. After close observation, Slambria thought Susanna was the closest one to Anfey. He used the excuse that the angel was too powerful and had to ask the Pope for help removing the magic from Susanna. He planned to ask Susanna to go back to the palace with him. Anfey would definitely worry about her and ask to go with her to the palace. Once they got to the palace, things would be much easier. He did not know the sudden appearance of the middle-aged mage would ruin his whole plan. He did not talk about removing the magic from Susanna, but strategically focused on the reasons why he asked Susanna to take the glory of the angel. This completely broke the trust he had built with Anfey. His plan would definitely not work now. Everybody went quiet for a short period of time. Each of them thought about totally different things. Suddenly, Naya screamed, "Dad! Naya had already run towards the woods like a young bird seeing her dad flying back. "Professor," Christian bowed as he greeted Saul. Anfey's body suddenly froze. He knew he would see Saul soon. The timing of Saul's appearance was awkward and made him feel uneasy. If he missed this opportunity to talk about it, things could get messy. As a student of Saul, he could not just stay there without greeting him. That would be too rude. Anfey slowly turned his body around, but still watched Slambria out of the corner of his eye. He had thought about how to talk to Saul when he saw him, but now his mind went blank. "Archmage Saul, you finally came." Slambria heaved a sigh of relief. Saul still looked good. His gown was neat and clean, his hair combed very tidy, the wrinkled eyes had loving smiles. He reached his hand out and rubbed Nia's hair. When he turned to look at Slambria, his smile disappeared. "Slambria, I have heard what you said. I think you should give us an explanation and give Anfey an explanation." Anfey suddenly had the urge to cry. His eyes were moist. He wanted to start the fight with Slambria because he held so much anger towards him. He dared not think about the consequences of doing that. The Church of Light had kept Yolanthe in low profile and kept Evil Abyss in the dark. They must be really powerful. The moment he started the fight with Slambria, he could have been on the wanted list on Pan-Continent. He would be no better than a necromancer, but he had no other choice. Anfey felt it was just not fair. He only wanted justice for his wife to be. He could not have other people's understandings and could be considered a sinful person. What he had done was nothing other than trying to survive. When he learned a little more about Pan-Continent, he only wanted to live a better life under the protection of a person with power and influence. Was it too much to ask? Why were there always people who wanted to set him up? Even the people who were his allies and fought together with him shoulder by shoulder had evil intentions towards him. Hearing what Saul said, Anfey was so grateful. Saul was so important that he did not only represent himself, but a group. The demand from Saul was politically sensitive. Anfey could not express how grateful he was when Saul demanded an explanation from an archpriest of light for him. Slambria was shocked for a second and smiled bitterly. He did not think a gentleman, Saul, could be so aggressive and cold. Most people thought Saul was such a perfect man. He was nice, knowledgeable, honest, helpful, but not ambitious. His reputation was only less than Yolanthe in Mayho Empire. No one was perfect, neither was Saul. He was very protective. Naya was not that powerful, but very influential in Sacred City. The only grandson of Philip, Zeta, was a bully, but dared not make trouble for Naya because of Saul's protectiveness. Naya even gave him a few lessons. Zeta chose to take it. Someone instigated him to make troubles with Naya. He did not dare take his people to Saul's house to make trouble until Saul left Sacred City. Ignorant Zeta died only because he wanted revenge on Naya. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 274, Calculating. Chapter 274, Calculating. Translator, Nayabo Studio Editor, Nayabo Studio. "This is your fault, my lord," Entos said. "Should a problem arise, we should try to find a solution as fast as possible. Denial will not only not solve the problem, it will worsen it." Entos' tone was gentle, but his words made Slambria feel frustrated. For him, Entos' attitude was very irritating. He narrowed his eyes and was about to say something when Saul took a step forward and said, "Do you have a solution, Entos?" "Yes," Entos said, bowing. "As you know, Master Saul, I always enjoy discussing topics relating to humanity and our existence. It is easy to understand a normal man, but it is the stubborn ones that are interesting. Their minds shift and change, filled with contradictions and foolishness. These are the minds I love. Therefore..." Entos grinned and turned his gaze to Slambria. "When will you start being serious?" Saul frowned and interrupted Entos. He knew that the young man wanted to take this opportunity and humiliate the Church of Light, but his words may cause strife between him and one of the most powerful men in the world. Saul was a righteous man, and he knew what was appropriate to say under what circumstances. Even if he did make Slambria his enemy, he would not humiliate him either. "You are always right, Mas Saul," Entos said, smirking. Slambria realized who Entos was after hearing him refer to Saul as master. Of course, Saul's student was already infamous. When he was dealing with the nobility of Elazan Empire, Slambria had heard several times that a real archmage should not have a student like Entos. Entos' words were infuriating, but Slambria chose to ignore them. He did not have the power to remove the divine punishment spell, and the only way out was to ask the Pope. "Tell me about your plan," Saul said. "Divine punishment is a hard spell, my lord. The success rate is low enough, but combined with the rigid requirements, it is almost impossible for most of the population to endure this spell. If a person is a commoner, the strength of the angel would decrease significantly. If the power of a person is too great, the person may overpower the angel. An angel in spirit form cannot do whatever it wants. Powerful men like yourselves would be dangerous to these angels. Get to the point, Saul snapped. He never lost his patience with his students, but Entos was an exception. He knew Entos too well. When he was with others, Entos would act his age, but when he was with Saul, he would act like a child. Saul knew he had to be stern with him. It's easy. The angel's form is contained in the scepter of light. You can banish the angel if you destroy the scepter. Slambria frowned at Entos' comment. There should less than 5 people who knew the scepter's secret, and they were all leaders within the church. Slambria could not fathom who had spilled the secret. Slambria wished he could simply kill Entos and keep the secret, but Saul was present, and his hands were tied. Before Manhwa Empire and Elazan Empire went to war, many thought Saul was no match for Nuyoheim. Even the Pope chose to simply observe. Yolanthi was too stubborn and had rejected the church's advancement. Elazan Empire was much more open in comparison. The Pope had favored Elazan Empire from the beginning, but he did not choose a side. In the end, Saul shocked everyone by defeating Nuyoheim. This showed how much he had grown, even though Saul did not care about politics and his rank. The nations had came to a truce because of the return of the necromancers. The nations felt the need to band together against a common threat. Moreover, this was to prevent Yolanthi from further expanding his power. That should be easy, Saul said quietly. If Entos' statement came as a shock, then Saul's came as a blow to Slambria. The Scepter of Light was a holy artifice in the Church of Light, and what did it mean to destroy something regarded as holy by the religion with the most believers in the world? Wars, revenge, countless deaths. Was Saul really willing to take responsibility that would claim the lives of hundreds of thousands of people? It is easy, a voice said as a figure stepped into the clearing. Ernest appeared through the light, his entire body covered with light, as if wearing an armor of light. He walked slowly and confidently, but was in front of Slambria within seconds. This is the church's holy artifice, Slambria said, taking a step back. I will not give it to you. You can stay, Ernest said. I don't mind. Slambria took a deep breath. He knew that Ernest had spent a lot of time with Saul lately, and he was the only one who dared to talk to Slambria this way. Slambria always knew that there was no way to reason with the brute. If Ernest wanted to do something, only death could stop him. Slambria stared at Saul and finally said, I hope you can calm down, Lord Saul. He did not want to further excite Saul. Look who's talking, Entos said mockingly. It's not a situation where we should calm down. You are at fault here. One of our people is furious. Slambria felt his body growing cold and turned his gaze to Bruzeriano. If words were losing their power, then the only thing he could do was to fight. However, the curse placed on him by the necromancers was still bugging him. The only way he could win was to enlist Bruzeriano's help. Bruzeriano had already transformed back into his human form. He lifted his head when he felt Slambria's gaze, then lowered his eyes again and shook his head slightly. Everyone was selfish, and Bruzeriano was no exception. He had let Anfey borrow the heart of nature not only because he was good friends with Saul, but also because he needed connections. Everyone loves secrets, and even if they could not be the only one who knew the truth, they could at least share it. He was a religious leader as well, but the followers of Goddess of Nature tended to be more passive and would not seek glory the way followers of the Church of Light did. The two religions were examples of passiveness and aggressiveness when it came to their ways of life. A majority of Goddess of Nature's followers resided in Manhwa Empire, more than followers of the Church. If Bruzeriano really helped Slambria now, he would make Saul his enemy, and he knew Yolanthi and Saul would not hesitate killing all those followers of Goddess of Nature. Slambria was, of course, in the wrong. He had made the plan to lure out the necromancers using Saul's students in order to make himself more famous and win glory for his church. He did not even wait to defeat the necromancers to put another plan into action. He kept everyone in the dark, as well. Slambria wanted to keep the secrets to himself, and did not treat Bruzeriano with the proper respect. Fine, Slambria spat. He suddenly remembered what his teacher once told him, that he focused too much on creating plans to win himself glory and it would one day destroy him. He learned what would happen to someone who was not cunning. A cardinal who could use the ultimate forbidden spells without the help of the papal crown would surely be seen as a threat to the Pope and his power. In the end, Slambria's teacher was framed for crimes he did not commit and was incarcerated. Who knew his words would one day come true? If he wasn't so calculating, maybe everyone would walk away from the situation unscathed. Now it was too late. There were only two ways to end the effects of divine punishment. One was to destroy the scepter, the other was to ask the Pope for a blessing. Ernest and Saul obviously chose the quicker route. For them, asking the Pope for blessing was too much work. Slambria suddenly waved the scepter in his hand. If he was facing another foe, the best option might have been to hide the scepter away in his dimensional ring and defend the honor of the church. However, he knew that was not a good plan, since his opponent was Saul. He knew the structure of dimensional rings too well for that plan to work. As long as he was alive, Saul would know how to open a separate dimension that would lead into his dimensional ring. Saul stepped forward and shielded Naya with his body as the bright ball of light appeared. "Why?" he asked Slambria with a sigh. Slambria did not reply. Saul's magic staff was still in his hand, and as he waved his staff, a dozen wind blades shot towards the ball of light. He knew what state Slambria was in. Light magic could overpower death magic, but a powerful enough necromancer could defeat a light mage as well. Even if he was facing a cardinal of light in his prime, Saul knew he could still win. After all, elemental magic was more powerful than light magic. Slambria could not pose a threat to them. Susanna started moving as well. However, before she could reach the battle, Ernest had already stopped her. Two swords clashed with a loud thud, and a ball of light enveloped the two. Both of them took a few steps back, but Ernest recovered quickly and dashed towards Susanna again. His sole mission was to keep Susanna away from the fight. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 275, Killed a God. Chapter 275, Killed a God. Translator, Nayabo Studio Editor, Nayabo Studio. Slambria smiled wanly when he saw Saul's wind blade shred the light ball into millions of tiny light chips, splashing everywhere. He had no time to suppress the curse, so he let the toxin spread in his body. He used all the magic power he had left to chant. A light, gold-colored light dome appeared, covering Slambria underneath it. Absolute Barrier was a magic that could help a mage survive in a very difficult situation. Even if thousands of people were dying, the people under the Absolute Barrier could survive. Even when being attacked by the forbidden spells, or if an area of hundreds of square miles had been burned, Absolute Barrier still could provide a mage a safe space. No matter what form of elements, they could not pass through the Absolute Barrier, but the mage inside the dome could attack the outside targets with any magic he wanted. Absolute Barrier and Holy Guardian were the most advanced magic among all the defensive magic spells in the Church of Light. They had totally opposite properties. One was a defensive magic, while the other could counter all the physical attacks. Maybe gods did not want humans to be too powerful, so nobody had ever mastered both types of magic. If there were, the two spells would cancel each other out and lose their effects. Saul saw Slambria releasing Absolute Barrier. He shook his head and then saw Slambria chanting again. A weird element started to fluctuate in the air. They moved in a chaotic way, like a magic array of chaos. Saul looked serious and concerned. He raised his hand and released meteorite magic in the blink of an eye. A meteorite with flame fell from the sky with a whooshing sound, right onto the Absolute Barrier. With a huge bang, the meteorite turned into millions of flames and flashes, but the Absolute Barrier only slightly went out of shape and returned to normal. Absolute Barrier was a great defense for magic, but not so great against physical attacks. Gods would not teach humans any perfect magic. If Absolute Barrier had the physical defense as if gods were guarding them, that any top power who had mastered the Absolute Barrier could ignore any rule and law in the world. Saul did not stop. Magic spells were consecutively released, but none of them was senior-level magic. A wall grew out of the ground and knocked Slambria into the air, causing him to stop chanting. When Slambria immediately released levitation magic to move to the side, another meteorite smashed both the Absolute Barrier and Slambria to the ground. A pile of debris sprang out from the ground and hit Slambria into the air like a ball. Saul looked confident, but he actually was very nervous. He wanted to see what Slambria would do. Self-explosion. Entos had moved to the side. He looked like he was thinking about something with his eyes blinking. Anfey still stared at Slambria. He knew he was not good enough to participate in this fight between Saul and Slambria. He could accidentally cause trouble for Saul, although he wanted to pierce several holes in Slambria. At the moment, he could only quietly watch their fight. Slambria did not look strong. He was awkward and looked to be in pain. Saul played a ball game with him, but he was the ball. Slambria was in a bad situation. He was knocked down by a meteorite from the sky. As he fell rapidly, he was hit back into the air by the pile of debris. The free fall suddenly stopped. Slambria was tossed back into the air. The physical attacks from these spells could not break the absolute barrier, but these fast movements were beyond what Slanbria could take. He was just a priest of light, so his physical stamina was limited. He felt his blood all rush into his brain at one time, dizzy at another time, and then all his organs crunched together at other times. In addition, the cursing had corroded his body quickly. Slanbria felt he had a concussion. He barely remembered what he was doing. If Slanbria fought with Saul in his best condition, after he released the absolute barrier, Saul probably could only choose to run away, since the absolute barrier would not stay forever. The problem was Slanbria had activated a magic array of chaos. If he made it, only a few more people would die with him. If he had not made it, Slanbria would not be able to rearrange elements and would lose his ability to control elements. The levitation magic he released had already been against the rules of elements. He was not countered by it because the control and understanding of elements he had gained by working with them were tremendous. He wanted to release magic again, but he just could not. Antos took out a dark black magic wand from somewhere. He raised it and waved a little. Saul thought about why Antos did that for a second and stopped releasing magic. The ball-shaped absolute barrier wrapped around Slanbria and fell hard on the ground. Slanbria was very experienced with fights. He knew he could not give up at this point. Saul had turned against him and the Church of Light on behalf of Anfey. If he gave up right now, he could not even die easily. With no time to take a breath, Slanbria gripped the glory scepter. This was the last step to activate the magic array of chaos. God said. Antos suddenly disappeared and then reappeared behind Slanbria. He raised the dark black wand toward Slanbria. Surprisingly, the absolute barrier did not block Antos and his wand. His wand got into the absolute barrier without any trouble. Blood splattered and Slanbria was knocked to the ground. Slanbria's blood had dyed a piece of the absolute barrier red. One strike did not seem enough for Antos. He jumped high as he swung his arm to continue hitting Slanbria. Slanbria was struggling to crawl along the ground when Antos hit him the second time. Blood splattered again. The next moment, Antos appeared about a dozen of yards away from Slanbria, carefully watching him. Slanbria was down. Everyone was startled. Saul slowly walked a few steps forward. He heaved a long sigh when he saw Slanbria writhing on the ground. The light of absolute barrier got dimmer. Slanbria struggled for a while and tried to hold on to the glory scepter to stand up. He kneeled on the ground. There was no way he could stand up. Because of the explosion of the magic array of chaos, no one would be able to remember the chant after experiencing the concussion, not even Slanbria. Right now he probably did not even remember his name. Anfey suddenly walked 2 steps forward and rushed at Slanbria. He gave him a high kick right to his chin. Slanbria was skinny, only weighing about 130 pounds. This kick wobbled him. Almost at the same time, Anfey punched his left fist out and hit hard on the neck of Slanbria. There was a terrifying sound of bone breaking. Slanbria fell back to the ground. His head fell to one side in a weird angle. There was no trace that he was still alive. It was not decent to keep hitting Slanbria as he had already been seriously injured. However, Anfey had to do it. First of all, he was worried Saul would feel bad and would not kill Slanbria. Second, he felt it was his responsibility to kill Slanbria. He could not let anyone else kill him. He made the trouble, so he had to kill him. If later on Saul would not be able to take the pressure from the Church of Light, they could come to him. He would rather take responsibility for killing Slanbria. If they wanted to kill him and were able to kill him, they could do that. Whether Anfey's thinking was naive or not was another story. Thinking about what had happened previously and looking at what had just happened, Anfey did not want to bring any more trouble to Saul. He owed too much to Saul. Saul looked at the back of Anfey. He used to treat Anfey as a simple and nice kid. He cared about him, but never paid too much attention to him, which had allowed Anfey some freedom to do whatever he wanted for a while. After getting to know Anfey a little more, it was not hard for Saul to guess something from Anfey's actions, since Saul had seen so many different people in his life. The match between Susanna and Ernest was a draw. This fight was super hard for Ernest. He was in a super passive position. He did not want to hurt Susanna, but Susanna seemed to fight for her life. She looked like she wanted to kill Ernest. At that moment, Susanna's fighting ability seemed better than Ernest's. Ernest could barely counter Susanna's strikes. He got a deep cut on his left shoulder. The blood had dyed half of his shirt. Many people thought Ernest stubborn and hot-tempered. What they thought made some sense. He was hit pretty hard, but never asked for help. If it were Anfey, he probably would have already called everyone's name for help. There must be something wrong with Angel's intelligence. If Susanna could have helped Slandria, he would not have died so fast. Right now this angel wanted to fight Ernest. Her attacks got faster and fiercer one after another. She looked like she had decided to kill Ernest. Saul did not have time to talk to Anfey. He waved his hand. A gust of wind element picked up the glory scepter from the ground and sent it to his palm. The scepter was carved with runes and looked holy. Saul thought for a while before he ran his fingers from the top of the scepter down. Where Saul's fingers passed, the runes suddenly dimmed. As his fingers reached the bottom of the scepter, the glory scepter had turned into a regular wood stick. Saul tossed the glory scepter into the air and shoot out a big fireball. With a huge exploding sound, the wood stick burst into millions of pieces with flames. Church of Light had lost a holy item. Susanna suddenly stopped her attacks and screamed out in pain. The light wings disappeared as well. A blurry shadow came out of Susanna. Saul chanted with his eyes closed. A 1-yard-long crescent-shaped black blade swung in the air and cut the rising shadow in half. Ernest had never showed any change in his face before, but this time he was so shocked that he screamed, "You killed a god." If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 276, Habits. Chapter 276, Habits. Translator, Nayabo Studio Editor, Nayabo Studio. Saul did not have time to answer Ernest. He transferred his wand from his left hand to his right and raised it into the air. Wind blades appeared in the air and rained down on the shadow. The shadow tried to avoid the attack, but there were too many wind blades and the perimeter of the attack was too great. The shadow was shredded to pieces in the blink of an eye. It hung in the air limply. Mist rose from its form and disappeared. Saul turned his eyes to the pieces of the scepter and stared at it. Small dots of light appeared from the scepter. The lights began clumping together and quickly formed a fist-sized ball of light. The ball burst into blinding light and began raising towards the sky. Saul did nothing but shake his head, but Entos seemed strangely excited. "You may be an angel," he whispered under his breath, "but even an angel can be killed when it's disembodied." The mist around the ball of light disappeared when it was a few feet off the ground, and the light stopped. Then it began to spin quickly, and everyone felt a strange pressure. Saul, Ernest, and Bruzeriano could deal with the pressure, but the younger mages could not handle the overwhelming pressure. Naya's face became pale. She reached out and grabbed at the air weakly. She felt the air became heavy as if it was turned into liquid by the light and was suffocating her. Saul waved his staff and summoned a magic shield that covered everyone. Naya took a deep breath. She stared at the ball of light, terrified, and grabbed Saul's arm. She was a daughter of one of the most powerful mages, and she knew magic very well, even though she was not a mage herself. Naya knew that, normally, damage must be done through attack. This ball of light was defying the rules of nature. The sound of high-pitched screams and static filled the air. It sounded angry and accusative. Thankfully, everyone present was protected by Saul's magic shield, or else most wouldn't be able to handle the pressure. "It may be a battle angel," Bruzeriano said, "but it is still an angel." This was the first time he spoke since Saul appeared. While Anfey was trying to understand Susanna's change in attitude, Bruzeriano already knew what had happened. He chose to remain silent in order to avoid suspicion. Ernest stared at Saul, who nodded slowly after a few seconds. Then Saul turned to Bruzeriano and smiled. "You?" Bruzeriano wanted to say something, but he sighed and knew he wouldn't be able to talk any sense into them. Ernest shook his head, then turned and dashed towards the ball of light. Perhaps because it was spinning so fast, the ball of light was already losing its shape. Ernest's figure looked like it was being picked up by a large hand. The light of his combat power was twisted and warped by the light. He drew his sword as he approached the light. The screaming stopped and the pressure disappeared as Ernest's sword sliced through the light. The ball turned into thousands of specks of light and rained down onto the earth like fireworks. Ernest landed on the ground and jumped back to rejoin Saul. A dozen specks of light landed on Ernest like golden fish scales, clinging to his clothing. Bruzeriano frowned at the sight. He opened his mouth a few times, but did not say anything. Antos suddenly teleported himself and appeared under the specks of light. He opened his arms and stared at the light as if he had just seen the most amazing sight in the entire world. "Antos!" Saul bellowed. Antos froze, then returned to Saul's side with another teleportation spell. "I apologize, my lord," he said with a smile. "Call it a habit." "Saul, that may be a battle angel, but it is still an angel," Bruzeriano said with an emphasis on the word still. "I don't know much about divine punishment," Saul said, "but I know its consequences. This is to make up for it." Saul waved his hand and summoned a light breeze. The breeze blew the light towards Susanna, who was still unconscious, and dropped the light all over her. Bruzeriano sighed and shook his head. I thought the most senseless archmage was Nuyoheim, he said. I'm just seeking justice, Saul said with a smile. He turned to Anfey and said, everything's fine now. The girl will be fine. He paused then said, shouldn't you look at me and say something now, dot. Anfey turned around slowly and said, Master Saul, If none of this had happened, Anfey might have been able to greet Saul naturally. After all, he did spend a lot of time writing his script. After what had just happened, the only thing Anfey should do was thank Saul. He did not know what to say. That's it? Saul asked slowly. I did not realize we are so distant that it's hard for you to greet me. Father, Naya suddenly said, shaking Saul's arm. Anfey's fine. He's a good person. Naya paused and nodded. He's a good person? How so? Saul asked with a smile. Even though he was happy that Anfey was able to grow and make a name for himself, he still felt uncomfortable. Anfey was so unassuming when he was under Saul's care, who would have thought he would be the one to take the lead once on his own? This could not change Saul's fondness for Anfey, of course, he was simply curious and needed an answer. Naya frowned and tried to recall what Anfey had done in the past. When she was living in Sacred City, she had relied on her father. After she left, Anfey took Saul's place and she was able to rely on him. Anfey took care of his friends, and even though he had brought them unnecessary trouble, she knew he had done his job. Out of everyone, she was the most protected. She was not required to do anything dangerous unless she was the last one left. She felt safe when she was with Anfey. Everyone else respected him as well, and she began to respect him. Her dislike for Anfey was long forgotten. Anfey had done too much, Naya did not know where to start. I don't care, she finally said with a sigh. He's just a good person. Just drop it, will you? Ernest said as he walked over. He glanced at Anfey and turned away. Ernest was never good at expressing emotions. He was glad to see Anfey again, but he did not say anything. Don't forget. He's my student, not yours. Father. Naya said again. All right, Saul said with a smile. He looked at Naya and stroked her hair gently. My student is ignoring me, but my daughter shouldn't. Saul grinned widely and his eyes lit up with the joy of seeing his daughter again. When he heard what had happened, Saul had been worried to death. However, he had a whole war to fight, and did not have the spare energy to deal with the situation back at home. He remained calm so his soldiers would not panic, but no one knew how he had suffered. After Ernest appeared and told him what had happened, he relaxed a little. As soon as he stopped worrying, he grew angry. He wrote to Yolanthe angrily and claimed that nothing would have gone wrong if Yolanthe had not sent Myrich to prevent Ernest from reaching Naya. He claimed he would leave immediately to look for his daughter. Of course, Saul would not really desert his post. He was angry, but he could not let his emotions decide the fate of his nation. Yolanthe's apologetic attitude towards the situation helped calm Saul's anger, as well. This was the first time he had seen his beloved daughter in almost a year, and Saul could feel nothing but happiness. At the same time, he was also slightly worried. He did not know what Naya had been through when he was away. He was powerful, but he could not protect her forever. What would happen after he died? Naya rested her head on Saul's shoulder and closed her eyes. Growth came from experience, and for some people, a peaceful life may not be the best for them. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 277, Covering for Anfey. Chapter 277, Covering for Anfey. Translator, Nayabo Studio Editor, Nayabo Studio. Anfey walked up to Susanna. He squatted down to look at her. She was covered with light shaped like scales on a fish. Anfey could barely see her face. Without knowing how much time had passed, the lights on her body started to dim. When the last few scale lights went out, Anfey held Susanna in his arms. She was still in coma and rested in Anfey's arms with her head slanted to one side. Anfey felt her softness in his arms. Her hair was down and blown in the wind. Anfey laid his eyes on Susanna's chest. Her chest slowly moved up and down with a strong pulse. He put his ear on it to check. He could clearly hear her heartbeat. He finally heaved a sigh of relief. Anfey turned around, carrying Susanna in his arms, looking at Saul and Naya not far from him. A question suddenly flashed in his head. There was a big age difference between Saul and Susanna, almost 40 years difference. Perhaps Saul had dedicated himself in magic and could not spare his energy in marriage, but something didn't make sense. Where was Naya's mom? Why had no one talked about her at all, not even Naya? When they were running away from Sacred City, Naya called Dad when she had nightmares. It was a little weird. No one talked about it. Anfey never bothered to ask since it involved her personal life. Professor, is Susanna really going to be fine? Anfey did not want to interfere with Naya and Saul while they were trying to bond, but he had to. He had always been good at not asking too many questions and rarely nagged anyone. Now he was just worried for some reason. Don't worry about it. She is fine. Ernest said it before Saul could even say anything. He paused before patting Anfey on the shoulder. Ernest was not good at expressing his feelings. It was pretty rare to see him to give this kind of gesture. Even if she has lost something, what she gained is way more than what she has lost. You don't have to worry about her, Saul slowly said. William must be enraged. Saul, aren't you afraid William will come to see you and blame you for everything? Bruzeriano said with a bitter smile. Annunziata had not made any move for a long time. The evil abyss must know she was killed by Ernest. Both Church of Light and Evil Mist had suffered serious losses. Church of Light lost a priest of light and a sacred item. Evil Mist lost a senior stateswoman. Judging from the way the Phantom Dragon showed up, it must have been released from a seal. The magic tool that sealed the Phantom Dragon might not be as good as Glory Scepter, but should be very similar to that sense. Church of Light seemed to suffer the same amount of loss as Evil Abyss. Slambria and Annunziata came to the end together. Even if William wants to take revenge, he should not seek me out, Saul said calmly. Do you think William will believe your lies? Bruzeriano twitched his mouth. There was a roaring behind them. A group of zombies wobbled over. The two zombies in the front were big. They actually used to be the druids of Bruzeriano. With no control over them, zombies went after any living organism by instinct. They had no idea what terror could feel like. They just wobbled over. Seeing his subordinates turned into zombies, Bruzeriano thought about what he had paid for the battle. He was upset about it. He released nature magic. Countless vines grew out of the ground and tied all the zombies together. It depends on how William thinks of it, Saul said. If William were as honest as he claims, he would believe me. If William only pretended to be honest, he would blame me for it even if what I told him were the truth. Bruzeriano was quiet in thought for a while. He heaved a long sigh. It was just like Saul said. If Pope William really aimed at wiping out necromancers, he would pay any price to fight the evil. He would not create conflict or make it worse than it should be at this crucial moment. If Pope William had ambitions of taking over Pan-Continent, he definitely wanted to do more than wiping out necromancers. If he could not even wait for his bigger plan, he might use this as an excuse to create conflict with Mayho Empire. Even if Slambria were killed by Annunziata, William still could blame them for something if he wanted to. He could stir up his followers and made them angry at Saul and Anfey. We probably have not seen each other for about 5 years, have we? Saul looked at the horizon and squinted. There was a group of knights moving fast in their direction. Something like that, Bruzeriano nodded. Would you like to come to my house? Saul asked. To Sacred City? Bruzeriano was shocked for a second. Yeah. Saul smiled. We are getting old. We do not have too much time left. If we miss this time, I do not even know if we would see each other again. Sure, Bruzeriano agreed quickly. He knew going to Sacred City was not going to be that simple. If he went, as a follower of Goddess of Nature, it would be an indication that Saul was innocent, which would be putting a decent amount of pressure on Pope William. Anfey quietly listened to the conversation between Saul and Bruzeriano. He felt he had been too naive. He used to live in a world where laws and rules governed people. He unconsciously believed it was a case of a homicide if he killed Slambria before Saul could. Now he understood, Slambria was not only Slambria himself, but Slambria of the Church of Light. One or a few people were responsible for a criminal case in his previous world, but in this world, a group was responsible for the death of Slambria, no matter who in the group killed him. In other words, he looked ridiculous when he tried to kill Slambria himself. Saul had made it clear that if Pope William could not wait for the conflicts, he would definitely blame Saul for it. It was a trigger. If that were the case, William's aim was to make Yolanthe lose the whole territory of Mayho Empire to Church of Light. As Saul and Bruzeriano talked, a group of knights rushed over. A knight in the front hurriedly jumped off his horse. He bowed to Saul respectfully first and said in a low voice, Master, Dean Steger has killed 4 necromancers and other mages. 2 necromancers escaped toward the southeast. Where is Steger? Saul asked. He chased after those 2 necromancers himself, the knight said. Stager came too? Bruzeriano asked in surprise.
I did not know you were so well prepared. Hearing this, Saul frowned. I almost forgot if you did not remind me.
What happened? You should have already reached Mambo territory as we planned. Why did you guys just come here?
If it were not for me feeling something was not right and taking people to see you, you guys would have been caught by Annunciata.
Do not ask me.
Ask your favorite student, Bruzeriano shrugged.
Saul scanned the group.
Christian immediately walked up and tried to calm Saul down with smiles.
Professor, it was my bad. After running away from Sacred City, we have been roaming everywhere and living an unstable life. We finally could come back to our country, finally felt relaxed. I am asking you what took you so long to get here, Saul interrupted. I wanted to see some nice scenery on the way, Christian said. To see nice scenery? Saul asked.
Yes, Christian said timidly.
Saul glanced at Anfey.
He never believed what Christian said from the very beginning. This group of kids listened to Anfey.
Saul knew Anfey would never let Christian see some nice scenery at this critical moment.
Professor, it was my fault, Anfey stepped forward.
Saul gave Christian a hard look and slowly said, Anfey, can you explain why?
Christian looked worried.
He looked at Anfey in confusion.
They had worked so long that Anfey should have known to say nothing right now or blame it all on Christian, since he had a very special background. Even if Christian made a big mistake, Saul would not do much to him. If it were Anfey, Saul could be very strict with him, even though Saul was nice most of the time.
My bad, my bad. Naya could tell Saul was getting mad at Anfey and wanted to punish him for it.
She signaled Anfey by giving him an I-got-it look as she shook Saul's arm. I was not feeling good, so I asked Anfey to slow down. One wanted to see scenery while the other one did not feel good. Saul had a fake smile on his face.
No bad, not bad.
After getting some real-life experience for about half a year, you learn nothing but to lie to cover for each other.
I did not.
I really did not feel good, Naya complained.
Anfey smiled bitterly inside.
Even if they wanted to help him, they needed to come up with some better excuses.
These excuses were too lame to be believable. Saul looked at Naya in surprise. When she was in Sacred City, Naya was the number 2 person in the household.
She scolded people as she wanted, and told on anyone who broke her stuff. She was pretty nice if she did not blame others for her own mistakes.
Today Naya stood out to speak for Anfey. Maybe it was a sign that she had grown up. Anfey was still quiet.
He could not let others know the reasons why he did what he did.
To be honest, it was not all Anfey's fault.
If Meyerich and Bruzeriano could have talked about the plan with him, he would not have made the same decision. Anfey had achieved major accomplishments, but he was still a kid in Meyerich and Bruzeriano's eyes. They did not think he was good enough to work with them as peers.
Okay, I am not going to force you to tell me the reasons if you don't want to.
Saul waved his hand.
Get on the wagon first.
If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 278, Poor. Chapter 278, Poor. Translator, Nayabo Studio Editor, Nayabo Studio.
Saul had come in a hurry, but he still brought enough carriages. The mages that came with him all had carriages. After the bulk of Saul's men rejoined him, the mages were able to find a few spare carriages. Saul and Bruzeriano sat in the same carriage, and Ernest chose to sit with Anfey.
Christian and Black 11 were in the last carriage.
Entos, on the other hand, chose to use magic instead of riding in carriages like the rest of them.
The carriages headed towards Mambo territory smoothly. The carriages all looked the same, but the atmosphere in each carriage was completely different. Naya sat next to Saul and was telling him about what she had experienced while she was away from the city. Her mind chose to forget the danger she was just in. She glanced down at Saul's robe and said, "Father, why are you wearing this? It looks ugly on you." "What should I wear, then?" Saul asked with a smile. He was relieved that Naya was safe. "I'm poor now, darling. This is the only thing I can afford." "Poor?" Naya asked, frowning. "The collection I accumulated over several decades was robbed, so I am poor now." Naya grinned and shook her head, imagining Saul's face when he realized his secret chamber was empty. "Don't worry, father. All those things are in Anfey's care." "I'm not worried," Saul said. "Naya, he didn't damage any of the books, did he?" "He burned them," Naya said, "since they had no use to us." "What?" Saul asked, gasping, his eyes wide open. Those magic books were rare books he accumulated throughout his entire life.
It was all he could do not to go mad with anger after hearing this. Don't worry, Naya said, patting Sol's shoulder.
It's a joke. We didn't burn them. Why would we? Sol sighed and shook his head. If Christian or Anfey had told him what Naya just did, he would not have believed them. Of course, Christian and Anfey, unlike Naya, did not dare to lie to his face. Bruzariano watched Sol and Naya with a smile. He chose to stay quiet in order not to interrupt Sol and Naya's reunion. Don't worry, father, Naya said with a sigh. I'm happy now. I'm safe. She smiled and leaned against Sol's shoulder. Sol looked at Naya dotingly and smiled, stroking her hair. In the second carriage, there was only silence. Susanna was still unconscious, Ernest had his eyes closed and was not talking, and Anfey was holding Susanna and observing her expression. Loss could cause some of the greatest pain, and hatred was torture. Having something you thought you had lost returning would bring overwhelming joy. Anfey had not experienced such strong emotions in a long time, and he needed time to recover. He did not want to hide his emotions anymore, nor did he need to. He stared at Susanna without blinking. Susanna shifted slightly and let out a grunt. Then she opened her eyes slowly. Her gaze met Anfey's, and she quickly shut her eyes again. Susanna, Anfey called. Are you awake? Susanna grunted. Yes, she said, opening her eyes again. Her gaze met Anfey's and she did not turn away this time. She still felt uncomfortable under Anfey's gaze, however, and turned her head away. Why are you staring at me like that? She asked. Makes me uncomfortable. Did I? Anfey asked, then smiled awkwardly. He did not realize how intense his gaze had been. I'm sorry. Didn't mean to make you uncomfortable. How are you feeling? I'm all right, Susanna said. What happened? Why am I here? What happened to the necromancers? She reached for her sword and realized it was gone. She frowned and asked, Where's my sword? I believe you're looking for this, Ernest said and held out Susanna's sword. He was a swordsman as well, so knew how important a sword was to a swordsman. Thank you, Susanna said and accepted the sword. She frowned and realized she had never seen this man before. She was still leaning against Anfey, which was something she did not like to do even in front of her friends. She felt strange displaying affection in front of a stranger. Susanna pushed herself up, but Anfey kept his arm around her tightly. What are you doing? Anfey asked. Don't move too much. Susanna frowned and blushed. She had spent enough time with Anfey to trust him, and even though she could use combat power to escape Anfey's embrace, she did not. She relaxed and let herself lean against Anfey, but she kept her eyes closed. It's so rare, Ernest suddenly said. Susanna frowned. She did not open her eyes, but she was listening to the conversation. Anfey looked relaxed and she deduced that Anfey must know the man. He may even be Anfey's close friend or family. Susanna wanted to know Anfey better, and that included getting to know his family and friends. What is rare, Mr. Ernest? Anfey asked. He was very happy and was smiling because Susanna woke up, and the atmosphere became more lively. Anfey knew Ernest, and knew that he disliked formality and small talk. If he said how are you or I missed you, Ernest may not even reply. Might as well let the conversation be more natural. She's one of the youngest senior swords masters I've met, Ernest said with a smile. And her combat power is close to breaking the boundary. If nothing goes wrong, she can become a master swordsman in a few years. If opportunity allows, maybe even sooner. Opportunity? Anfey asked. Does what happened count? Anfey did not want Susanna to know what had happened, and so did not say anything more. Ernest smiled and nodded. Susanna was shocked when she heard Anfey call the man Ernest. Ernest did not have the best reputation and was widely known as a man that relied on trickery and deception. When she just met Anfey, Anfey grew angry at her for mocking Ernest. She was very interested in the man after that. She wanted to know what kind of men could earn Anfey's respect. By the way, Mr. Ernest, why did you let Jerofik escape? Anfey asked. Ever since he learned what had happened to Ernest, he wanted Ernest to get revenge. Compared to Sol, Ernest was much simpler and much more trusting. It wasn't hard to guess what Ernest was thinking. This did not affect Anfey's opinion of Ernest, and he felt angry that a respectable man like Ernest was called deceitful because of Jerofik's lie. It's not my personal battle. He ran when he saw me. I couldn't do anything after that, Ernest said, shrugging. I think His Majesty must be very happy now, Anfey said with a smile. Ernest believed it was not his personal battle, meaning that he must be a very obedient soldier. Ernest could not avoid serving Mayho Empire anymore. Whether Ernest stayed or not depended on Yolanthi's attitude. Saul was the only person who could help. Why bring up Yolanthi? Ernest asked with a frown. Did you receive His Majesty's invitation after the war? Yes. Myrich was still on the Eastern Front, so Yolanthi wanted me to take up the job of the head of the palace guards. How did you respond? I declined the offer. Anfey frowned and did not say anything. He wished Ernest would have stayed in Manhwa Empire, but Ernest had his own interests and pursuits, and Anfey had no right telling him what to do. Someone knocked on the side of the carriage, then Entos appeared. Did I interrupt anything? He asked with a smile. Susanna rolled her eyes when she heard another strange voice. She knew that Anfey would not let go of her, so she chose to bury her face in his clothes. Don't worry, Anfey said. Entos wiped his brow and sat down on the ground. Entos had been using a teleportation spell instead of walking or riding in a carriage. When it came to teleportation, he was better than most people in the world. This was the result of years of practicing the same magic. Of course, Entos was interested in teleportation in the first place, or else he would never spend his entire life studying the same spell. I have to tell you about something, Entos said. What is it? Anfey asked, curious. No matter what you do, don't mention Nana in front of Master Saul, understand? Nana? Anfey asked, frowning. All right. I see. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 279, Future Concerns. Chapter 279, Future Concerns. Translator, Nayabo Studio Editor, Nayabo Studio. Entos did not want to explain, so he sat quietly for a while with his eyes squinting. He changed the conversation topic. Professor did not want to tell you, but I feel I have to remind you. You are not a regular person anymore. You are a count of the empire. You obtained many secrets that are politically sensitive. I would recommend you talk less, make few people notice you when you go back to Sacred City. No matter what, do not show your opinions too much. Do you understand what I am saying? Sir, are you saying Sacred City is not enjoying peace now? Anfey asked. Anfey, we are both students of our professor. We do not need to address each other in such a respectful way. Of course, if you want to, I am not going to against it. Entos smiled. Christian and Rizka call me Bro Entos. I like it better. It gives me a feeling that we are family. You may not know, but I am an orphan like Nana. I am just a little luckier than him. I do not have such low self-esteem as he did. Entos looked sad and could not continue talking anymore. My bad, Bro Entos, Anfey said smiling. Good. Entos smiled with Anfey. Then he frowned. Oh, right, where were we? I was asking whether there are riots in Sacred City? Anfey asked. It is not like that. Entos shook his head and smiled. Elazin and Shansa empires fell for Yolanthi's fake death. You know about it, right? Yes, Anfey said. Our king is wise, both physically and intellectually powerful. He had vision and had ability to predict danger. I am sorry. I got used to flattering him. I was carried away. Let me put it in a simpler way since there are no other people. Entos patted his forehead. Our king's plan was successful, but it also exposed his critical problem. Do you know what it is? Anfey thought about this question for a while. He seemed to get it, but he still shook his head. Our king does not have anyone to succeed him on the throne. If something happens, the whole country would be in chaos. Entos sighed. For the past few days, the two prime ministers and minister of defense had appealed to him to ask him to decide who would be his successor. You know, any country under this kind of situation, this is just the beginning. There will be more people getting involved. Situations can change as well. What does the king think of it? Anfey asked. The king has been keeping quiet about it. It is a big deal, since it could affect the fate of our country. He does not want to rush into making a decision, Entos said. How about our professor? What does he think of this? Anfey asked. Professor did not say anything about it either. That is also the reason I warned you to talk less and making yourself less visible. Do not talk about your opinions too much when things happen. To most people, we might represent our professor. If we could not help the professor, at least we should not bring him any trouble, but... I understand. Anfey nodded again. How many parties are those government officials divided into in Sacred City right now? Those few, you know. The eldest prince, Wester, is good at socializing.
After the king's fake death, he was in charge of government administration. He gave out a lot of goodies to government officials and received a lot of compliments from 2 prime ministers and other government officials.
The second oldest prince, Grandin, is popular in the armies.
He has been on the frontier every time there was a war since he was 16. He bonded well with many generals and soldiers. The third oldest princess is Rodhart. When the empire was under the most serious threats, he was still drinking and fooling around. He was never motivated, so government official had given up on him, Entos said.
Anfey was a little surprised, but did not show it. So, there was probably tension between Wester and Grandin, right? Anfey asked. Not to that point. However, if our king keeps quiet about it, I think the tension is going to get worse. Entos heaved a sigh. No one knows what the king is thinking now. Smart people would not get involved. Unfortunately, there are not too many smart people. Naya and Grandin, shouldn't our professor say something?
Anfey did not make it sound obvious, but what he was trying to say was obvious to Entos.
Naya had been dating Grandin. For Naya's happiness, Saul should have supported Grandin. Fights over the throne and the royal families were always bloody and cruel.
There was no peaceful way to solve this problem. The losers either died or disappeared. If Saul did not want Naya to be a widow, he should help Grandin to be the successor.
This problem seemed very simple. Entos smiled. Anfey, do you think our professor is stupid? Anfey was shocked by Entos' question. No, why would you say that? Entos did not answer. He lowered his head and was lost in thought. He looked hesitant. He did not say anything for quite a while before he continued slowly. Professor showed me the information about you. Anfey, I kind of know what sort of person you are.
I should show my sincerity if I want to earn your trust.
However, Entos' eyes laid on Susanna and then back to Anfey.
She is my wife, Anfey said quietly.
I hope you can keep this secret.
If this were known by others, I will be in a very dangerous situation, Entos confided.
Anfey was not so sure about this.
He felt the pressure of the trust Entos passed on to him. For the sake of his future, he not only needed to experience this world, but also needed to get involved. It must be a top secret if Entos was so careful with it. Maybe this secret could allow him to see more clearly the situation he was in and allow him to figure out how he should be in the future, judging from the current situation. Before Anfey could make a decision whether he would like to know about Entos' secret, Entos had said, Grandin is 3 years younger than Wester, but was Wester's first teacher.
First teacher? What do you mean? Anfey asked in surprise. Wester was a typical wealthy and spoiled kid. He was addicted to all kinds of entertainment. He was not motivated at all. Do you know he used to be a joke in Sacred City Magic Academy? He spent 8 years in the academy before he could even graduate. If it were not because of his special family background, the academy probably would have asked him to withdraw a long time ago. Professor used to tell me to be fair when criticizing anyone. Only this way, the criticism is closer to the facts. I did not mean to look down upon Wester. I only wanted to give you a better picture of who he is, Entos said slowly. I understand, Anfey said. Grandin was mature at a young age. When he was about 12 years old, he asked that they find him teachers in different areas. His interests were broad. He learned astronomy, geography, military, politics, and even poems. When was about 15 years old, he liked to read pleas from the government officials with Yolanthi. He even spoke out about his opinions sometimes. Manhwa Empire had serious drought in many places when he was 16 years old. Shansa Empire took advantage of it and invaded Manhwa Empire. Grandin volunteered to supervise the war in the name of Yolanthi. It was a tradition made by Manhwa Empire ancestors that the future kings had to supervise wars in case they lost themselves in their luxurious lives. Anfey listened attentively. As time went by, King Yolanthi liked Grandin more and more. Grandin was strong, brave, aggressive, and had many other strong points. Well, it is not because I am in the habit of flattering others. I am telling the truth. Entos gave a fake smile. Well, Wester has been scolded by King Yolanthi many times. Maybe he sensed danger. Without knowing from what time, Wester secretly changed. He still looked like a wealthy playboy, but that has become his camouflage. He could even receive 2 prime ministers' compliments now. Do you know who contributed to his success? Grandin? Anfey smiled. As I said, Grandin is Wester's first teacher, Entos replied. It is really off topic. Grandin has come to our professor's house very frequently since he was 15 years old. He was not coming to ask our professor questions. He just came to play with Naya. He started to write love letters to Naya when he was 18 years old. Naya was only 14 years old back then. What did she know about love? She was embarrassed and mad at Grandin and scolded him for writing her love letters. However, Grandin did not give up. He has been after Naya for a few years. If it were Wester who was after Naya, he probably would be a joke to everyone. Grandin was so smart. Why would he risk himself becoming a joke to go after Naya? Was it about love or something else?
Anfey sighed quietly, but did not comment.
Grandin has proposed to Naya 3 times. Naya felt she wanted to have more fun and was not ready to settle down yet.
She agreed to date Grandin, but she turned down his proposals. She did not think it would be fun to be someone's wife and listen to her husband all the time.
Entos looked at Anfey with a smile.
It seemed that Entos and Anfey thought in the same way as Naya did about marriage.
Entos said in a self-deprecating tone, "I thought our professor was too nice to see through it."
In fact, our professor knows better than anyone else.
Why did our professor not stop him? Anfey asked. Why would he do that?
It was not wrong if Grandin wanted to succeed to the throne. If he could not use the resources he had, he would be overthrown one day.
In addition, Grandin is a nice guy.
He is upright, but flexible, brave but does not rush into things, hates anything unfair, but knows how to control his feelings.
As for the motivation to go after Naya, we can understand him.
He may have had some other intentions toward Naya at the beginning, but he really liked Naya later. He cares about Naya and takes good care of her. The most important thing is Naya likes him as well, Entos said.
Grandin is too smart while Naya is so silly. Later, Anfey said. She has me, and you in the future. Entos smiled. Anfey heaved a sigh of relief. He nodded. You are right. Anfey knew what Entos meant. The future is too far away and people are so complicated.
Even the best astrologer could not tell what is going to happen to Naya.
Our professor did not want much for Naya. He only wanted her to be happy. Right now, Grandin has been doing well, Entos said. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 280, Privilege. Chapter 280, Privilege. Translator, Nayabo Studio Editor, Nayabo Studio. Entos was very talkative. He spoke in a way that was very logical and clear. He was able to make the political situation in Sacred City easy to understand, even to someone like Anfey. Sacred City was much like the medieval period in Anfey's old world with only a few exceptions. Yolanthi, the emperor, had 2 prime ministers. One was in charge of internal issues, the other in charge of communicating and dealing with foreign nations. Between the emperor and the prime ministers was another group of people, the top-tier powers. These people were some of the most powerful in the world. They could cause all kinds of trouble, but they could also help stabilize the country. The rules of nature hardly applied to these people, and it was not hard to find examples of these people murdering innocent people due to their mood swings. There were even examples of these powerful people murdering entire families. However, because they were so powerful, the kings rarely accused them of anything unless the king's position was threatened. The price of justice was usually very high. If a king tried to capture or kill a top-level power but he was able to escape, the consequences were deadly. Even a king as powerful as Yolanthi would not leave his city for years. Saul did not care for politics, but no one would ignore anything he said. This was a privilege reserved for powerful people. Anfey killed the grandson of Master Swordsman Philip, which landed him on the wanted list. If he killed a common patrol officer, no one would say anything because they were afraid of his teacher. If Saul wanted to punish Anfey, no one could stop him either. This privilege also helped keep the peace within the empire. Everyone wanted to join the most powerful people in the world, and as long as one had the talent and determination, it wasn't a dream out of reach. A man's birth could not determine his strength. Even a dying slave could become powerful if he came across the right opportunity. This gave a dream to people living at the bottom and helped turn their hatred towards the society into determination to become powerful. The country of mercenaries functioned in similar ways. Every year, countless young and able-bodied mercenaries died with their dreams, their bodies left to rot in the forest of death and wild plains, but every year more young men and women would pour into the country seeking opportunities. Wars were inevitable, but there was no need for drafting because the nations had no trouble finding soldiers. In order to keep soldiers qualified and fit to fight, the military would teach the new recruits how to use swords and combat power. A lot of commoners poured into the military hoping that it would be their springboard to greatness. Anfey suddenly remembered the civil service exams.
Even though it was two completely different ways of approaching the situation, the ultimate goal was the same. So many poor students spent every hour studying until they were half-starved to death just so they could take the test and change their entire lives. This cemented many people's wish to have their children study their way out of poverty. However, there were too many people in too few positions. Only a few people were able to achieve greatness, and the rest were buried by history. People were only familiar with the few poor men and women who succeeded, but the other poor men and women were ignored. So many people could not achieve greatness themselves and rest their hopes on their children. Their children might not succeed, and would in turn rest their hopes on their children.
This formed a cycle that solidified the system. As the carriages entered Mambo territory, Entos finished his history lesson. Anfey rarely interrupted. He was taking in Entos' words and turning them into something he could understand and remember. Anfey was a very good listener and could understand most of the things Entos talked about, but Entos was talking too much and Anfey did not find the right place to ask questions. "Time to get off," Saul said, knocking on the side of the carriage. Anfey blinked and looked out.
He tried to stand up, but found his lower body numb. He was still holding Susanna in his arms, and his position prevented proper blood flow to his lower body.
Entos moved over a little and did not exit until Ernest did.
Anfey stumbled out of the carriage after Entos, and Susanna walked out after him. Susanna had been holding the same position for the entire trip, so her situation was no better than Anfey's. Her limbs were numb and she could hardly feel them.
"She's awake already?" Saul asked when he saw Susanna.
Anfey poked Susanna's side, but Susanna kept her eyes on the ground and did not know Saul was speaking to her.
"Susanna, let me introduce you."
Seeing that Susanna wouldn't introduce herself, Anfey sighed and decided to introduce her.
"This is my teacher, Master Saul." "Oh," Susanna said. She hurriedly glanced up and looked as if she had just woke up from a dream. Nice to meet you, my lord."
"This is Mr. Ernest," Anfey said, turning to Ernest. It had been a little awkward in the carriage earlier, but it was not too late to introduce Susanna to Ernest. He had no need for small talk and formality, but Susanna should be more formal to make a good first impression.
"Nice to meet you, sir," Susanna said, bowing to Ernest. "I'm Entos," Entos interrupted with a smirk. "Just Entos, if you would." "Nice to meet you as well," Susanna said. She lowered her gaze again. If it had just been Saul present, it would have been easier. However, both Ernest and Entos were in the carriage and had seen how Anfey was holding her. Susanna felt too embarrassed to look either one of them in the eye. Christian walked over. He giggled but did not say anything. "Hey," Naya walked over. "I'm Naya." She grinned. Susanna smiled and shook her head. She lowered her head again so she did not have to deal with Naya and Christian. All right, Saul said. He patted Naya on the head then turned and asked, "Is the portal ready?" "Yes, my lord," a nearby soldier answered respectfully. Anfey glanced around. He had seen a lot of transmission portals, and the portal itself did not make an impression of him. What shocked him was the location of the portal. It was in a large, lavish mansion. Huge stone columns lined the outside of the mansion, and the ceiling was at least 100 feet tall. However, he was only standing in front of the mansion and could not tell how large the entire building was. Besides the soldiers standing next to them, there were no other patrols in sight. Anfey had heard that the Lord of Mambo territory was a recluse and the territory itself rarely allowed visitors. Everything within the territory was a secret. Anfey was too busy listening to Entos on the way and missed the chance of actually observing the territory firsthand. "Let's go," Saul said. "Let's go home." "Yes," Naya chirped happily. "Let's go home." Christian smiled as well. The more they ran, the more they missed their home and sacred city. They were all overjoyed that they could finally go home now. As he stepped into the portal, blinding light cut off Anfey's connection with the outside world. A familiar scene appeared before him after a few seconds. The last time he was there, the first thing he saw was Myrich. This time, instead of Myrich, it was a thin old man. The old man had peppered black hair and looked to be around Saul's age. He was clean-shaven and his thin lips were set into a tight line. He had a tall nose and deep eye sockets. He was smiling, but Anfey could tell he was a force to be reckoned with. Saul's smile was replaced by a scowl. "What happened?" "Nothing," the old man said, shaking his head. "Some rats tried to attack the palace. It is solved now." "Evil mist?" The old man nodded. "They dare to. Do they know Steger and I are away? Or did they already abandon Annunciata? Who knows? Maybe it was just some foot soldier seeking glory. You should ask His Majesty those questions. I'm only in charge of eliminating the threat. How is His Majesty? Alive.
Take me there, Saul said.
He paused, then asked, Ernest, are you going? No need, Ernest said.
I'll take them home. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 281, The Backscene of Mercenary Groups. Chapter 281, The Backscene of Mercenary Groups. Translator, Nayabo Studio Editor, Nayabo Studio.
The word home meant a warm and happy feeling. Travelers would shed tears, soldiers on the battlefield would regain their courage to fight to the death, merchants on business trips would want to go back home so badly when they thought about home. No matter how wonderful the world could be, no place would be better than home. The moment Anfey and his group walked into the house, they behaved so differently. Naya forgot she was the host of this house.
She rushed into her own room without showing any hospitality.
She even locked the door from the inside.
No one knew what she was doing. Naya did not even join everyone for dinner.
She took a walk in the backyard one lap after another. She used to be outgoing, but now she seemed to become a philosopher, indulging herself in thoughts.
Christian went directly to the magic lab.
Magic labs were a necessity for mages to improve their understanding of magic and their control of elements. While he was on the run from the sacred city, he could not find a magic lab anywhere.
Christian had been waiting so long to be back to the lab.
There seemed to be more unfamiliar guards in Saul's house, especially in the magic lab. The magic lab seemed to be strictly guarded. Many of the servants who worked for Saul before were still there.
After Saul got back, those dismissed servants came back one after another.
Under their guidance, Christian found his lab without any trouble.
Susanna looked down.
She told everyone she did not feel too good and excused herself to her own room.
She went to sleep early.
This was the house of Saul and Naya, not hers, which made her think about her own family.
Susanna looked sad when she thought about her own family.
Anfey should have noticed why Susanna was sad and should have come to comfort her, but he was quietly sitting on the roof of the main building. He looked far off into the dark sky. He had his own home in his previous world, but not the village with a village head named Ben Ladang. He did not have anyone he really cared about in his previous world. He only had memories of terror and hatred there, but these did not stop him from thinking about his past. Anfey never smoked before, but he really wanted to do it right now. There were millions of stars in the sky.
Where was his hometown?
If the world where he was right now was parallel to the space he was in before, it would be boring and pointless to study the stars in the sky.
Ernest, why did you turn down Saul's invitation? Don't you know what you did could make King Yolanthe mad at you? Bruzeriano asked. I just do not want to go.
It was not about turning him down, Ernest said slowly.
Ernest, why are you always so stubborn?
I think, besides King Yolanthe, no other kings would bear with you. Bruzeriano was loud enough that Anfey could hear him upstairs, and the bodyguards passing by probably could hear him as well.
Anfey smiled.
He knew what message Bruzeriano was trying to send to Ernest.
Suddenly, Anfey felt tired and annoyed. He closed his eyes as he slowly took a deep breath.
In his previous world, Anfey his biggest fears weren't fake information or how good his opponents.
He most feared that there would be something wrong with him mentally.
He could handle fake information or fighting skillful opponents with the accumulated experience and improved fighting ability. However, if he had mental damage, it would be hard to notice. Anfey was a secret patient of 3 the most experienced and famous psychologists in the world and liked to read psychology books himself. People could mentally get tired, so could they get tired of love, career, or even video games?
There was a time Anfey did not even want to open the family game web browser.
Anfey had those depressing days, but struggled out of it very quickly. Right now, Anfey was tired of these political dramas.
He did not have an easy life these days. Whether it was Bruzeriano or Slandria.
Neither of them were easy to understand. There were deeper meanings in what they did.
Anfey had to get what they really meant before he could be comfortable around them. He would be taken advantage of until he got the hang of it. Right now he was about to meet Yolanthe.
It was going to be a monumental moment. No matter what, he should not have this tired feeling. It was normal to feel tired, but it also showed a sickness and abnormality.
Natural selection and survival of the fittest showed the true nature of society.
Being motivated and energetic were the basic skills for humans who wanted to be the fittest in the society. Without these 2 basic skills, no matter how powerful a person could be, he would go down eventually.
Anfey recognized it, so he looked down upon the philosophy in Buddhism.
Buddhism originated in India, but the followers of Sakyamuni, the founder of Buddhism, could not survive there. The popularity of Buddhism in China was only because the upper classes needed the philosophy in Buddhism to reduce people's aggression. When Anfey opened his eyes again, Anfey felt the sky had lost its mysteries, even though the sky was the same as before. Visually, stars were just twinkling lights. The sky had not changed, but Anfey's mood had changed. The wonders happened under the sky, not in the sky. Is there anything bothering you? Ernest's voice came from behind. Not anymore, Anfey smiled. Do you miss home? Ernest asked. This is my home, Anfey said. It will be great if you really think that way, Ernest said. It seems that nobody is sleeping well. Anfey changed the topic. Anfey saw Naya passing by. She had been walking around so many laps, but had not felt tired yet. You are young. I can understand it. Ernest laughed. If it were me, I would have fallen asleep, sound sleep. Oh, right, Uncle Ernest, did you get your training in the country of mercenaries? Anfey asked. Me? Ernest dragged out the vowel. He looked like he was recalling old times. Of course. Master Ernest had a famous nickname too, Ento's voice rose. Oh? What nickname? Anfey was suddenly intrigued. Ernest cleared his throat to try to signal Entos to stop talking about it. A long time ago, when Master Ernest was young, he liked to fight for justice. Entos cautiously moved behind Anfey as he talked. He liked to question others. You'd better ask if my sword would agree or not, so... Shut your mouth. Ernest yelled. Actually, even if I do not tell him, Anfey would find out about it anyways. Entos shrugged. Anfey, did you ever mention Master Ernest in the country of mercenaries? No. Anfey shook his head. Back then, he did not know how to keep a lower profile in the country of mercenaries. There was no reason for Anfey to talk about a top power all at the time. Too bad, Entos sighed. You missed some amazing stuff. Anfey looked at Ernest and smiled. He did not know Ernest had acted so impulsively when he was young. Entos, what are you doing up here? Ernest said in a pissy tone. Actually, there was only about 7 years difference between Ernest and Entos. When Ernest left the country of mercenaries, young Entos just started his own training there. He had heard so many stories about Ernest. I just learned about something about the country of mercenaries. I am quite happy about it, so I want to share the news with someone, Entos said. What happened? Anfey asked. Anthony has led Glory Mercenary Group and Tiger of Tall Mercenary Group for their fight. Entos' smiles looked cunning. His whiskers were moving upwards as he talked. He just looked like a bad guy in a movie. How about Band of Brothers and Storm Mercenary Groups? Anfey knew Entos must know some information behind the scenes because he was a vice commander in Band of Brothers Mercenary Group. This is their personal revenge between Anthony and Morta. It has nothing to do with us. We could just watch them, Entos said. Anfey was shocked. But... From the way Morta and Hachbeni interacted with each other, Anfey had noticed this couple wanted to drag other mercenary groups under the water. The bait they tossed at other mercenary groups was pretty hard to turn down. Morta and Hachabini would rather destroy the most powerful Glory mercenary group than share the benefits with 4 other mercenary groups. Everybody wanted to maximize their profits. The claims from Band of Brothers and Storm mercenary groups meant they wanted to take action as well. Anfey did not think Entos was in the mood to watch them fight. Is it weird? It should not be weird. Entos smiled. Anfey, what kind of people do you think Morta and Hachabini are? They have wonderful leadership qualities. They are aggressive leaders. Anfey did not know much about Morta and Hachabini. He could only give this comment. Why has Tiger of Tall Mercenary Group been ranked NO? For among other mercenary groups, Entos asked. Well, Anfey said. Morta always looks silly in front of others. No one falls for that. Entos snorted. Hachabini is nobody special. She is just a sprite, a slave who serves their master with her beauty. How could she have so much influence in the country of mercenaries without Morta's support? The first few reforms were appropriate and helped get rid of the bad traditions in Tiger of Tall Mercenary Group. A female slave could not learn everything about mercenary groups so quickly. The so-called reforms were Morta's ideas. Anfey's jaw dropped when he heard this. No matter how hard Morta tried, his mercenary has been ranked the NO. 4, which means others are not stupid, Entos said slowly. I could not deny Hachabini is a capable sprite and has a good reputation in the country of mercenaries. At critical moments, no one could win a battle with a good reputation, only with good fighting ability.
What Anthony has could totally change Hachabini and Morta into nobodies.
Their reputations in fake stupidity would be crushed as well.
3 mercenary groups? That would still be too many. It might only 2 big mercenary groups left. My guess is the Storm mercenary group is thinking the same way.
Anfey felt something and started to fear Yolanthi, who was far from him in the palace.
If the commanders of the mercenary groups were so sophisticated and cunning, Yolanthi would be worse. Would the lies I fabricated fool Yolanthi? He thought to himself.
If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 282, Scoundrel. Chapter 282, Scoundrel. Translator, Nayabo Studio Editor, Nayabo Studio. Just then, everyone heard a snort from below. It wasn't hard to tell it was from Bruzeriano. Entos lifted his brow and stroked his chin.
He blinked a few times, as if thinking, then nodded slowly.
It seems like Lord Bruzeriano is upset, Anfey said slowly. It's not hard to understand why. Druids are related to elves. I want to be related to elves too, but it seems that they do not like me, Entos said with a smirk. Lord Bruzeriano, are you telling me that Hachabini isn't an easy opponent? Bruzeriano did not say anything.
Instead, he slammed his window shut.
Entos sighed and shook his head.
The great druid, the guardian of the goddess of nature, seems to think we aren't worth his time. Then, as if he had suddenly remembered something, he turned to Anfey and said, by the way, you should go check on that girl. I heard her crying when I was coming up.
Really? Anfey asked, frowning. Susanna had always been strong, not only physically, but also emotionally. He had never seen Susanna cry.
She did not even cry after she had received severe injuries after killing the manticore.
Why would she cry now?
You better go talk to her, Entos said quietly. Communication is the key to a healthy relationship.
Or else you would. Entos' voice trailed off.
He closed his eyes and shook his head.
Anfey did not understand Entos' words, but Ernest did. He let out a long sigh and shook his head like Entos. Go ahead, Entos said, nudging Anfey on the shoulder. I have to go. I have a new discovery. New discovery? What is it? Anfey asked.
Entos had already disappeared, however, and Anfey did not know if he had heard him.
Go, Ernest said. I need some rest as well. Anfey hesitated when he saw the light peeking through the gap under the door. He took a deep breath, pushed open the door and walked inside. Usually, this was extremely rude, since the common courtesy was to knock and receive permission before entering. However, neither Anfey nor Susanna cared much about common courtesy. They were close enough to consider themselves a single unit, so Anfey knew Susanna wouldn't mind. Maybe it was because Susanna was too preoccupied, or maybe it was because Anfey hadn't announced himself. He went into the room just in time to see Susanna wiping her eyes. Why don't we go and explore the city? Anfey asked as he walked over. He pretended not to see Susanna wiping her face and focused his attention on a candle on the table. I'm a bit tired, Susanna said. I don't want to move. Why aren't you resting? Can't sleep, Anfey said. He snuffed out the candle and plunged the room into darkness. The only light source became the pale moonlight. Susanna, are you homesick? Just a bit. Just a bit? Anfey asked, moving closer to her. Susanna nodded but did not say anything else. Come here, Anfey said, reaching over. He touched her cheeks gently and found his fingers wet. Were you crying? No, Susanna said, turning her face away. Anfey, what happened on the way? Why don't I have any recollection of it? You were all looking at me weird, too. What happened? Slanbria tried to control you, Anfey said. He let an angel possess you. Anfey decided to tell Susanna the truth. Entos was right. He could not keep the secret away from her forever. Sooner or later he would slip. It was better to tell Susanna now than to hide it from her. What? Susanna frowned and asked. Don't worry, Anfey said. It's all over. Anfey caressed Susanna's tear-stained cheeks gently and smiled. Did you just say you weren't crying? No, tell me, Susanna said, backing away from Anfey's hand. Tell me exactly what happened. She lost her memory of that time, which meant that the memories were traumatic and she had already suppressed them. Did she attack anyone during that time? She felt the question weighing down on her like a boulder. Slanbria wanted to control you. Master Saul severely injured him.
He was already dying anyway, so I took the opportunity and killed him.
What about me? What was I doing? You were kept away by Ernest. Did I hurt anyone? Look around, Anfey said with a smile. Everyone's safe. Susanna sighed with relief.
I can't believe it, she whispered, shaking her head.
Don't worry.
I won't let it happen again, Anfey said as he sat down on the bed.
What are you doing? Susanna asked, lifting an eyebrow. I'm talking to you. It's been so long. What do you want to talk about, then? About you. Your childhood.
I want to know more about you, Anfey said, grinning.
It's nothing interesting, Susanna said, shaking her head.
Thankfully, the room was dark enough to hide her blushing. She was a terrible liar.
Do you not trust me? Anfey asked. Here in Sacred City, the only person he could tease was Susanna.
Everyone else was so much better than he was and they could all see through his lies easily.
Fine, Susanna said with a sigh. But you have to tell me about you, as well. Me? My story is boring. It seems like you don't trust me, either. Anfey smiled and shook his head. All right.
Well, I'm an orphan and this weird old man adopted me when I was young.
I still don't know what his name was. He never told me and I never asked. He told me that I had potential and that I should become a swordsman. Then? Susanna asked, curious.
They all knew that Anfey's teacher was a man who had entered the sacred state.
For Susanna, nothing was more interesting than that man. I was a lazy child. I didn't like swords.
It's too much work, you see, so I always found excuses to go and play.
He's good, though. No matter where I went, he could always find me. Susanna shook her head at his stupidity.
You are a fool, she said. She would give everything to study under a man that had entered the sacred state. If Anfey had studied then, he would be so much stronger now. Then Jaeger came to my village one day and he took me to his island, Anfey continued. I lived on that island for a few years with Jaeger and his other charges.
Jaeger died in an accident. I met Master Saul after that and left the island. That's it? Yes, Anfey said with a smile.
He reached for her and draped his arm around her shoulder.
Then I met you. Susanna frowned.
She grabbed his hand and yanked it off of her shoulder.
Anfey grunted.
His fingers were already injured, and Susanna's grip was too strong. Of course, he wasn't in that much pain.
It was mostly an act. What? Are you all right? Susanna asked hurriedly. You don't know? I hurt my fingers. No, Susanna gasped. Did it hurt? What do you think? Anfey asked. He stood up and walked towards Susanna.
Susanna thought he was angry and was going to leave, so she was surprised when he pulled her up from the chair and wrapped his arm around her waist. He walked back to the bed and sat down, his arm still around her waist. He did not tease her any longer, however, and let her go after a few moments.
You should go rest, Susanna said. I don't want anyone to see us. I'm not leaving until you tell me more, Anfey said stubbornly. Fine, Susanna said, shaking her head. Susanna knew that Anfey was teasing her, but she didn't care. Anfey grinned. Susanna took a deep breath and said, I'm not like you.
I love the sword more than anything, and I can endure anything as long as I can become a swordsman.
It's been like this since I was a young girl.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 283, Justice and Favors. Chapter 283, Justice and Favors. Translator, Nayabo Studio Editor, Nayabo Studio. Susanna, hurry up, I will take you there soon. Ha! Naya suddenly let out an ear-piercing scream. Susanna's body trembled a bit and the blush spread all over her face and neck.
She kept her eyes closed because she was afraid of facing Naya at this moment.
Stop, stop. Anfey looked up and said impatiently. You.
Naya pointed her finger right at Anfey with her eyes wide open.
Naya felt like she caught him right on spot.
She thought he should feel terrible. A rogue was not scary, but a shameless rogue who thought he had all the rights made others feel helpless.
It is really rude to interrupt others' sleep. Don't you know that? Get out now. Anfey yelled. You. Naya felt so helpless.
She paused for a second before she stomped on the floor and rushed out, blushing.
Susanna did not open her eyes until she heard the sound of the door.
After making sure that there was no one else besides Anfey, she turned around and pushed him hard.
It's all your fault. Why are you blaming me?
It was you telling such a beautiful story last night.
Anfey sat up smiling. I fell asleep to your story. Why did you not wake me up? Anfey asked. Are you giving me compliments now? Susanna did not know if she should laugh or cry. How could I wake you up? You were sleeping so soundly. You're right. I have not slept so well for a long time. Anfey was reassuring Susanna that she had treated him well. What he implied was obvious. If there was a next time, she should not wake him up then either. But, what should I do now? Susanna said sadly in a quiet voice. Her face got redder. She had held hands and hugged Anfey, but had never slept with him before. Now she had been caught sleeping with Anfey. If this news spread everywhere, she would be too embarrassed to see anyone. Even though nothing really happened, no one else would believe it. Neither could she explain it to others. Do what you have to do. Anfey jumped off the bed. He shook his gown to try to get rid of some wrinkles. You should get ready for breakfast. I am not going out. Susanna firmly shook her head. Hurry up. Don't let the professor wait for us. It is rude. Anfey held his hand out to pull Susanna up. No, I am not going. Susanna retreated back to the end of the bed. Anfey, what should I do? They will make fun of me. So what if they find out we slept together? Everybody knows you are my fiancé. They all know us as well. They would not make fun of you, Anfey said gently. Be good, sweetie. Hurry up. Do you want the professor to come to see us? Anfey's final sentence was pretty effective. When Susanna heard Saul might come, she stopped resisting. She stared at Anfey and suddenly asked, Anfey, do you really want to marry me? Susanna was trying to find an excuse to accept what happened the previous night. Anfey had treated her as his fiancée and was never shy of letting anyone know about it. However, he had never officially proposed to her. She had been waiting for Anfey to propose to her someday. Now that everybody knew they had slept together, she had to find a definite answer to give her courage to walk out the door. Why are you saying this? Anfey put on a serious face and asked in a slightly mad tone. Susanna felt like she had been struck and her heart dropped. She felt as cold as if she was in an ice cave. She did not understand why a man would want to do everything for her but harshly refused to marry her. Was everything a lie? I should ask you that. Anfey had a big smile on his face. He asked gently, Susanna, will you marry me? From this day forward, for better, for worse, for richer, for poorer, in sickness and in health, until death do us part. We will love each other and cherish each other from today. You are so bad. Going from extreme sadness to extreme happiness, Susanna threw herself into Anfey's arms in joyful tears. She put her face against Anfey's warm chest as she playfully punched Anfey on his chest. You are so bad, so bad. You have not answered me yet, Anfey said, smiling. Susanna stopped punching and looked Anfey in the eye. Will you marry me? Anfey asked. Yes, Susanna answered in a such quiet voice that it sounded like mosquitoes flying. I did not hear you. Can you say it louder? Anfey sounded like a trainer in a military camp, which really did not fit the situation. You are so bad. Susanna playfully complained. I will ask the professor to host our wedding. Anfey stopped joking around. He gently rubbed Susanna's back. On our wedding day, you will become the most shining star. Think about it, who will be attending our wedding? Uncle Ernest, Meyerich, Bruzeriano, Dean Steger, all top powers. After thinking about it, Anfey felt like he was doing well in this world. He had connected with so many top powers. I do not care about them, Susanna said. Who do you care about then? Anfey asked. Susanna shyly rubbed against Anfey's chest. She had courage to face dangers and challenges, but had no courage to tell Anfey, it's you. Sometimes a word could mean so much. I will find a time to talk to the professor about our wedding soon, Anfey said. You'd better get ready and not let them wait too long. Anfey let go of Susanna's hand and left the room. Anfey. Susanna sounded very worried. What if the professor does not like me? You are so cute. How could anyone not like you? Anfey winked. When Anfey walked into the dining room, Saul was sitting in his seat. He smiled at Anfey and signaled Anfey to take a seat next to him, which he had saved for Anfey. After a while, Susanna slowly walked appropriately dressed under the guise of a servant. She did not have many clothes. She had bought this blue pleated dress at Violet City. Unlike Naya, Susanna liked simple and casual styles.
She looked adorable with her long hair. Her smooth and light-colored neck looked delicate under the blue dress. She looked nervous and walked with her head down. She took a seat next to Anfey. Susanna finally plucked her courage and decided to look up to greet everyone, but she noticed she had already gotten everyone's attention. She was shocked and put her head down even further. All of her courage was gone. "I think Anfey has better eyes than me," Saul said with a smile.
"Thank you. You taught me well," Anfey said.
Even Ernest could not help smiling.
Saul expressed his affection towards Susanna by giving Anfey compliments. Anfey's responses were surprising. Susanna understood what Saul implied and felt lucky.
Her experience and her suffering had made her a person who was not good at socializing. Susanna's past was all about being away from people and focusing on training. Her social skills were not like those of stubborn and spoiled Naya. When she heard Saul's compliments, she still had her head down and said nothing. "In fact, you have good eyes too," Bruzeriano said jealously as he laid his eyes on Anfey. Except for the secrets Anfey had, his social ability and fighting ability were tops among young people.
Saul should be really happy to have found a student like Anfey. Saul smiled and gently picked up a spoon as he asked casually, "Anfey, are you going to the palace with me later?" "Me?" Anfey was a little shocked. "Yes, it is a big deal to be bestowed a royal title. What you achieved was made public. There are many officials who are against giving you such a high-ranking title. They probably will ask you many questions. You'd better be prepared for it," Saul said quietly. "Should I not go?" Anfey had a bitter face. "I have nothing to say to those people." Okay. Saul hesitated for a second before he nodded. "I was worried that you would leave some traces they could use later against you if you could not give good answers. Avoiding them is one possibility. After Meyerich's official document arrives, it will be easy to grant you a royal title." Even they wanted to protest, with an official document, they just could not. "I am sorry for these troubles," Anfey said. "In fact, I do not care about the royal title. If those people are fighting hard, they could argue whatever they want to, we will still be ourselves. I do not have favorites. I only want justice. If anyone is against you, I would suggest the king send them to the front line in the east and see how much courage they would have in front of Griffin aerial unit," Saul said slowly. "Are you still saying you are not favoring anyone?" Bruzeriano could not help rolling his eyes. If things really happened as Saul said, it would be a mess. If anyone was against war, should that person be sent to the war? If anyone wanted to abolish slavery, should the person be sent to be a slave? "As I said, I just want justice," Saul said firmly. He looked at Anfey. "Anfey, what are you planning to do for the next couple of days?" "I plan to go to Sacred City Magic Academy. Professor, after getting trained for a long time, I noticed the foundation of my magic is not good. Without systematic study, I will be slow to develop my magic in the future," Anfey said. Good. Saul kept nodding. He hoped Anfey could practice magic hard. He was an archmagi. If his student became the top swordsman, it would be embarrassing for him. "Anfey, I will take you somewhere after breakfast." "Professor, I said I do not want to go to the palace." Anfey was shocked. "I did not say I would take you to the palace," Saul said, looking a little weird. "If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 284, Wheel. Chapter 284, Wheel. Translator, Nayabo Studio Editor, Nayabo Studio. Countless robes, magic wands, and magic books were returned to their original places. The flowing air, like thousands of unseen hands, held the magic scrolls and set them down in their places gently. Saul dispersed the wind elements after all the scrolls had returned to their places. He looked around the chamber, his eyes filled with joy. He did not care for the armor and the weapons, and he could always make more scrolls. The magic books, on the other hand, were the result of decades of effort. They recorded all of Saul's research and findings. For Saul, the books were priceless. "Seems like something's missing," Saul said, frowning. "Ah, it must be this," Anfey said, retrieving the vacuum confinement scroll from his dimensional ring. Saul smiled and accepted the scroll. "I don't have much use for this anymore," Saul said, looking at the scroll. "Neither can it do much for you. If you become Magister one day, you may get one for yourself." "I can. Can I choose? What do you want now?" Anfey looked at the magic books. He agreed with Saul. He could find robes, wands, and scrolls by himself, but knowledge and experience left behind by an archmage was invaluable. "Can you understand any of these?" Saul asked, smiling. No, Anfey admitted. That's why I want to go to magic school to study and catch up.
When he was on the run, Anfey had often flipped through the books. However, he was only a beginner and could hardly understand them. It was like a person who had never drawn anything trying to draw a complex picture the first time he drew.
I see, Saul said, nodding. Steger's not back yet, but that's fine. I'm sure you can qualify to enter the academy now. How do you want to study? Do you want private lessons? Or do you want to go to classes like normal students? Studying with private tutors was something normal students could never imagine. For Saul, it was as easy as saying a few words. Wouldn't going to classes like normal students be too slow? Don't worry about time. Are you worried about Violet City? Saul paused inside.
I knew what happened with the marquis there.
But the situation here is a little complicated. You'd better lay low for a bit.
It's not wise for you to return to Violet City, either.
Are you talking about Prince Wester, Master Saul? Anfey didn't have to pretend to be an innocent youth anymore. Saul already knew what he was capable of, so there was no need to hide. Saul nodded, concerned.
He was a good friend of Yolanthe's, but there were things outside his jurisdiction.
He did not want to give the impression that he was trying to influence Yolanthe's decisions. I see, Anfey said, frowning. Saul sighed.
He knew that no matter how healthy Yolanthe was, he had to step aside and let the younger generation take center stage after this crisis. It was the natural flow of things, and even kings could not stop it.
The younger generation was always eager to join the political stage even if the older generations were still on the stage.
If the older generations were too reluctant to step aside, it would often create a divide between the young and the old. The wheel turns, and the older generations would slowly be replaced by the young. Yolanthe, Saul, even Meyerich were all part of this wheel.
The younger generation would become stronger and stronger until they completely replaced their predecessors. Determining the heir to the throne was only the first step. Conflicts were sure to follow. Saul sighed and couldn't help but long for his younger days.
Master Saul, the gold.
Saul shook his head. He did not want to talk about the gold. He never cared for it, anyway.
Ever since Doris showed him the quiet place in the woods, Anfey had fallen in love with it. The noises of the school and the students were blocked by the trees. Combined with shrubs and the small ponds, the small grove was a small world of its own.
Right now, the grove was not empty. 3 girls sat under a tree and were talking and laughing.
Judging from their clothing, they were students from the school.
Anfey ignored them and sat down under a nearby tree.
He found the book he was reading earlier and resumed his reading. Perhaps it was because Saul had talked to the school already. Anfey was welcomed warmly by the teachers when he arrived with Christian. However, since Anfey did not want to waste time on small talk, he only spoke a few words with the teachers. After learning that the intermediate classes were cancelled for the day, he went directly to the library. If the classes were cancelled, he was content to learn by himself. He was confident in his learning ability.
Anfey's presence clearly interrupted the girls' conversation.
The girls glanced at each other, then one of them walked over and stood in front of him. Anfey ignored her and kept reading. He was reading very fast, since he was only picking out the important points. If he read every single line, it would take him months to finish the book. Didn't your mother tell you that it's rude to ignore people? The young girl asked.
This is so creepy, another girl said. Trying to get to know us this way. Anfey did not lift his head.
He raised a hand and flicked his wrist. His meaning was clear: go away, leave me alone.
There were women that were too beautiful to be real, like Susanna.
There were also men who could keep their hearts locked for one woman, like Anfey. The 3 girls were beautiful, but they were nothing compared to Susanna. Even if they could compete with Susanna, Anfey still did not care. He just wanted to read in peace.
You? The girl was growing angry. A slim figure appeared through the trees and stood next to Anfey. What are you doing here? Anfey asked, looking up.
Christian said you are here, Susanna said with a smile.
Did something happen? Nothing. You miss me, then? Susanna looked away from Anfey.
Anfey liked teasing her, but she did not mind. Nor did his remarks embarrass her as much as they had in the beginning. The girl saw Susanna's senior swordsmaster badge and fell quiet. Top-level powers were rare, but so were senior-level swordsmasters. Even among the teachers, there were only a few that achieved the senior rank. They thought the badge must be fake. The mage and the swordsmaster made a peculiar combination.
Another girl frowned and walked up to join the first. What is it? Susanna looked up and asked. Even though the girls were not friendly, Susanna's voice was very gentle. She was not a bloodthirsty warrior, and the only reason she fought was because she had to. If the girls had weapons, Susanna would not hesitate to draw her sword. She could not justify attacking 3 unarmed young girls. Who are you? This is a magic academy. What are you doing in here? I'm a student in the academy. Why can't I come here? You are? I have never seen you before. I have never seen you, either. What is your point? Susanna poked Anfey's arm. Be quiet, she mouthed. Then she turned to the girls and said, he is new. Just joined today, in fact. That is why you have never seen him. I see, the girl said. In the junior class, I presume. Yes, Susanna said before Anfey could make another remark. Are the 3 of you students as well? I'm Susanna. Nice to meet you. If the girls were just talking to Anfey, his attitude might have provoked them into an argument. However, Susanna's attitude made it hard for them to lash out against her. The girl glared at Anfey and said, never mind. We'll go. This isn't worth our time. She shook Susanna's hand and said, Betty. Nice to meet you. Anfey flipped a page and looked up from the book. Seeing that the girls had already left, he moved over to let Susanna sit down next to him. I thought you didn't like smiles. Susanna rolled her eyes. Did you already forget what Master Saul said? You're not just here to learn magic. You need to make friends, develop a network. You will never make friends like this. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 285, Little Devil. Chapter 285, Little Devil. Translator, Nayabo Studio Editor, Nayabo Studio. Anfey's life suddenly had become very simple since he started school. The only 2 places he would go were the academy and Saul's home. However, his workload had increased. He began reading through books on the basics of magic. He had found so many books that, should he stack them up in a pile, they would tower over him. Even though he was far from memorizing everything in the books, he was already familiar with a few major points. He was trying to accumulate as much knowledge as possible in preparation for his future classes. After Steger returned to Sacred City, he changed the policies at the academy. He picked out the best students and created 3 elite classes. Anfey was put in the intermediate elite class. After 2 classes, Anfey realized that his thought process was often faster than the professors in class. However, he knew he had to stay in classes because the teachers would often talk about their own experiences with practicing a certain spell. These experiences were not recorded in books, and Anfey had no way of knowing them unless he sat through the class. Since he was often bored in class, he began bringing books to the class. If he liked the professor, he would listen while he read. The professors did not care much about what he did, and his classmates were all too attentive to notice that he wasn't. A lot of students soon noticed that Anfey was always accompanied by a young woman. When he was in class, the young woman would sit outside and meditate. When he was in between classes, she would always be by his side. When the day was over, they would leave together, chatting and laughing. Everyone could tell that they were very much in love. Some people were envious, but everyone chose to remain silent after learning who Anfey was. Not only was he someone who had outstanding accomplishments during the recent war, he was a student of the Archmage Saul. Of course, the main reason most people chose to stay away was Susanna's senior swordsmaster badge. Most students were still too inexperienced and knew better than try to flirt with a girl with a senior swordsmaster badge. On this particular day, Anfey knew that he did not need to go to his 2 morning classes. Both professors tended to teach exactly what was in the books and rarely talked about their own experiences. Instead of going, he chose to stay home and take notes. He finished around noon and left with Susanna. However, they both stopped dead in their tracks when they saw a line of carriages in front of the mansion. Blavi, Riska, Sante, and the other students were all standing next to the carriages, staring at the mansion with gaping mouths. Like Naya, their faces were filled with excitement and delight. Sister! Shelley jumped out of the carriage and dashed towards Susanna. Another creature jumped out after Shelley and dashed towards Anfey. The unicorn ran into Anfey, sending him stumbling backwards, so he needed to regain his balance. The unicorn fell over onto the ground. However, a collision like this was more like a game to the unicorn and could not harm it. It jumped up and bounced towards Anfey again. Anfey jumped aside to avoid a second collision, then grabbed the unicorn's mane and pulled it towards him. "Calm down," he said, patting the unicorn's head. "Thank God you don't have your horn yet." He shuddered at the memory of the fight between the unicorn and the manticore. "I missed you so, sister."
Shirley cried, hugging Susanna. I missed you as well, Susanna said with tears in her eyes. Even though Saul had told her that the carriages had not encountered any danger, she could only relax when she saw with her own eyes that her sister was safe.
Anfey, Rizka greeted him with a smile. Is everyone here? Yes. That's good, Anfey said, smiling. Where's Lord Meyerich? He went to the palace. Who's back? Who's back? Naya hurried out of the mansion and asked. Everyone, Anfey said with a smile. Come on, let's go inside. Everyone was excited to finally return home. Their experience had completely changed them. Normally, people who leave home to expand their experience would begin with easier tasks. No one would start with difficult responsibilities the way they had. They were constantly straddling the line between life and death, and were therefore much more experienced than their peers. The butler ordered the servants to bring food so they could catch up while snacking. Rizka talked about what happened after Anfey, Susanna, Naya, and Christian left, and Anfey talked about the encounter with the necromancers. However, he hid the truth about how Slandria died. He trusted his friends, but he knew that it was better if they did not know the truth. Shirley swallowed a piece of cake and wiped her hands on a piece of towel. She sat up straight and tugged on Rizka's shirt. Oh, yes. We had some trouble on the way, but we solved it thanks to Shirley. What happened? It's the unicorn, Rizka said, shaking his head. We can't control it. Don't ever leave that thing with us again. Anfey looked down at the unicorn. High-tier magic beasts were smarter than normal ones, but not smart enough to immediately understand humans. It put two of its front legs on a small table and was reaching for the cakes. However, Anfey kept it tightly by his side and the unicorn could not reach the food. Without Shirley, we would never have been able to tame that thing without harming it, Blavi said, grinning at Shirley. Shirley was grinning as well, even though she was clearly trying to conceal her emotions. What did it do? Anfey asked, surprised. What didn't it do? Rizka asked, shaking his head. It disturbed the order, harmed others, attacked other animals, harassed women, and that is just the tip of the iceberg. It harassed people? You know what Mambo territory is famous for? Hot springs. The night we got to Mambo, it escaped somehow. We didn't realize it until the guards came to fetch us. It made a scene at a hot spring and injured one of the ladies there, Rizka said, shaking his head. It even stole one of the ladies' clothes, Blavi said, frowning. It was so embarrassing. You did all this? Anfey asked the unicorn. The unicorn, who could not understand him, nodded happily. How embarrassing, Anfey said with a frown and whacked the unicorn on the head gently. Not for you, Rizka said, rolling his eyes. We were the ones that had to apologize when it was your fault. The door was suddenly pushed open and Saul and Christian appeared. Everyone hurriedly stood up and called in unison, Master Saul. A lot of the young ones even began tearing up. Most of them had left home when they were too young to study with Saul, and Saul was like a father to them. Just the sight of him was enough to make them excited and happy. Sit, you all must be tired, Saul said with a smile. How was the trip? It was good, Master. Lord Meyerich took good care of us. Good. Now I can finally relax, Saul said, sitting down on the chair Christian pulled out for him. He was tearing up as well. It's been a long time. It wasn't right sitting here by myself. It's good to have you all back. I apologize, Master Saul, Rizka said, lowering his head. We made you worry. Worry? Saul repeated, then smiled. It's all right. You all did well. You made me proud. I will always be proud of you. Everyone fell silent, unsure of what to say. Are you Archmage Saul? Shirley suddenly asked, breaking the silence. Yes, Saul said. You must be Shirley. You know my name? Shirley asked, surprised. I want to study with you, my lord. Can I study with you? Susanna frowned. She did not know who taught Shirley to say that. Plus, her question was too blunt. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 286, Wishes. Chapter 286, Wishes. Translator, Nayabo Studio Editor, Nayabo Studio. Shirley. Susanna scolded. When picking a student, an archmage was always extremely careful. The decision was made without any distraction. One bad student would bring shame to the teacher and cause others to doubt the teacher's ability.
Of course, archmages taking students as a favor was not unheard of, but neither Susanna nor Anfey was important enough to make an archmage bend to their will.
You want to learn magic?
That should not be a problem, Saul said with a smile.
Really? Sholi asked incredulously.
She wasn't sure if she could trust such a quick answer.
Can I really study magic? With you? But I'm even worse than Anfey.
Shelley was still a child and she didn't realize Saul said only that she could learn magic, not that she could learn with him. Saul's other students looked at the young girl, then they all burst into laughter.
Anfey sighed and shook his head.
It was no secret that he was the weakest out of all of Saul's students, but Shelley didn't have to say it out loud. Trust me, he was even worse than you when he first came to me, Saul said, smiling.
So I'm better than him? Shelley asked hopefully.
Yes, Saul said, nodding.
You are better than him.
He looked up and saw Susanna's anxious expression. He looked at Shelley, then smiled. It seems like you will have a new sister from now on, Saul said, turning to Christian. At first, Saul did not want to take a new student, but he changed his mind. She already is, Master, Christian said with a grin on his face. They are all very good to me, my lord, Shelley said happily.
Shelley, Anfey said quietly, it's not my lord anymore. He is your teacher now. Really?
Shelley asked, her eyes wide. If you still want to, Saul said gently.
Shelley, quick, say thank you, Susanna said, nudging Shelley forward.
She did not expect Saul to agree to take Shelley as a student, but she was very grateful. Thank you, Master Saul, Shelley chirped happily.
She turned and grabbed Susanna's arm and said, I can protect you now too, sister. Susanna smiled, stroking Shelley's hair. She did not say anything.
Becoming the student of a powerful mage was only the first step in a long journey to become a senior mage. She had already spent so many years practicing. She knew the hardship on the road to become powerful.
Ernest walked into the room. He glanced around the room as the students stood to greet him. Ernest nodded at them and turned to Susanna. Susanna, where have you been lately? Me? Susanna asked, confused.
I was with Anfey, she said after a few seconds.
You're a swords master. What are you doing at the Magic Academy? Ernest asked, frowning.
Starting today, stay here and practice with me.
Yes, sir, Susanna said. You have it all figured out, don't you? Saul asked, smiling. You could say that, Ernest said.
Ernest was not hard to understand. At first glance, he may have seemed arrogant and driven by his emotions, but that was the furthest possible thing from the truth. Ernest did not like speaking, and he always tried to say what he wanted using as few words as possible.
Well, congratulations, then, Saul said. It's a little early for that. What will happen with her?
I don't know, Ernest said, frowning.
That's why I'm worried. Susanna, Saul said, turning to Susanna. Listen to Ernest. You should stop going to the academy.
I know you may worry about Anfey, but you see, trust is very important.
Don't worry about that. That's not. Susanna explained quickly, blushing. Are you worried that he will get hurt? Don't worry about that, either.
As long as he is in Sacred City, I can assure his safety, Saul said, standing up.
Anfey, come with me. I have to talk to you. Saul's eyes fell onto the unicorn next to Anfey. So this is the unicorn I've been hearing about. Ernest turned around as well. Unicorns were rare.
Ernest had encountered a few in the past, but he knew that he wasn't strong enough to defeat one, so he had left the animals alone.
Unicorns were too fast, and if a unicorn wanted to run, Ernest could never catch up to it.
If a unicorn was willing to fight, the consequences would be too great. The Forest of Death was a dangerous place, and even if Ernest could defeat the unicorn, he would be injured and could be easily killed by other enemies.
The unicorn watched Saul nervously, its body shaking.
Magic beasts were not as smart as humans, but could sense things humans could not. For the unicorn, Saul was not an amiable man, but a being with terrible powers.
Anfey patted the unicorn. It seems like it's scared of you, master, he said.
Saul wanted to further observe the unicorn, but he stopped and took a few steps back.
Another day, I suppose. I don't want to scare it. He looked around the room and his eyes fell on Hui Wei and Hagen. They were the only two strangers. By the way, which one of you is Hagen?
Me, my lord, Hagen said, scrambling up.
Ah, yes, master, Rizka hurried over and said. Forgot to introduce you. This is Hagen, and this is Hui Wei. They're both people we encountered along the way. My lord, Hui Wei stood up and bowed.
Sit, Saul said, nodding.
Hagen, you are an alchemist, aren't you? Hagen nodded. Do you have any interest in the manuscripts of Jacob? Jacob? You mean, the great alchemist Jacob? Hagen said, jumping out of his seat. His last manuscripts? Last? Saul frowned and asked. As far as I know, no one knew what happened to him. But he hadn't appeared in 20 years, my lord. It seems like I have to give those manuscripts to you as soon as possible, Saul said. He would be livid if he heard that, and would probably take those gifts back? Gifts? Hagen asked, blinking. Saul smiled. Anfey, come with me. Anfey nodded and followed Saul out of the room, leaving Hagen and his joy. The two of them went to another room. Saul sat down on a chair inside. Anfey, how much do you know about Susanna? Saul asked. She never told me much. Have you asked? No. I am in love with her, but her past is her own, Anfey answered. He knew Saul's intention wasn't just to ask him about Susanna, and he need to stand firm. Do you want to know about it? Saul asked, picking up a stack of documents from the nearby table. Is it important? Anfey asked. Saul smiled and shook his head. Do not blame His Majesty, Anfey. His Majesty is the king, after all, and he needs to be well-rounded. Anfey frowned. The unicorn whined and nudged his hand. It's not what you think, Saul comforted him. Susanna and Shelley are daughters of the ruler of Gris Principality, Darius. Susanna underwent brutal training from the time she was a child. Darius needed a loyal guard, and there was no better choice than his eldest daughter. Susanna did not rebel against this. Like I've said, Master, Susanna's past is her own, Anfey said with a shrug. But why must we return Shelley to Grus? We cannot fight two wars at once. If we really want to fight with Elazan Empire, we have to gain the support of Grus. Only then will we have a chance. I see, Anfey said. But isn't the church advocating for unity among the nations? Why are we considering war? Not now, of course. If you ever become a ruler, you will learn to think 3 steps ahead. This war with Elazan Empire will not happen for years, maybe even decades. Plus, Shelley is still too young. I doubt she can take the responsibility of an entire kingdom at this age. Saul paused and sighed. Maybe they will both be used to peace after a decade, and they would not want to be a part of this. But it doesn't matter what they want, because their wills are nothing compared to the movement of the world's current. It's hard for Susanna to forget people she hates, Anfey admitted. Maybe they are even more eager than His Majesty. Anfey could feel that Susanna would return to Gris Principality sooner or later, because no one could convince her to give up on her revenge. He was her lover, and he should support her. I hope you're telling the truth. I know her, Master. We've never talked about it, but I know it is the truth. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 287, Pressure. Chapter 287, Pressure. Translator, Nayabo Studio Editor, Nayabo Studio. Here, Anfey said, tossing the scroll to Hagen. Hagen reached over and snatched it out of the air. He looked at the scroll, then jumped up and dashed towards his room with a wide grin. Wait. Anfey called. Come back. What is it? Hagen turned and asked. Master Saul said you should go check out the magic lab. He was considering making an alchemy lab in there and needs your opinions. You can tell the butler about anything you need and he will fetch it for you. Really? Hagen asked, stunned. He was already happy enough to receive the manuscript of the famous alchemist Jacob, now he was overjoyed. He had always wanted an alchemy lab, but he never had the chance to get one. Now this was a dream come true. Really, Anfey said, smiling. I see, Hagen said. He took a deep breath then hurried out of the dining room. Anfey looked around and asked, Where's Susanna? She's with Ernest, Christian replied. It should be her honor to receive instructions from Ernest. Not for Anfey, though, Blavi said with a grin. What do you mean? Susanna is already a senior swordsmaster, Blavi said. If she ever became more powerful than Anfey. You're right, Sante said, smirking. Anfey should be under pressure. Anfey smiled and shook his head. His friends were right. He did felt pressured when facing Susanna. He always thought he should be the one protecting Susanna, but time after time he was proven wrong. He disliked being protected by others, since it made him feel weak and useless. Rizka suddenly stood up and hurried toward the door. His sudden movement spooked Blavi, who turned and asked, "Where are you going?"
Meditating, Riska said without turning back.
Not only Anfey. Think about it. We were all hiding behind Susanna.
Blavi frowned, then smiled and shook his head.
Riska was right.
Whenever they were in danger, it was always Susanna who put herself between them and danger. The only thing they did was hide in a safe place and assist her when she needed it.
Let's go, Zubin said, standing up. We're home now, but that doesn't mean we should relax. We are lucky this time, we have Susanna, but we won't always be lucky. We should start preparing for the next time we are in danger. Zubin's right, Sante nodded in agreement.
Soon there were only a few people left in the dining hall. Shelley didn't care about being protected by her sister, and Doris stayed because she did not have a room.
What have you been doing lately? Anfey asked. Haven't seen you in forever.
You'll find out in a few days, Christian replied.
Fine, Anfey said with a sigh.
He sat down next to the table and released the unicorn. The unicorn was clearly more relaxed now that both Saul and Ernest were out of the room.
The unicorn jumped onto the table.
It stomped on the table a few times, then dashed towards the other end. It wanted to stop at the end, but the table was waxed and its momentum was too great. It couldn't stop in time and slipped off the table, bringing a dozen plates with it, and crashed into the wall.
Anfey frowned.
He couldn't grasp just how playful the unicorn was getting, but now he knew it was true that the unicorn was getting harder to handle. He had only let it go for a few seconds and it was already in trouble.
At least it was only in the dining room. What if it got into the magic lab one day? Come here. Anfey bellowed and slammed the table. The unicorn stood up, shook its head, and looked at Anfey, confused. Come here, now. Anfey ordered again.
He wanted to go and grab the unicorn, but he remembered how fast it was and gave up on his unrealistic hope.
The unicorn whinnied excitedly but did not move any closer to Anfey.
That's useless, Doris said, giggling.
The louder you are, the more excited it is. It probably thinks that you're playing with it. Should I let run wild, then? Anfey asked with a frown. I'm going to fetch Susanna.
He had just been thinking about getting stronger seconds ago, and he was already looking for Susanna's help. Don't worry, Doris said, raising her hand. I have a solution. She retrieved something from her dimensional ring and smiled. This is Shelley's idea, she said with a wink. Shelley giggled, proud of herself. Doris held 2 crystal balls in her hand. She clinked the 2 crystal balls together and made a crisp, high-pitched sound. After hearing the sound, the unicorn suddenly dashed towards the table and leapt onto it. It looked at the crystal balls curiously. Get ready, Doris said. She suddenly tossed the ball in her left hand into the air and rolled the other one down the table towards Anfey. The unicorn jumped into the air and snatched the crystal ball out of the air with its mouth. When it landed on the table again, it turned to chase after the other ball.
Anfey realized the plan and was already ready.
When the unicorn tried to clink the ball in its mouth with the ball on the table, Anfey jumped over and grabbed the unicorn. He wrapped his arms around the unicorn tightly. Stop, stop, he called. The unicorn whinnied and kicked around, but it was too small and too weak compared to a grown man.
Hui Wei coughed. This is not a permanent solution either, he said.
It is growing too fast and a magic beast like this one should be smarter than normal ones. You can fool it once, twice, but not more than that. It will learn that this is a trap sooner or later. We will have to settle for this plan for now, Anfey said. He grabbed the unicorn's mane and lifted it into the air. The unicorn stopped struggling and stared at Anfey with bright blue eyes. It snickered as if it was trying to please Anfey and convince him to lessen its punishment. Anfey felt bad and only smacked its head softly once. Not for long, Hui Wei said, shaking his head. Christian said its mother was a top-tier unicorn, which means this thing may become one, as well. Who knows, Anfey said with a sigh.
None of us knew how to raise a unicorn. We don't know what this thing needs. It's good enough that it hasn't gotten sick yet. I'm not that hopeful. Anfey was worried that the unicorn would not get enough nutrition to grow up healthily.
Just because you don't have the experience, doesn't mean no one has it, Hui Wei said.
Who are you thinking? Bruzeriano, of course. He is the obvious choice. The unicorn is a holy animal in his religion. We have libraries, so do elves and druids. If anyone knows anything, it would be him. Anfey nodded. You're right, he said. By the way, what do you want to do now? Me? Hui Wei asked. I don't know. What can I do?
I'll just relax and enjoy myself, I guess.
You have to do something, Anfey said. Why don't you come study with me at the academy? Have you forgotten? I'm a two-discipliner. I don't even know if I will pass the test. Plus, I have no interest in that library. You don't need any tests, Anfey said. I have connections. Fine, Hui Wei said with a chuckle. I guess I'll try it. Let's go, then, Anfey said, pushing himself up. Then he stopped and frowned. What should we do with the unicorn? We can't take it to the academy. Should I make a leash for it? No. Hui Wei said, shaking his head. Unicorns are very loyal, but you can't restrain it. It will die of unhappiness if it loses its freedom. I'll talk to Master Saul, I suppose, Anfey said, shaking his head. Hopefully he is still here. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 288, Sword of the Pioneers. Chapter 288, Sword of the Pioneers. Translator, Nayabo Studio Editor, Nayabo Studio. When the professor walked into the classroom, Anfey and Hui Wei were already sitting quietly in the corner. The professor frowned when he saw the strangers, then he remembered Steger's order and flipped open the textbook as if nothing was wrong. Anfey was staring straight ahead, but Hui Wei looked uncomfortable. He felt strange sitting there. He poked Anfey and said, "Don't you think it's a little weird for me to sit here with all these kids?" Hui Wei sounds like he was trying to act old, but it was not without truth. He had only arrived a day ago and did not have the proper time to groom himself before coming to school. He barely had time to wash his face, let alone shave. The students were all clean-shaven and looked young compared to him. "Shoo," Anfey whispered. Hui Wei sighed and shook his head. He suddenly heard the hushed conversation of two students behind him. Hui Wei wasn't interested in the class, or else he would have missed the conversation. "You know Prince Rodhart?" a girl asked. "Who doesn't? Isn't he still in Swordberry Principality?" a more masculine voice replied. "Let me tell you, Rodhart was never in Swordberry. It's all a big illusion." "Really? Then where is the prince?" "Here, in Sacred City." "No way," the boy said. "I don't care if you believe me," the girl said. "Rodhart is studying under Lord Saul." "What? Where did you hear that?" "I overheard my grandfather talking yesterday," the girl said confidently. "You know him. He would never make up such a big lie." The boy didn't say anything for a few seconds, then he said in an even quieter voice, "Shoo. That guy in front of us is one of Saul's students." Hui Wei couldn't catch the rest of the conversation. He frowned and turned to Anfey. "Did you hear that?" "What did you hear?" Anfey asked. "Could it be Christian?" Hui Wei asked, curious. Of everyone, Christian was the most refined and educated. Everyone had talked about their families and past, only two had avoided the topic completely. One was Hui Wei himself, the other was Christian. A ball of light was flung towards Hui Wei. The intensity of light increased dramatically as it approached Hui Wei, and the light filled the entire classroom. Hui Wei was extremely alert, perhaps even more than Anfey. Before he could process what was happening, a black pentagon-shaped object appeared in his hand. A voice followed the light. "If you don't want to listen to the class, I suggest you leave so you stop distracting your classmates." Hui Wei opened his eyes and saw everyone's eyes on him. "Look at that," a nearby student whispered to his friend. "What is he going to do, fight the teacher?" Hui Wei coughed and avoided the angry gaze of the teacher. He wanted to put the pentagon-shaped object to his dimensional ring, but Anfey reached over and took it from him. Hui Wei rolled his eyes and controlled his urge to take it back. Instead, he turned his head away. "Professor, I don't think my companion is feeling well," Anfey said, pushing himself out of his seat. "Can I take him back?" "Sure," the professor said with a sigh. Anfey looked at Hui Wei then walked towards the door. Hui Wei shook his head and followed closely behind. Once they were in the hallway, Anfey tossed the object he took from Hui Wei back to him. "He was just trying to scare you," he said. "Isn't that a little extreme?" "I prefer to be alerted," Hui Wei said. The object disappeared back into his dimensional ring. Anfey stared at Hui Wei's ring and suddenly sighed. There are no unsolvable problems, only unsuitable methods. I see that this is true. What do you mean? Do you remember what happened when we first met? Anfey asked. I'm curious about all those weird little things in your ring, but I know that I can't force the answer out of you. If I knew you would react so badly to threats. Hui Wei snorted and fell in step with Anfey. I wonder who can play the role of the assassin, Anfey said slowly.
As if you can find one, Hui Wei said with a smile.
I'm still curious, Anfey said. What else is in that ring of yours?
Nothing, Hui Wei said, hiding his hand behind his back.
Didn't you hear? Christian may be the third prince of this empire.
I know, Anfey said with a smile.
You knew?
Yes.
Why didn't you tell us?
I didn't know for sure, Anfey said with a shrug. It was more of an educated guess. I figured he would tell us when he was ready.
I'm curious, then. Why would Yolanthe allow his son to travel with us?
Why did he risk his son's life? You should ask Christian that, because I don't have the answer, Anfey said. No wonder Yolanthe and Saul are good friends.
What do you mean? Yolanthe is the king. So what? Who is the queen? Where is she? Hui Wei frowned.
I think I know her name, but I cannot remember it at the moment.
Who is the queen of Shansa Empire, then?
Sheralina, Hui Wei said without a moment of hesitation.
The queen of Manhwa Empire is a queen as well, but why does she remain anonymous?
Why is the queen of Shansa Empire so well known, while the queen of Manhwa Empire is largely unknown?
Anfey paused for a few seconds before continuing. Christian never talked about the queen. Naya never talked about her mother, either.
Normally, these two women would be two of the most powerful women in the nation.
Hui Wei nodded, still frowning.
Of course, we cannot just ask around when it comes to questions like this. We will find out one day, Hui Wei said quietly.
When the time is right. Let's talk about Christian for now. Who would have thought he is the ruler of Swordberry? Tell me what you know about that place.
And you further prove your ignorance of this world, Hui Wei said, amused. He was a two-discipliner, but he was more knowledgeable than he was powerful. There were very few things he did not know about, including the ancient ruins. Whenever he talked about those ruins, Hui Wei would turn into another person.
He would be more confident. Swordberry Principality is where the famous Grandmaster Swordsman Demas retired after the Great War. There are two mysterious places in Manhwa Empire. One is Mambo territory, the other is Swordberry Principality.
After Demas retired, the Sword of Pioneers was buried on Mount Swordberry. Demas left some other things as well, but no one knew exactly what he left behind. He said it could be found when the time is right.
If we have access to Mount Swordberry, maybe we can find that sword. I don't think we can, Anfey said, shaking his head. Why not? Don't forget who controls Swordberry.
If there really is a sword there, it would have already been found, Anfey said, shaking his head. Compared to the Sword of Pioneers, the labyrinth under the mansion in Violet City was mostly unknown. No one had ever explored those passages, and whatever was hidden in there should still be there.
Maybe we can find something else, Hui Wei said. Do you really believe that?
Hui Wei sighed. There were a few ancient sites even he would not visit. No one had ever survived those ruins because of the different people who secretly controlled them. A commoner like him would never have a chance to explore sites like that. He thought perhaps this was his opportunity to explore one of those forbidden sites, but he knew his dream was unrealistic. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 289, Unpopular. Chapter 289, Unpopular. Translator, Nayabo Studio Editor, Nayabo Studio.
Hui Wei tended to let his emotions dictate his actions. Normally, he was a quiet and reserved man. However, he could become very talkative if he found someone or something that interested him. When he was fully engaged in a conversation, he would talk about everything from legendary weapons and powerful, ancient warriors to ancient civilizations and deities. Hui Wei thought maybe he was talking too much and wanted to end the conversation, but he was too excited to do that. Normally he never talked as much as this for fear of reprimand and trouble, but he found Anfey to be a very engaged listener. It was rare to find someone who would listen to him talk about all his thoughts. After Hui Wei finished, the two returned to Saul's place. The meditating mages showed up as well and were chatting in the living room.
Christian. Hui Wei called, walking over to the young man. How was it? Christian asked. What did you think of the academy? I've never been there. Are there pretty girls? Blavi asked, grinning. I didn't notice, but I did hear some interesting news.
Anfey sat down on an empty chair and glanced around, looking for Susanna. He didn't stop Hui Wei because he knew that Yolanthe must be ready for Christian to reveal himself if the students in the academy knew the rumor.
What is it? Sante asked.
Out of everyone, he and Blavi enjoy gossip the most.
Christian, Hui Wei said, staring at Christian. Should I keep calling you Christian, or should I call you Rodhart?
Hui Wei raised his voice purposely so everyone could hear him. Everyone in the room hushed and turned around to look at Hui Wei and Christian.
Naya and Susanna walked into the room just in time to hear what Hui Wei had said and froze in their tracks.
Christian looked at Hui Wei and sighed. Then he smiled and said slowly, Rodhart is only my baptismal name.
Christian is my real name and I would prefer if you still call me Christian. Wait, Blavi asked, you are Rodhart? The Rodhart? As in, the third Prince Rodhart? There's already 2 princes. I am the unnecessary addition.
I hope you can still treat me like one of you, Christian said, lowering his gaze.
You're really the prince? Feller asked, his eyes wide. All right, Anfey said, standing up.
He grabbed 2 apples from a nearby plate and sat down next to Christian, tossing one of the apples to Christian.
He took a bite of the apple and said, What? Are you scared now that you know who he really is?
No, Feller said, shaking his head.
Feller. Yay? If you were a prince, would you want us to salute to you? Of course not. Why not? Because you are my friends. Christian sees us as his friends as well. How do you think he would feel if we all act careful around him? But...
Blavi opened his mouth but did not finish his sentence.
The atmosphere suddenly became very awkward. Even though Anfey's words made sense, Christian's real identity came as too big of a surprise. It was hard to imagine being friends with a prince. So you're Rodhart, huh? Naya said.
She ignored the awkwardness and did not change her way of speech.
Why didn't you tell us? There are a lot of reasons, Christian said. It's a long story. Who would have thought?
Entos said as he appeared in the living room. No one noticed him before and no one knew how much he had heard.
He glanced at Christian and smirked. I'm impressed. You fooled even me. I didn't want to fool you, Christian said. If I remember correctly, you've been here since you were 6. How did a 6-year-old learn how to lie? Like I've just said, I didn't want to lie to you. I've never been to Swordberry Principality and I've been living here ever since I can remember. Christian, didn't you say Rodhart is your baptismal name? Anfey asked, rubbing his chin. Yes. I was baptized.
You have all met the man who performed the baptism.
Slanbria? Anfey asked, surprised. Yes. But of course he had forgotten me. Of course, Entos said, smiling. You were only a child then. He paused for a moment then said, I remember that, though.
His Majesty had allowed the Church of Light to build a church in Swordberry Principality.
It is said that the prince has good relations with the church. Who would have thought the real prince was suffering elsewhere? I've never suffered, Christian objected. I'm very satisfied with my life right now. That other Rodhart is brilliant, though. He fooled almost everyone, including the church.
He must be good to fool those missionaries for so long.
It's actually not that hard, Christian said with a shrug.
He's been taught for his entire life that he is the real prince.
He needn't actually fool anyone. Anfey lifted an eyebrow, then nodded. This was indeed a successful lie.
Christian stand-in didn't know he was not the real prince and had no chance of making mistakes. I don't care if that Rodhart knew or not, Entos said. He took a few steps forward and smirked.
You, though, you're different. I've always treated you like a little brother, and that won't change. You may be a prince, but you are still my little brother. You fooled me for over a decade. I'm hurt by your lie. What are you going to do to make it up to me?
My birthday is in 3 days, Christian said slowly.
I can make it up to you then. Even your identity was fake. How am I supposed to know whether your birthday is real? Entos asked, shaking his head.
If I had known this, I wouldn't have spent all that time finding your gifts. The birthday's real, Christian said earnestly.
Don't you remember my baptism?
It's so long ago, Entos complained. He frowned as he tried to recall the event, then turned his gaze to Christian again.
Fine. You have to make it up to me though. I swear.
There will be consequences if you don't satisfy me, Entos said, glaring at Christian. Of course, Christian said, smiling. Christian, Anfey said, tapping him on the shoulder.
I haven't spent as much time with you, but I trusted you. Shouldn't I also get whatever you are preparing for Entos? He's right, Naya said, walking over. You lied to me too. I'm hurt. You should make it up to me, too.
Christian looked at the two of them and shook his head.
Fine, he said. I won't forget you too. Did you forget about me? Susanna asked.
She patted her sword and said, I put my life in your hands.
It's my birthday, Christian sighed. Shouldn't you guys be giving me presents? Are you dishonoring me? Susanna asked, frowning. What are the rules for duels here? You should ask Rizka that. Fine, Christian said before Rizka could answer the question. All right. Everyone gets a gift, all right? Stop tormenting me. You're saying we all get a gift? Rizka asked, grinning.
Everyone relaxed after seeing Christian act so embarrassed, and the recent revelation began to fade from their memories.
When Antos was gone, you were the elder brother, Blavi said, shaking his head. We all trusted you.
I feel like you are all teaming up against me, Christian said, looking down at the ground.
And I thought I was popular.
He snuck a glance at Antos and smiled gratefully. Christian knew that Antos was trying to ease the tension, and he was thankful for it. You won't be until you earn our forgiveness, Blavi said with a wide grin. Then he suddenly turned to Anfey and said, by the way, Master said he wanted to see you in the labs.
Why didn't you tell me sooner? Anfey asked.
I didn't know if Wei would tell us such a big secret the moment he walked through the door, Blavi said with a shrug.
You should probably go there right now.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 290, Blessed. Chapter 290, Blessed. Translator, Nayabo Studio Editor, Nayabo Studio. Behind the back garden was a long walkway. Saul's magic lab was at the end of the walkway. Anfey had been to the lab once, but only once.
It wasn't because Saul did not trust him but because Anfey was useless in labs. A lone red brick building loomed ahead. The area around the building was paved with stone, and a dozen armed swordsmasters were patrolling around the building. The red building wasn't the lab, which was hidden underground.
The actual lab was much larger than the building. The lab was built underground to minimize damage.
Under the pavement stones was a large magic array set up by Saul himself. It protected the lab and the people outside in case something went wrong. The swordsmaster opened the door when he saw Anfey approaching. Anfey smiled at the man and was walking into the building when a figure lunged at him. Anfey reflexively wanted to punch the figure, then he realized it was Hagen.
He held back his punch in time. What are you doing? Anfey asked as he helped Hagen up.
I'll tell you later, Hagen said hurriedly, then dashed out to the walkway that led to the building.
Anfey smiled and shook his head. He had an idea what Hagen was doing.
After all, he was the one who told Hagen about the possibility of having an alchemist's lab and a magic lab. Lord Saul is not in the lab right now, the swordsmaster that opened the door said.
Please come with me. Where is he? The practice field. Anfey nodded quietly and followed the swordsmaster.
The man led Anfey down a long, winding stairway and turned down a hallway. At the end of the hall was a heavy black gate.
What is Master Saul doing in there? Anfey asked.
The swordsmaster smiled. I am not in the position to know that, he said.
I cannot go in there. Then the man turned around and walked away.
Anfey walked up to the door and pushed on it.
There was another door inside of the same size and material.
Unlike the door on the outside, there were dozens of magical runes carved on the sides of the gate.
Anfey closed the outer door.
He tapped the runes on the side of the door, and the door glided open.
Anfey saw that the young unicorn was walking around in a circle of purple light.
It was walking very slowly, as if it was hurt or tired.
Saul was standing next to the light with Bruzeriano next to him.
Lord Saul, Anfey called.
You were looking for me?
Yes, Saul said.
He pointed at the unicorn. It needs you. What happened to it? Anfey asked.
Before he could finish, the unicorn suddenly smashed into the light and caused it to buzz quietly. The unicorn was thrown back and crashed into the ground.
Its eyes were full of uneasiness and fear, and its blue eyes appeared as if filled with tears. It's growing fast, Bruzeriano commented.
It already knows that it will be thrown back by the shield.
What is this? Anfey asked.
He felt uncomfortable seeing the unicorn so sad. Anfey knew that this was because of Tear of Stars, but he did not mind. The unicorn had been his child since the first time he picked up it.
Just some experiments, Saul said. Don't worry, it's good for it. Saul turned to Bruzeriano and said, as far as I know, unicorns take 20 years to mature. This thing is growing so fast. Almost too fast.
So this is what you're curious about, Bruzeriano said.
Yes. Then you should stop here. Don't forget, Bruzeriano said. He is chosen by the heart of nature. You're saying it will soon become a matured unicorn, I am certain, Bruzeriano said.
Its rate of maturity would decrease significantly.
Maybe Anfey could become a paladin in 30 years. 30 years? Are you unsatisfied with that?
Bruzeriano asked with chuckle. The heart of nature is limited, and the unicorn's bloodline affects the rate of maturity as well.
The fastest it can reach maturity is 30 years, but
the mother is an evolved unicorn, Anfey said suddenly.
What? Bruzeriano frowned and asked.
Its mother, Anfey said.
She was already evolved. There is no doubt about its bloodline. Bruzeriano frowned at Anfey.
I'm not saying you're a liar, Anfey, but what you're saying is almost unreal.
Even we would not go near an evolved unicorn. Anfey shrugged. How did you come by this thing, anyway? Even the mother herself is enough to kill you a dozen times over, Bruzeriano said, staring at Anfey. He knew about the unicorn, but not its origins. He needed to know.
Anfey looked at Saul, who nodded.
We came by it by accident, he said. Its mother was fighting a manticore and lost. Impossible, Bruzeriano said. An evolved unicorn is more than enough to kill a manticore.
It had just been born then, Anfey said.
I see, Bruzeriano said with a sigh. Tragic. I wonder why a manticore would challenge an unicorn. I don't know, Anfey lied.
They were already fighting when we saw them.
Of course he couldn't tell the truth.
He knew the unicorns were holy creatures to the followers of the goddess of nature, and telling the truth would possibly turn Bruzeriano against him.
Then you saw it? Anfey nodded.
I don't know what to say, Bruzeriano sighed. Really, you should have been a follower of the goddess. You must be blessed by the goddess herself.
I know why the heart chose him, Saul said. What is it?
He ingested tear of stars.
Bruzeriano sighed and shook his head. How did you get that now?
Its mother was dying, but so was the manticore, Anfey said. I wanted to help the unicorn, so I killed the manticore. Then we found the tear of stars and Christian told me to eat it.
Bruzeriano opened and closed his mouth a few times, and finally only sighed. Like I've said, you must be blessed by the goddess herself. It is a shame that you choose not to follow her, but don't forget that he's my student, Saul said with a smile. You are becoming more and more like Slandria. No one said otherwise, Bruzeriano said. Are you saying that you will reject him if he chooses to follow the goddess? Tell me, Saul, how often do you come across someone as lucky as he? He's my student. He's special. He's not special, Bruzeriano snapped. Just tell me yes or no. This is Anfey's choice, Saul said. You should ask him. Anfey frowned. He had expected Saul to handle the situation. I just want to study magic right now, he said hesitantly. Religion is not my concern yet. I can promise, though. As long as the followers of Goddess of Nature do not harm me and my friends, I will not harm them. To hell to that, Bruzeriano said. My people have never harmed Saul's students, and never will. Or else I would turn into Slandria. Slandria? What did he do? Anfey asked, surprised.
If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 291, Seeds of Light. Chapter 291, Seeds of Light. Translator, Nayabo Studio Editor, Nayabo Studio. Slandria left a seed of light within you, Saul said quietly. What does that mean? Anfey asked.
He knew that it could not be very serious, and Saul must have already spoke with Bruzeriano about it, or else he would not be so calm. Saul paused for a second and said, it can help you harness the power of light quicker. But if you ever start practicing real light magic, you will find yourself uncontrollably drawn to it.
Does that mean I will start practicing light magic? Some may even spend their entire lives studying it. But I don't want to, Anfey complained. What should I do? Should I avoid every missionary and every book about light magic? It's not as serious as you think, Bruzeriano said with a frown.
The heart of nature should effectively repress the power of the seed.
Can't you make it disappear? Anfey asked.
He thought that the heart of nature was not a permanent solution, and the only way that he wouldn't be affected was to remove the seed.
You can talk to the Pope.
Never mind then, Anfey said, shaking his head. Think about this, Bruzeriano said.
Don't you remember what happened in the temple?
You can't use magic, but you can control the druid's magic because of the heart of nature.
With that, you can be very powerful. Anfey hesitated.
He didn't want to study nature magic, but if he rejected Bruzeriano, it would make their relationship tense.
He still had to ask Bruzeriano for favors and he didn't want to alienate the man.
But he could not agree to the offer either because of his relationship to Saul. If he studied with Bruzeriano, he would make both Saul and Yolanthe distrust him. He would get nothing if he made a king his enemy.
Bruzeriano, Saul interrupted. Didn't Anfey just say that he wanted to study with me? We can talk about other things in the future. Nothing good ever comes from forcing someone into a decision. Bruzeriano sighed but did not say anything more. The unicorn, Anfey suddenly said. Its mother was an evolved unicorn. Will it reach maturity faster? Bruzeriano shrugged.
Unlikely, he said, but the heart of nature may quicken it by a few years. Anfey sighed, as long as I don't have to wait 30 years.
This unicorn is behind in its development, Bruzeriano said. What? Really? Anfey asked, frowning. The unicorn certainly did not look it. Human infants need their mothers, Bruzeriano said. Unicorn do too. What did you feed it? Wild berries, mostly. We couldn't find anything else in the forest. Well, that's why. Is there a way to fix it? No. Anfey frowned and searched his mind for everything related to the unicorn. What about unicorn blood? Unicorn blood? Bruzeriano asked with a frown. You're not saying that you want to bleed this unicorn, are you?
No, of course not, Anfey said, shaking his head.
It's the older unicorns. How cruel, Bruzeriano said, shocked. The unicorn already gave you the tear of stars, and you dared take its blood.
If it was any other magic beast, Bruzeriano would not have reacted so sharply. However, for a druid, unicorns were holy and pets of the goddess of nature.
Bleeding a unicorn was unthinkable.
There's a reason to it, my lord, Anfey said earnestly.
Spill it, then. We had to protect it.
If we hadn't become stronger, we wouldn't have been able to even protect ourselves, let alone the unicorn. We were all mages, and the blood was a great boost to our power. We shouldn't let it just rot away. That does not justify your actions, Bruzeriano said coldly.
Unicorn blood is of no use to unicorns.
If you really cared about it, your own blood would have sufficed.
Maybe that is a way, Anfey murmured. Bruzeriano frowned and shook his head.
He didn't expect Anfey to agree to his statement. You don't have to do that, Bruzeriano said. You could bleed yourself dry and increase the unicorn's maturity rate by a day.
But it will help?
No, not really, Bruzeriano said, unless you want to die. He knew that if Anfey really did try to bleed himself and feed the unicorn, Saul would blame him, even though Anfey would be doing it on his own volition.
Don't worry, Anfey said with a smile. I won't bleed myself dry. I don't have a death wish.
Unlike people in this world, Anfey had common knowledge from another world and knew that loss of a small amount of blood would not affect him. People who donated blood regularly were often even healthier than people did not.
Anfey didn't mind feeding the unicorn his blood once a month. Bruzeriano shook his head.
He paced around the room, sighing and muttering to himself. He was much more experienced than Anfey and could read people better than Anfey had anticipated. There may be a way to quicken its growth, he said finally.
What is it?
You have to find a person before that, Bruzeriano said.
He did not want to tell Anfey, but he felt obligated to. Anfey was too stubborn and hot-headed. What if he let out too much blood by accident?
For followers of the goddess of nature, people chosen by the heart of nature were seen as messengers sent by the goddess herself. They were responsible for educating the followers in the right way and bringing hope.
Bruzeriano could not let Anfey die no matter how much he disliked the idea that Anfey held the heart of nature.
Who?
Jacob.
Jacob?
Why? Saul asked. Have you already forgotten what Jacob's life goal is? You mean, the sacred spirit potion?
Of course.
We have unicorn blood, which is the hardest ingredient to find. Where are we supposed to find spring of life?
All those ingredients are way too hard to find.
And way too expensive. Have you forgotten? I am an archdruid.
If I were to ask the elf queen, she would let me have some of those things.
Spring of life shouldn't be a problem. They have a new queen? Saul asked, shocked.
Bruzeriano grunted out of frustration. He was trying to propose a solution and got too distracted. Normally he would never make such a great mistake. You know, I'm starting to think you're purposely trying to pry. No, of course not, Saul said, shaking his head. I'll pretend I never heard anything about the elves. You should know how expensive the other ingredients are.
Spring of life isn't the only problem.
I have some of it, Bruzeriano said. I'll try to take care of the rest.
I need you two to swear that you will tell no one about the elves. Saul said he would pretend he hadn't heard anything, but Bruzeriano couldn't let it go so easily.
The new queen was still young, but in another century or so, the first elven supreme power would be born.
Of course, Saul said, nodding.
Although it should be 3 people.
2, Bruzeriano said firmly. He knew that Saul counted Yolanthe as well. The queen is still young and poses no threat to your precious little kingdom.
Everyone alive now will be long dead by the time she achieves her full strength.
More likely than not, Manhwa Empire itself will be gone by then.
What are you worried about? Bruzeriano needed to calm Saul, and the only thing he lied about was how long it would take for the new queen to come into her own.
Fine, Saul said.
All right. I swear to the gods that if I tell anyone about your secret, my soul will toil in hell for all eternity.
Anfey.
I swear to the gods that if I tell anyone about your secret, my soul will toil in hell for all eternity, Anfey repeated Saul's oath. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 292, Angry Unicorn. Chapter 292, Angry Unicorn. Translator, Nayabo Studio Editor, Nayabo Studio.
Bruzeriano sighed after he heard the oath, then smiled. I will leave here tomorrow, he said, turning to Saul.
Your place is more dangerous than a dragon's nest. Then Bruzeriano turned and slowly walked towards the door. Lord Bruzeriano seems to know how to get himself out of trouble, Anfey said with a smile, staring at Bruzeriano's back. We can't let him spill the secret. This is good, though, I think. Hopefully he feels better now. Saul frowned. Anfey, we have a problem now. What problem?
Jacob learned how to make the sacred spirit potion from his teacher, but he never told me what the potion could do. But if the unicorn can grow faster with the potion, the elf queen can as well.
Saul sighed, that would be troublesome. Master, are you saying that we should take the potion for ourselves and break our agreement? Anfey asked.
He knew that Saul was willing to speak of this in front of him because Saul trusted him. He was glad for Saul's trust, and at the same time he was trying very hard to find a good resolution. We aren't cheating anyone, Saul said, patting Anfey on the shoulder. But this is a very difficult situation. Saul was troubled. He suspected that Bruzeriano's true intention was not to help the unicorn grow, but was instead to help the elf queen. If there was a 500-year buffer period, he could accept it, which was why he swore the oath. Ernest was becoming stronger, and Saul had a new discovery. Anfey's fiancée had the blessing of an angel, and the old man who had taught Anfey must be a supreme power. If Anfey was there, the old man might be willing to come forth and reveal himself.
After 400 or 500 years, humans should be able to find the secret to unlock supreme inheritance discontinuity. The elf queen would not change that.
However, if the elf queen had sacred spirit potion, she would become an unpredictable factor. Both Saul and Yolanthe were confident in their ability to groom supreme powers. After the Age of Chaos, unlocking the secret of supreme inheritance became the top priority of every nation. Countless resources were spent on this topic. This was why Anfey's presence caught so many important people's attention.
He was the key to finding a supreme power.
After thousands of years, every nation had information about the secret, and Manhwa Empire was perhaps the most knowledgeable out of all the nations. Saul was able to defeat Nuyoheim not because he was stronger, but because of this new discovery.
Master, what is the relationship like between Bruzeriano and Jacob? They are friendly, why? If we really want to cheat, we should ask someone other than Jacob to make the potion. Who should we go to, then? I don't know anything about alchemy, but is Hagen qualified to make this potion? Saul frowned. If we needed a magic tool, Hagen might not be able to make it. But if it is just a potion, maybe Hagen can do it. From what little I know about alchemy, as long as we have the recipe, we can have Hagen try. That should temporarily solve our dilemma. Let Hagen look through Jacob's manuscripts first and see if there is anything useful. If we can't find the recipe, we can always go find Jacob and get it from him. After we make the potion, we can always lie and say we failed. Bruzeriano can't do anything. Saul did not say anything. Truthfully, Saul did not agree with Anfey's plan.
Bruzeriano was a good friend of Saul's, and even though they were working for different sides, they still managed to maintain their friendship.
Anfey's status was too low and his view was too restricted. He only thought about Bruzeriano.
Anfey knew that Bruzeriano was concerned about Yolanthe and wanted to maintain a good relationship with the king, But he did not know that Yolanthe was worried the followers of Goddess of Nature and the followers of the Church of Light might be united. The two religions might not be able to assemble an army the way a nation could, but both religions had their own defense teams. The Church of Light had Knights of the Light, Fanatical Crusaders, and Arbitrators Guild. Among the followers of Goddess of Nature were Jungle Guard, Green Expeditionary, and small squads made up of druids. These were forces to be reckoned with. Slambria was easy to kill because he was only a minstrel who practiced magic before joining the church. He was used to being alone even after he rose to positions of power. If he had even a few of his guards with him, even Saul and Ernest could not kill him.
Master, Anfey said quietly.
We will talk about it later, Saul said, shaking his head. Saul was a brilliant man, but he did not have the determination to go through with the plan. He did not need that determination either, because usually Yolanthe was the one to make the final decision. Now, he could not talk to Yolanthe because of his oath, and he found it hard to make a decision. He knew that the oath had been the only way to go so that they did not anger Bruzeriano, but he still regretted it.
If he angered Bruzeriano and the man left, it would be troublesome for Yolanthe.
Anfey shrugged but did not say anything. He did not know Saul's stance and did not know that his status had changed.
Saul's oath meant he was the only one Saul could talk to about Bruzeriano.
Suddenly, the unicorn, which was still trapped in the magic array, whined loudly. The fear and confusion in the unicorn's eyes were already gone. Magic beasts' intelligence was limited and the beasts were much more direct when it came to expressing their emotions. The unicorn arched its back and, with a sudden movement of its head, released an arc of lightning. Then it threw its body against the wall of light. The magic array was too powerful, and the unicorn was thrown back. However, it already knew that and landed on the ground on its four legs.
Anfey could tell from its eyes that it was really angry. Master,
Anfey called, worried about the unicorn. Saul waved his hands and the light around the unicorn disappeared. A ball of water appeared in front of the unicorn. The unicorn jumped into the water and turned the ball into thousands of droplets.
The unicorn landed and looked around angrily, searching for its enemy.
The anger in the unicorn's eyes disappeared when it saw Anfey, and it was replaced by sadness. It whinnied quietly and dashed towards Anfey. It ran into him, wanting to rub itself against him. However, the unicorn did not know how heavy it was. Its body slammed into Anfey, who stumbled backwards under the weight. He grunted as he steadied himself. The unicorn turned and saw Saul, its body becoming tense. It cocked its head and looked at the old man, then an arc of lightning shot out of its horn towards Saul. For a child, a parent was the strongest ally. Maybe the unicorn thought as long as Anfey was there, it could do whatever it wanted.
Saul did not move and let the lightning strike him.
An attack like this could not do any harm to him. He looked at the unicorn and marveled. It can already release a lightning arc, he asked, shocked. It can't really do any harm, though, Anfey said, his voice raspy. His body still hurt where the unicorn rammed into him.
It is still young. It shouldn't be able to do that.
The unicorn's body was still tense, and it was glaring at Saul.
Anfey patted its head and whispered, "It's all right. Relax. Master, it seems like it is scared of you. What should we do now?"
"I don't want it to get scared when it's in your care." "I don't have time to care for it," Saul said, shaking his head.
"Bruzeriano gave me these silk vanilla. You can give it to Susanna so the unicorn could stay with her." "Silk vanilla? I think I have some of it as well." "Where did you find it?" Saul asked. "In its cave. Do you know how hard it was for me to convince Bruzeriano to give me some of this?" Saul asked, smiling. "Just take it. Let's go find Susanna."
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 293, Christian's Mission. Chapter 293, Christian's Mission. Translator, Nayabo Studio Editor, Nayabo Studio. "Anfey, don't you think it's getting a bit late?" Susanna asked. Anfey jumped off the bed and walked over to the window.
He opened the shutters and peered out.
"You're right," he said, nodding. "It is late."
Then he walked back and sat down next to Susanna again.
Susanna sighed and shook her head. She didn't just want to ask Anfey to look at the time.
She was implying that he should leave her room now because it was getting late. Susanna rolled her eyes and pushed him away from her.
"Quit being annoying," she said. "Annoying?" Anfey asked, sitting up straighter. "Are you annoyed by me already?" "You know what I mean." Anfey smiled. He lied down on the bed.
There was no indication that he would leave her alone. He turned to stare at Susanna and suddenly spotted suspicious movements behind her. "Stay where you are," he bellowed as he sat up. The unicorn jumped. Then it whimpered and ducked behind the bed. "What are you doing?" Susanna scolded. "Don't scare it." Anfey did not say anything to Susanna. Instead, he pointed at the unicorn and said, "Don't come any nearer." Whenever he was with Susanna, he would completely let his guard down. It was in those moments that he was the most playful. "So what?" Susanna asked, frowning. "Come here. Don't be afraid." The unicorn looked at Susanna, then back to Anfey, its eyes filled with fear and doubt. "I don't care if that thing's closer to you, but I won't let anyone touch you," Anfey said seriously. Susanna blushed. "You idiot," she blurted out, punching Anfey on the shoulder. Normally, she would just roll her eyes when Anfey made a joke. This showed how truly embarrassed she was. "It's not me, it's Bruzzeriano," Anfey muttered. Susanna's clothes were washed with silk vanilla-infused water. The scent of the plant had made the unicorn mad, and so it was constantly trying to cuddle with Susanna. This made Anfey jealous, even though he knew that he had no reason to be and that the emotion was irrational and stupid. Of course, Anfey wouldn't let jealousy cloud his judgment. He was afraid that the unicorn would be lured away by a stranger using silk vanilla and so had done some experiments. He discovered that unicorn would only follow a few people even if they had the plant. It would not follow men. It would follow women, but only women it knew. He had a maid wear a dress washed with silk vanilla water, but it would not go with her. It would not let Doris hold it either, even though it had known Doris for a while. In the end, the only people the unicorn would approach were Naya, Sholi, and Susanna. Susanna kept her eyes on the floor and did not want to look at Anfey. She was a very traditional person, and she did not like Anfey making lewd jokes about her. She did not like initiating any intimate gestures, either. The unicorn didn't know what Anfey and Susanna were arguing about, but it could tell who was winning. It saw Susanna rolling her eyes and turning away, and knew that Anfey had won the argument. Anfey felt bad and needed to distract Susanna. He sighed and waved his hand at the unicorn. "Come here," he said. The unicorn sprang up and bounced over to Susanna, then plopped itself down between Susanna and Anfey. It turned and kicked Anfey a few times on the leg, as if it was angry that Anfey had scolded it earlier. Yesterday the unicorn had rammed into him and left him with a large bruise. Anfey knew that the unicorn's strength would only grow over time. If he kept allowing the unicorn to kick him, who knew what would happen? Anfey decided that he would start training the unicorn so it would know how to deal with other people. Suddenly, the two heard a soft tapping. "Who is it?" "It's me," Christian said. "Christian?" Anfey asked, frowning. He got up and opened the window. "I see you're ready to be a thief," he joked. "I know," Christian said as he came into the room. "I need both your help." Anfey nodded. He turned to Susanna and said, "Can you take the unicorn to Sholi's room?" Susanna nodded. She could tell Christian had ran into trouble and he could not solve it by himself. After Susanna took the unicorn to Sholi's room, she met Anfey and Christian in the garden. Christian glanced around nervously to make sure they were alone, then released a soundproof magic spell that covered the three of them. "What happened?" Anfey asked. "Why are you so nervous?" "I have a mission," Christian said with a sigh. "I need to complete it today." "What mission?" "I need to kill someone," Christian said briskly. "Who?" "Rod Hart. The fake one, at least." "So that's the mission His Majesty gave you?" Anfey asked, shocked. Christian nodded, his eyes downcast. Anfey could not understand what Yolanthe was thinking. He did not know whether the fake Rodhart had to die, but he knew that if Yolanthe wanted him dead, he did not need to ask Christian to do it. "Father told me that he had done too much for me already," Christian said, shaking his head. "He told me that I should be responsible for planning my future from now on. The first thing I have to do is to kill the fake Rodhart." Christian paused for a second, as if waiting for his words to sink in. "I understand Father's intentions. If I become a murderer, I have to accept the consequences." "His Majesty is mad," Susanna said incredulously. "He told you to kill, yet he wants you to take responsibility for it?" "He has to kill the fake Rodhart, but he doesn't have to be a murderer," Anfey said quietly with a frown. "He's right," Christian said. "Father told me that I can hire people to do it. He wouldn't care if I bring the entirety of Sacred City with me, as long as it gets done. The point is, I cannot be accused of the murders. He's testing your abilities, then?" "Yes." "Wait," Anfey said. "Hold up. You know how Wei Wei found out you're the prince?"
We overheard a conversation between two students at the academy.
If they know, the rest of the city will soon know, as well.
It's not hard to put two and two together, you know. The fake Rodhart had to go.
I think His Majesty orchestrated this entire thing.
Christian frowned.
You may be right, he said. He spread the rumor so I would have to kill the fake Rodhart.
Anfey frowned and began formulating a plan.
Due to the difference in status, he knew far less than Christian did. It was hard to create a big picture with the limited resources he had. After a few minutes, he realized he was not getting anywhere and gave up.
How long does it take to get to Swordberry from here? Anfey asked. The fake Rodhart is in a palace near the city. He is coming here tomorrow. His Majesty summoned him?
Yes. So our only target is Rodhart, right? The palace is guarded by the palace guards, but they will not try to stop us.
Everyone else must be killed, Christian said. It's mostly his servants and personal guards. There is a priest of light with him as well. Anfey frowned. If the palace guards were cooperating with Christian, they didn't need to hide. What do you think? Christian asked. You're saying this is a plan laid out by His Majesty?
Not exactly, Christian said.
I took a guess. It's hard talking with my father, you know.
Everything he says sounds like it's implying something else.
Pity, Susanna said.
The life of a prince sounds no better than that of a peasant. A prince with a mission forced upon him is even more pitiful, Anfey said.
Christian, tell me everything about the conversation you had with His Majesty.
It's too long for that, Christian said, shaking his head.
It involves some secrets about the court that I cannot tell you.
But the last thing he said to me was perhaps the reason he gave me this mission.
What did he say? He said there is not a single ruler with a clean history. Every monarch must bloody their hands. If I wanted peace of mind, I might as well give up my claim.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 294, No Regrets. Chapter 294, No Regrets. Translator, Nayabo Studio Editor, Nayabo Studio. Are you willing to give up this position? Anfey asked suddenly. Christian did not say anything.
It could be hard talking to Anfey sometimes, but Christian understood what he meant. Both of my brothers are more able than I, Christian said slowly.
I just want to be left alone in Swordberry. Are you serious?
Of course, Christian said.
You are my friend.
I wouldn't lie to my friends.
Not now, not ever. I appreciate your friendship. Christian paused and then said, Why did you ask? Is it important to you? Very much so. Don't forget.
We are friends, Anfey said. Your answer can decide the course of my life.
If you want to fight for it, both Wester and Grandon are my enemies. If not, then there is no need for me to challenge anyone. We can just sit by and watch them fight. Christian sighed but did not say anything. If you do not want to fight for the throne, why don't you tell His Majesty that you will not do this?
Otherwise your actions could be mistaken as a sign of aggression.
You could very well become a target.
No, Christian said, shaking his head.
Father has done too much for me. I want to take care of this myself. Anfey nodded.
Good, he said with a smile.
But, if you ask me, this is too great a matter to hide. Maybe we are just overthinking. Maybe your father's intention is simple. Maybe he just wants you to know what it's like to kill. Are you serious? You mean,
We should stop talking and head to the palace now.
Wait. I have the map here. We should study their defenses first, Christian said.
He had been part of the plan to assassinate the Shansa princess and knew the procedure.
He gave that to you? Anfey asked, surprised. And he showed you their defenses? Anfey was confused.
He did not know what Yolanthi wanted, though he knew that he would not put his son in harm's way. Plus, Christian did not want the throne, anyway.
If they kill the fake duke, Yolanthi would be responsible for taking care of the aftermath. If Christian did not want the throne, why would Yolanthi task Christian with this mission?
Since this mission had no apparent direct consequence, Anfey decided that they could not disappoint Yolanthi either. If Christian wanted to fight for the throne, Anfey would never make such a rushed decision. The moon was peeking through the clouds when Christian, Anfey, and Susanna arrived at the small palace of the fake duke.
There were 3 small palaces around Sacred City, and each palace had a different view.
Yolanthi did not want to leave Sacred City, but everyone needed a change of scenery once in a while, even kings. The 3 palaces were his solution. 3 sides of this palace were surrounded by ponds, and the 4th was next to the sacred river. Now that I'm here, I feel bad for the guy, Christian said, shaking his head.
He lived his entire life as a lie. Susanna nodded in agreement.
She was afraid. If anyone told her that the person she was protecting wasn't who they said they were, and she was not a senior swordsmaster, she would not be able to handle the news.
Maybe that is not how he sees it, Anfey said. If he did not become your double, who knows where he would be now?
Maybe he's an orphan or a slave, or a servant to another. Exchanging a life of hardship for 20 years of luxury sounds like a pretty good deal to me. We are still cutting his life short, but
who knows? Who knows what he was before he became you?
Perhaps he was an orphan, and there are plenty of ways for orphans to go, Anfey said.
Without this, maybe he already would be dead. Haven't we seen enough? In this war-torn world, orphans were not an oddity.
Not only in countries like Country of Mercenaries, but also in more advanced ones like Manhwa Empire.
Especially in occupied cities like Violet City. Half of the children there were orphans.
Even Yolanthi, who was hailed as a people's king, could not fix this problem, let alone the other kings. Rodhart, the double, may not even be a good man. At least he had 20 years of luxury. A lot of children did not. Christian fell quiet. He tried to distance himself from the wars and the suffering, but he was still a very compassionate person. Everything he had gone through made him even more so. In the past, he was confined to Sacred City and never realized how bad the poverty and injustice were in the rest of the country.
All right, Anfey said, walking out of the shadow. Let's get moving. Wait. Christian called. We still need to make a plan. Plan? Anfey asked, frowning. All right. We will plan.
Christian was very brilliant, but his way of action was too constrained. Yolanthi had already given him the details of the palace's defense and told him that the palace guards would not intervene to stop him. There was no need for planning. Anfey was certain that even if they did make a mistake, the palace guards would help them.
Am I being too careful? Christian asked, scratching his head. I just want to make sure this goes smoothly. Anfey blinked.
He suddenly realized that the only person he was considering was Yolanthi and had been ignoring Christian and himself.
Christian was right.
If he was going to do something, he should make it as perfect as possible. He could not risk failure, or else Yolanthi would be disappointed in Christian. This was a testament to his own abilities as well. If he failed, he and Christian would become laughingstocks. Christian, he said, show me that document.
Anfey smiled as he flipped through the document.
The fake Rodhart was a strange man. He was not practiced with swords, neither did he know how to use magic.
However, he already had 6 children, all of them his biological children.
All the children were living in the palace as well.
Yolanthi only needed to say that he wanted to meet his grandchildren to meet with the fake Rodhart. This fake duke is certainly.
Father hired 2 teachers for him when he was young, though the 2 teachers never taught him anything useful.
I think that might have been Father's intention in the first place. Are we killing the children as well? Father told me that everyone in there should die. Anfey sighed. He looked through the document again and glanced at the map. We don't need planning. This is way too easy. I don't think His Majesty is testing your abilities, but what is he testing then? Christian asked. Susanna can take care of swordsmen.
I will take care of the priest and the servants.
The rest is up to you. All right, Christian said with a nod. He was not stupid. He already knew what Anfey meant when he said Yolanthi wasn't testing his ability and had asked about the kids. If there are no more questions, let's go. We're going in from the right.
Christian slowly crept out of the shadow of the woods and used a levitation spell. He flew towards the right side of the palace, afraid that his courage would disappear when he was not moving fast enough.
Christian. Susanna called quietly.
She sensed that there was something different about the young man.
Anfey shook his head. He could not give Christian any tips. He had never met Yolanthi and did not know anything about the man.
Yolanthi was an intriguing man who made it his mission to conceal his emotions.
Which was more important to Yolanthi, callousness or compassion?
The only person who could dictate Christian's decision was Christian.
Anfey hoped he picked right.
Even though Yolanthi already gave the map to Christian and Anfey said there was no need for planning, there were still chances for things to go wrong. A team of palace guards walked out of the side door of the palace as the trio jumped over the wall. The moon was exceptionally bright, and the 3 had nowhere to hide. The guards' formation was jumbled, but the soldiers soon fell into place. The leader of the team barked an order, and the palace guards passed where Christian, Susanna, and Anfey were standing, as if they were invisible. "It seems like everyone's cooperating with us," Anfey said with a smile. "Let's get to work. Don't want to let their cooperation go to waste, eh? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 295, Controlling Magic. Chapter 295, Controlling Magic. Translator, Nayabo Studio Editor, Nayabo Studio. The palace was quiet. Anfey and the others walked to the second floor without any trouble. For the king's exclusive hotel, the palace's decorations were not very elegant. It looked clean and tidy. There was no dust at all. Four corridors acted like mirrors and reflected light from everlasting lamps throughout the second floor. Anfey looked around and quickly added his surroundings to the map in his mind. He walked briskly to a room. He put his ear to the door, listened to what was going on, then knocked on it. Anfey's memory was awesome. He had not paid too much attention to Christian's map, but still remembered that a priest of light stayed in this room. Rodhart's subordinates stayed in the rooms on the same side in 5 different rooms: 1, 2, 3, 4, and 7. Going south along the corridor, there were a few rooms where Rodhart's personal guards stayed. The most powerful one among them was an intermediate swordsman. There were 4 junior swordsmen and a group of swordsmen in the guards. Anfey did not have to worry about them since Susanna herself could definitely handle them. "Who is it?" A voice rose from the room. Anfey gave Susanna a look. Susanna immediately understood and said in a deep voice, "It's me." The priest of light did not expect any danger in the palace, for he had never done anything shady. He walked up to the door without any suspicion. Anfey could tell from his hurried steps that he was rushed. Anfey quietly moved to the side of the door. The door opened a crack. A handsome middle-aged man in priestly dress put his head out of the door and waved at Susanna. He immediately appeared startled. Anfey had quietly thrust his sword at him. The sword passed through his neck with lightning speed. Blood splashed out and splattered the clean corridor. Anfey moved sideways to avoid the body falling on him. He immediately grabbed the collar of the priest to let his body quietly fall to the floor. It happened smoother than Anfey had expected. He thought it would take more time to kill a priest of light. He expected to wake others up. It seemed to be as easy as crushing an ant. In fact, Church of Light had existed for so long that its administration and management had its own complete system. Attacking priests were mostly members of the Arbitrators Guild. The priests sent to other places served as priests or the Pope. They were usually highly provocative or had reasonable logical thinking. Church of Light had great respect for its members' talents. The Pope of Church of Light would not have such poor management. The priests of light with Rodhart belonged to the class who could become Pope. This one would have been really smart. His job was to convert Rodhart to the Church of Light. Unfortunately, being smart did not help. He did not even get a chance to showcase his talent. "Susanna, can you go and take care of that intermediate swordsman?" He was just across the corridor from the magic everlasting lamp. Anfey pointed in that direction and said quietly, "Christian, you go to the 3rd floor and kill your double." Christian took a look at the body on the ground without saying anything. He quietly turned around and walked to the stairs. Anfey did not worry about Christian's safety. Yolanthe stayed on the 3rd floor, where the fake Rodhart, his maids, a few nannies and his children stayed. Altogether, their fighting ability would be negligible. Susanna had walked next to the magic everlasting lamp. She turned around to look at Anfey in the distance. Anfey could kill a priest without making any noise, but she could not. Once she started it, the intense combat power surges would wake all the people in the building. Anfey bowed to make a pleased gesture, like a gentleman. He slowly moved back. There were 2 people staying in the rooms to both sides. The people who had single rooms in this place would not have menial positions. They were actually the teachers of Rodhart. Anfey did not care about the 2 worthless stupid asses who only knew how to entertain themselves. He could save them for last. By the time Susanna pulled her sword out, Anfey had already moved toward a person-sized statue with a bronze sword. Anfey broke the bronze sword in half with his fingers. He walked in front of a room and stuck the blades into the knockers. He pushed the blades deep into the doorframe with his thumb. Susanna was covered under white light radiance. She knocked the door open and ran into the intermediate swordsman's room. Either the combat power surges or the sound of breaking the door was loud enough to wake people up. Anfey had already heard people screaming and yelling in the rooms. He walked back to the statue without any hurry. He looked up and down the statue.
He reached his hand out and broke the sword sheath in half.
Anfey walked in front of another room and repeated the same action. He put the sword sheath into the knocker and pushed the broken sword sheath into the doorframe with his thumb. It was easy to push a blade into the doorframe with his thumb, since the broken sword had blades. A sword sheath was much more blunt. However, there was not much difference for Anfey. He pushed the sword sheath forward. With an ear-piercing sound, the sword sheath stuck deep into the doorframe. At the same time, the farthest room was pulled open. A person rushed out in his nightclothes. He held a sword which was still inside a sword sheath. Perhaps he wanted to see what was happening before he pulled his sword out. Unfortunately, his opponent was Anfey, who did not even give him a chance to pull his sword out.
Anfey ran forward about 8 yards in the blink of an eye. He raised his left knee and bashed it into the man's chest. The man flew backwards without having time to scream. Another person had just put one foot out the door and was hit by his companion. As the man was still feeling dizzy from the hit, Anfey pierced him under his ribs and into the other person's chest. The next moment, Anfey ran into the room as fast as a ghost. There were 5 people standing still like 5 statues. They looked at Anfey, shocked. Anfey raised his left hand and shook more than 30 wind blades into the air. The sharp whooshing sounds went after the 5 people. According to the information Anfey had, Rodhart's subordinates were all incapable idlers. It seemed there was something wrong with the information. He was able to shoot 4 of them with wind blades, and they lay bloodied on the ground. The last person was no doubt a senior swordsman. He countered the wind blade attack with combat powers. He did not attack Anfey but tried to throw himself out of the wind as fast as possible. A senior swordsman was nothing to Anfey. That senior swordsman had good judgment. He was able to make a decision to run away after quickly recognizing the difference in fighting ability between him and Anfey. This time Anfey gathered water elements. As the senior swordsman was about to run to the window, a strong gush of water appeared under him. The senior swordsman had nowhere to dodge in the air. He was rushed by the spring. The combat power protected his body but could not counter the power of a strong spring. The senior swordsman was pushed diagonally into the air and bashed against the window frame. Before the senior swordsman could fall down, Anfey had rushed close to him and thrusted the sword at him at a weird angle. As the sword blade met the combat power, it gave an almost imperceptible pause and pierced through that senior swordsman's body. Anfey kicked on the windowsill with his foot and flipped backwards through the window as he pulled his sword from the senior swordsman. The senior swordsman fell hard to the floor with no breath left in him. Anfey looked around. In different levels of battle, magic was indeed good. If he used his sword, it would be hard to kill 4 people at the same time. It made sense that archmages received more respect than master swordsmen. At one point in pan-continent history, an archmage had slaughtered a whole city. If a master swordsman wanted to kill all the people in a city, it would be very challenging. Others probably would be able to run in different directions as he was killing some. As Anfey stepped out the door, Anfey saw an old man looking surprised as he walked out of his room. That was Rodhart's teacher. Anfey shoot a wind blade at him without even thinking about it. Anfey could instantly shoot out a wind blade, or even 50. Everyone had his own way of doing things. Anfey liked to kill his opponents with the right amount of energy, without wasting anything. He had shot out over 30 wind blades earlier because he did not have the accuracy to control multiple wind blades with his telepathy. Therefore, he did a blanket attack. This time, he only had one target, so he only shot one wind blade. There was another mistake in the information they had been given. With a cloud of radiant red light, the wind blade disappeared in front of the old man's chest. The old man actually had surrounded himself with a magic shield as he walked out of the room. When he saw Anfey's attack, he counterattacked. He responded to Anfey's attack with a fireball. Anfey was only shocked for a second before he rushed forward with the speed of lightning. He reached his hand out at the little fireball in the air and shot it back at the old man's face with a faster speed. The old man's jaw dropped, and he stared with his eyes as wide as saucers when he saw the little fireball returning to attack him. Controlling magic. Before he could finish chanting, the little fireball had exploded in his face. Anfey stepped up and thrust his sword out. The sword went through the man's mouth and through the back of his head. Seeing the old man sloppily fall to the ground, Anfey frowned. He felt uneasy because this reminded him of something he had experienced before. With loud crashing sounds, the people in the 2 rooms behind him were trying hard to pull the doors open. However, they were locked tight with the 2 broken swords. They would not be able to open the doors anytime soon. Anfey slowly walked up and grabbed the sword sheath. He pulled hard on it as he kicked on the door. People inside the room were still trying to pull the door open. With Anfey's kick, the door hit them right in the face.
They flew backwards, screaming. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 296, Black and White. Chapter 296, Black and White. Translator, Nayabo Studio Editor, Nayabo Studio.
The man was struggling to get up from the floor when Anfey rushed into the room. Anfey kicked the man in the face and the man fell back, his head smashing against the floor. Blood splattered across the floor.
Anfey waved his hand, summoning wind blades and sending them after the two servants who were crouching on the floor.
The third servant dashed towards Anfey, who waved his sword and slit the man's throat. The servant shook and fell to the ground. The door on the other side of the room was pushed open. 3 men appeared, and as soon as they did, the wind blades attacked them. The third man ducked behind his companions, whose bodies were mangled and bloodied. With a flash of silver, the third man fell down as well, dead.
Anfey turned to the last door. Rodhart had 2 teachers.
One was dead and the other was supposedly in his room, resting.
How did this chaos not wake him?
Anfey walked over and pushed open the door, but did not enter immediately. He waited for a few seconds, then slipped in silently. The room was silent and empty, the window wide open.
A long rope made from curtains draped down from the open window. It was shaking. Anfey walked over and looked down.
The old man was clearly not familiar with this way of escape. He spent too much time making the rope and left too little time for himself to get away.
Anfey reached down, grabbed the old man, and dragged him back into the room.
He dragged his sword across the man's neck and dropped the body onto the ground. Anfey did not make a lot of noise, so he could hear clearly all the sounds Susanna was making.
As Anfey was leaving the room, the house returned to silence. Susanna must have finished her mission as well. Susanna jumped through a large hole in the wall and greeted Anfey.
"We aren't the demolition crew, you know," Anfey said with a smile. Susanna turned and saw the destruction she had done. The hall was filled with rubble, the magic lamps on the walls were gone. The wall to their left had already fallen, and the hole in the wall was wide enough for 3 cows to walk through.
Susanna shrugged. This was simply the way of swordsmen.
"Hopefully His Majesty won't make us pay for this destruction," Anfey said, shaking his head.
"How's Christian doing?" Susanna asked. "Is he all right?"
"Don't worry about him," Anfey said, sitting down on the stairs.
"He will be all right. All we have to do is wait. I can go." "No," Anfey said, shaking his head. "This is none of our business." Susanna sighed and sat down next to Anfey. Time ticked by slowly, but Christian still did not appear.
The palace guards appeared several times and disappeared quickly when they saw Susanna and Anfey. The leader of the guards frowned when he saw the two. He thought they would leave as soon as they finished the job, instead sitting there and talking. The stench in the air grew stronger. Anfey glanced at the bodies and saw large patches on the skin. They must have been there at least 2 hours. Just then, the two heard soft footsteps and saw Christian walking down the stairs.
"Is everything taken care of?" Anfey asked, standing up.
Christian opened his mouth but was interrupted by the faint sound of crying from upstairs.
Anfey frowned.
He knew that Christian not only spared the children, but also some of the grown-ups. Otherwise the kids would not stop crying so quickly. "I killed Rodhart," Christian said slowly.
"But I can't kill the kids. They did nothing wrong." "Neither did Rodhart," Anfey said. "Are you saying that I am weak?" Christian asked, staring at Anfey. "That isn't what I said."
"I should have stayed here," Christian said, shaking his head. He had killed before, like when they attacked the orcs. However, the orcs had attacked them first, and Christian could somewhat justify their actions. He could not bring himself to murder defenseless women and children. Christian had been determined on his way upstairs, but he began doubting himself as soon as he saw those people.
He would rather face Rodhart's servants or the swordsman. "You can't hide behind others forever," Anfey said. "I'm not you," Christian said, shaking his head. They had been working together for a long time now, and they knew each other very well. He knew that Anfey would not care if his target was a defenseless young child. "You are not," Anfey agreed. "If it was me, I would not keep them alive." The sound of faint crying started again. Christian frowned, tempted to go upstairs and finish the job. Of course, the urge disappeared quickly. "Your decision is not wrong," Anfey said. "It is your attitude that is wrong. You should not regret what you did. It doesn't matter if you wanted to fight for the throne or just wanted a peaceful life. Indecisiveness will hinder you. If you choose not to harm the innocent, that is your decision and I respect it.
Our business here is finished.
We should not linger here any longer. You can't change anything by staying here. Will you think I'm weak? That's not important, Anfey said. I will not use my standards to measure you. You are you. I am me. Christian smiled and nodded, feeling relieved by Anfey's words. All right, he said with a soft sigh. I see. Let's go home now.
A shocking story began spreading through the streets of Sacred City. After the third Prince Rodhart was born, a few Elazan spies in the Meho court made a despicable plan.
They secretly brought the bastard of Elazan Empire's king to Meho Empire and replaced the prince with the bastard.
They wanted to put the bastard on the throne, therefore taking the most powerful position in the empire for themselves. The men tried to smuggle the real prince out of the city when they ran into the former head of the palace guards, Barry. The men aroused Barry's suspicion and were killed. Barry did not know what to do with a strange child, but he did not have the time to take care of children, so he took the kid to Saul. Saul named the child Christian. After the Dark Moon Magic Legion was defeated by Saul, Meho Empire discovered a large amount of information not available to them before. The plan was among the information exposed after the war.
Yolanthe ordered the situation to be thoroughly investigated.
The investigators found the midwife, who recalled a snake-like birthmark on the back of the prince's neck.
This proved Christian's true identity. Yolanthe ordered the arrest of all involved personnel.
The fake Rodhart knew that he was exposed. In a moment of desperation he fought against the palace guards and was slain. The story had its plot holes and mistakes, like how sneaking a child into the palace was possible, why it was necessary to take the real prince out of the city, why those men did not kill the prince, how it was possible that the midwife was the only one who knew about the birthmark.
Of course, people did not care about those inconsistencies. They only wanted a thrilling story.
Anfey, on the other hand, was more touched by the story. He knew how cruel the reality of the royal court was. Speaking objectively, even though the fake Rodhart was an incompetent man, it was not his fault.
He had been created by Yolanthe.
He had done nothing wrong, but the king was still set on wiping away his existence.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc.,
please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 297, Crisis. Chapter 297, Crisis. Translator, Nayabo Studio Editor, Nayabo Studio. After he left the academy, Anfey immediately headed towards a jewelry store. It was Christian's birthday, and Anfey had ordered a ring from that store. Even though the decoration on the ring was a small ruby, Anfey had designed the ring himself. He made the ring very simple yet elegant, and the design was something not commonly seen in jewelry shops in Sacred City. The owner of the shop hinted that Anfey could submit more designs, because he knew that if he could get the young man to give him more designs, his shop would grow in popularity. However, Anfey's mind was not on designing jewelry. He did not want to spend too much time at the shop, and left in a hurry.
As soon as he walked into the dining room, he realized something must have gone wrong. The servants were hurrying about, preparing for the feast. There were a few people sitting in the dining room, but they were all chatting quietly and no one looked like they were about to host a birthday feast.
Where's Christian? Anfey asked.
Upstairs, Blavi said.
Where's Naya? Anfey asked again. Naya loved large gatherings and feasts and would always be involved in the preparation.
It was strange to not see her there. Blavi sighed and turned his head away, as if he did not want to talk about her.
What happened? Anfey asked, frowning. Tell me immediately. Rizka sighed and said, she's not here. She's with Prince Grandon.
Rizka paused then continued, I heard he's having a feast too.
Invited a lot of people. What about Master Saul? He's with Naya.
I can't believe this, Blavi said spitefully. It seemed like he had been holding back and could no longer contain his anger.
It's Christian's birthday today. Why would he go to someone else's feast? Blavi.
Rizka scolded.
He glanced at the busy servants and lowered his voice, Master has full right to do what he did.
If you didn't know, Grandon proposed to Naya.
Again.
She is Master's only child and has no interest in magic. We all know that if they marry, Grandon would inherit Master's belongings one day.
Don't say anything like that again. So that justifies leaving Christian alone on his birthday? Blavi asked angrily and slapped a table. Frankly, I can say whatever I want and you can't tell me not to. I know, you are all smart. Grandon is the most likely heir, so you want to be in his good graces, huh? Too bad you are nothing to him, or else you would be at that feast too. You.
Rizka widened his eyes in shock at Blavi's words. He told Blavi to watch what he said, because he was afraid that Blavi would get himself into trouble.
He didn't expect Blavi to take it the wrong way.
I'm dumb, I know, and I know you think I'm stupid, Blavi said coldly. He shook his head and turned to leave.
Wait, Anfey said, taking a few steps forward and grabbing Blavi. Wait.
Even though Anfey had been busy lately, he was still a leader and his friends' memories of their time following him were still fresh.
Blavi sat back down reluctantly. Anfey turned to the largest chair in the room.
There were a dozen strings of flowers hanging on the chair, and Anfey knew Naya had prepared the flowers by herself.
Naya even told him that morning that she had a surprise for Christian.
Clearly, she never intended to miss his birthday feast.
Which meant Grandon's feast was a last-minute thing.
Anfey had met Grandon once, but even he knew that deducing a man's personality from such a brief meeting was impossible. Plus, since Grandon was a prince, he had to be good at hiding his true emotions.
Anfey coughed softly and said, "We should lighten up. What would Christian think if he saw us arguing? On his birthday, nonetheless?"
"He's right," Feller said quietly.
"We should stop arguing.
We didn't even argue when we were suffering out there.
Why are we arguing now that we are supposed to be safe and happy?"
"I prefer this, actually," Zubin said softly.
"I don't like big crowds." "I agree," Sante said. "This isn't helping," Blavi said angrily. "Why would Naya?" "I understand why she chose to go to Grandon's feast," Anfey said. "I've talked to her before.
I can tell that she loves him and is willing to marry him."
"What do you want her to do? Turn down her fiancé's invitation? Embarrass him in front of his own court?" "Anfey's right," Zubin said. "We have to understand her." "I can't," Blavi snapped.
After everything they had been through, their bonds were more important to Blavi than a simple fiancé, even if that fiancé was a prince and presumed heir.
"Blavi, if your fiancé is asking you to go to a feast with her, you would probably do the same thing," Sante said.
He could sense how tense the atmosphere was and tried very hard to lighten the mood.
"No way," Blavi said, shaking his head. "You're my brothers. I would never leave you alone for a woman."
Sound from the stairs startled him. He turned and saw Susanna walking down the stairs, grinning at him.
"Anfey, if Susanna asks you to go somewhere else tonight, will you stay?" Zubin suddenly asked, smirking. Anfey rolled his eyes.
He hated questions like this, since he considered those useless questions.
"No way," Susanna said, smiling. "I would not miss Christian's feast for the world." "Susanna, if Anfey..." Zubin did not finish his question. He yelped as a peanut hit his forehead.
He had seen Anfey holding the peanut, but he didn't know he would actually toss it at him. "You had it coming," Blavi said. He was laughing, but that didn't mean he had forgotten about what he considered a betrayal. It was because this made him feel like the old times, when they didn't have to worry about who would be the heir to the throne. Christian walked down the stairs slowly.
He smiled when he saw Anfey and said, "You're back. Why aren't you dressed?" Anfey asked, looking at Christian.
He had not changed his clothes and looked normal.
"Why?" Christian asked, frowning.
"I don't care much about my appearance.
I'm not a girl, you know."
"But you're good-looking enough that you would look like one if you dress up," Anfey said, nodding. Christian was handsome enough to make most men jealous, but he was a very gentle and quiet person. If he was to look for a wife, hundreds of girls would line up for him to choose. However, he was not interested in looking for a wife. The only thing he was interested in was becoming an archmage.
Everyone laughed.
Ever since Christian's real identity had been revealed, his relationship with the other students had become tense. Christian was grateful that he still knew someone he could joke with.
"Oh, to hell with you," Christian said, laughing.
"I'm serious," Anfey said.
"Just try, won't you? Not going to lie, I think you're going to be prettier than Susanna." "I'm jealous," Susanna said and glared at Anfey.
However, her grin betrayed her.
Everyone was laughing, but there was uncertainty in their laughter. Saul had sent out dozens of invitations to governmental officials, but with Saul gone, would those people actually show up? How should they explain to Christian that Saul was gone?
"Christian," Anfey said after he recovered from his laughter.
"I have to tell you something. Master and Naya."
"I know," Christian said with a smile.
He walked over and sat down next to Blavi. "Both of my brothers are having feasts tonight. Master and Naya are at Grandon's. Wester is having a feast too?" Rizka asked, shocked.
Feasts were a common occurrence, and there was a single rule to it. After one feast date was established, others would set up feasts around that date to avoid conflicts.
Unless the two hosts were enemies.
Yes,
Christian nodded.
They can have 10 feasts for all I care. Everyone knew he cared deeply. Today's spotlight is on Christian, Anfey said, sitting down with Susanna. We have to listen to him, although there is one thing I have to talk to you all about. He turned to the servants and said, leave us. Close the door behind you. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 298, Paradise. Chapter 298, Paradise. Translator, Nayabo Studio Editor, Nayabo Studio. Lord Anfey, we still have a lot.
The old butler said hurriedly. Don't worry about it, Anfey said, smiling.
This is more than enough. Today is Christian's birthday. Give the rest to the servants. It is a feast, after all.
Thank you, my lord, the butler said, bowing. A servant hurried in with a stack of invitations. He walked over to the old butler and whispered something into the old man's ear. The feast had begun mid-morning, and the servants realized the students all looked grim in the afternoon. The reason was not hard to find. The servants had been trying to avoid the students ever since. My lord, these are invitations from Prince Grandon, the old butler said slowly.
Should I? Anfey took the stack of invitations and flipped through it.
Not only Christian, even Hui Wei, who had been keeping a low profile, was invited.
He looked around and saw that most of the invited were missing. Blavi, he called, do you know where everyone is? Especially Hagen and Hui Wei. Hagen is in his lab, Blavi said. Hui Wei might be in his room. Go fetch them. Is Doris here? Anfey looked around and saw Rizka nodding. Don't worry. We can find her later. All right, Blavi said as he stood up. After everyone was gathered in the room, Anfey dropped the invitations on the table. Prince Grandon is inviting us to a feast. Everyone's invited. Come claim your invitation if you want to go.
I don't know him, Hui Wei said with a shrug.
Prince Grandon? Hagen asked, frowning. I'm busy. I haven't slept in 2 days. This is as much time as I can spare. What about the rest of you?
Everyone glanced at each other, but no one raised a hand to grab the invitation. They knew it was Christian's birthday and had all prepared gifts for him. During their time on the run, a lot of people's birthdays had came and gone without any form of celebration. During that time, birthdays had been unnecessary distractions. Now that they were safe, birthdays became welcomed. Christian was a prince, and it seemed appropriate that they would throw a party for him. On the other hand, no one wanted to go to the party thrown by Prince Grandon. They did not know the prince and no one wanted to be seen as a traitor by going to a rival's party. Mages were proud. They would rather spend their time practicing than trying to befriend every powerful man and woman in the world. It seems like none of us are willing to go, Anfey said. He handed the invitations to the butler and said, leave us. We have some business to discuss. Yes, my lord, the old butler said. He bowed, turned, and left, bringing all the servants with him. Anfey glanced at Rizka, who nodded. He stood up and released a soundproof spell. What are we doing? Hagen asked, curious. Shoo, Hui Wei said, kicking Hagen under the table. Hui Wei was very sensitive to changes in mood, and he knew that whatever Anfey wanted to talk about would be important. I think we all know that His Majesty, willingly or not, has begun the process of selecting an heir, Anfey said. This is very, very important. It is true, Rizka agreed, nodding. Everyone's expression changed. The situation in Sacred City had been very tense lately. Wester and Grandon's relationship had already came to a breaking point. Rumors travel fast, and everyone more or less knew about it. The decisions we make now can directly impact our future. As much as I hate to admit it, we are not in a good position right now. Sooner or later we will all be in danger. Danger? Are you certain? Rizka asked. Surely Master would not let any harm come our way? I agree with Anfey, Zubin said, rubbing his temple. Don't forget who Christian is. He has a right to the throne as well. He is a threat to both Wester and Grandon. It doesn't matter if he wants the throne or not. Christian frowned. His smile stiffened and he pursed his lips. He already felt sad that his birthday feast had been interrupted. Now that Zubin had stated exactly the thing he was trying to avoid, he felt even worse. He did not care for power and he truly did not want the throne. Fighting against his own blood was his worst nightmare, so he chose to run and tried to have a peaceful life. Moreover, Christian knew his own abilities very well. Wester was in charge of politics in Sacred City and had befriended many court members.
Grandon was an army man and had the loyalty of the military.
He, on the other hand, had only Saul's students. He was too weak compared to his brothers. This was another reason why he chose to give up his claim. Master should have stayed, Feller said timidly. I'm sure Master is torn as well, Rizka replied gently. We are his students, but we all know that he treats us less like students and more like children.
He would never want us to get hurt.
I'm sure Grandon's motive was to show Christian what he was capable of.
We are still in the early stage of the selection. Let's not overthink this. Tell us what you're thinking, Anfey said.
I don't have a lot to say, Rizka said with a shrug.
We can't always talk about how to avenge Christian, can we? What is in the past is in the past. Let's take a step back and pretend nothing happened. We have our own lives still. Why? Blavi asked suddenly, his eyes intense. Christian is the third prince. His claim is as valid as the other two. Why should we take a step back? Unlike Christian, Blavi was very ambitious. He did not want to be a hermit like Mage. He wanted power. If Christian became the king, there would be a place in the court for Blavi. Why choose a dull life when he could be one of the most powerful men in the entire nation? I've already talked with Christian, Anfey said. He relinquishes his claim to the throne. Why? Blavi asked, turning to Christian. He sighed when he saw Christian nodding. He was disappointed, but he knew that no one but Christian could make this decision for him. We believe him, but others may not, Anfey said, shaking his head. Some of those people will never be convinced. What should we do, then? Sante asked. It's easy. We have to start considering our future, Anfey said. If Christian is determined to give up his claim, then the future king must be either Wester or Grandon. What should we do then? If the king sees us as enemies, we will not survive here in Sacred City. Are you saying we should go back to Violet City? Rizka asked. We can't give up that city, but it's too small. Swordberry? Yes, Anfey said, nodding. Christian, the fake Rodhart is dead. You can return to Swordberry now, right? Swordberry belongs to Rodhart, Christian said. No one can stop me from returning. He never wanted to be near the center of the struggle and wanted to get as far away as possible. Swordberry was an obvious choice. Good, Anfey said. We will go with you. Now we have to go through what we have. Everyone turned to Anfey, confused. As you know, I lived with the Archmage Jäger. After he died in an accident, and he left me a considerable amount of treasure. I don't know exactly what he had, but I do know he had one thing, a vacuum confinement scroll. Really? Blavi asked, shocked. Yes. After I left the island, His Majesty took everything to Sacred City. I thought His Majesty would be interested in the vacuum confinement scroll, but he returned it to me. Let me see, Blavi said anxiously. Don't worry, Anfey said. I will show it to you soon. We need to go through some other things. What is more important than that? Don't you remember what we found at Hui Wei's house? Anfey asked, smiling. Everyone turned to Hui Wei, who sighed and shook his head. How many times do I have to tell you? Hui Wei asked. It's not my house. Did anyone ever tell anyone else about that place? Anfey asked. He, Christian, Naya, Rizka, Blavi, Sanchez, Sante, and Susanna were the only ones who had entered the cave when they first discovered it. The others knew there were treasures, but not exactly what was in it. No, Christian said, shaking his head. You told us to keep it a secret. Did you tell Master? No, Blavi said. He looked at Anfey, shocked. We thought you would tell him. Did you not? I thought you guys would, Anfey said, shaking his head. Christian smiled. Even though they were all very different, none of them were the type to sell out their friends for power and glory. Anfey had played the role of the leader, and it should have been Anfey who would tell Saul about the treasure. The map was Susanna's, and they all thought that it should be Susanna's. Even Saul could not dictate what to do with the treasure. We took most of the weapons, but there is still a lot of gold left. It should be enough to last us a while, Anfey said. He purposely glossed over the existence of the Chant of the Blood Moon, which he knew Susanna had wanted. He didn't know what it was at first, but after some research he had a basic understanding what it was. Everyone who had gone into the cave nodded, while the rest were left in the dark. They did not think it was wrong to keep the cave a secret. The less they knew the better. Even in a small group, a power pyramid was still inevitable. Christian, Blavi, and Rizka were obviously the center of this group's pyramid. Don't tell Master about it, either, Anfey reminded them.
Everyone in the room nodded, their expression grave. If they had been older or more experienced, maybe they would tell Saul or one of the princes in exchange for power or a better position. They were still young and pure, however, and did not think of doing such thing. They all felt uncomfortable about not telling Saul, but they did remember that Susanna was the owner of the map. She should be the one to decide what to do with those treasures.
Have you ever heard the story about the man who became a god? Anfey asked.
Seeing that no one had heard it before, he smiled and continued on, it's very simple, actually.
There was a man who wanted to be a god. One day, he succeeded. He became a god. When he became a god, he brought something else with him.
But it's impossible, Hagen said.
No man has ever become a god.
Don't take it literally, Hui Wei scolded him.
It doesn't matter if it's real or not. Out of everyone, he was the closest to Hagen. Sometimes he couldn't help but roll his eyes at Hagen's naivete. He brought his family with him. His family and his pets. There were a lot of people living just outside his door, but none of them were as important as his pets, so they could not go with him to the realm of the gods. Now, everyone clearly understood what Anfey was implying. Christian looked very uncomfortable and shifted in his seat. Christian chose to give up his claim, and some of us may be disappointed. But don't forget that we still have Swordberry. We are totally capable of transforming Swordberry into our own paradise. Of course, Anfey was exaggerating. They weren't capable yet, but they would be in the future. He was setting a goal for them. Let's stop now, Anfey said, noticing Christian's anxiety. It's Christian's birthday. We should be celebrating with him. Christian smiled and closed a window.
Blavi walked over and patted him on the shoulder.
Christian, there's no need to wait.
If they haven't shown up, they aren't coming.
Christian sighed but nodded.
Suddenly, the door was pushed open. A man in a silver robe stepped into the room, laughing.
Who said we won't show up? Barry bellowed. Entos and a middle-aged swordsmaster followed Barry into the room.
Barry always wore his military uniforms and was almost unrecognizable in street clothes. Christian widened his eyes in surprise. Uncle, he called, hurrying over, why are you here?
What, do you not want me here? Barry asked, smiling. Were you not the one who sent me the invitation?
No, Christian said, excited.
I'm glad you're here, Uncle.
Everyone hurried over to greet Barry, but Anfey sat still, shocked. Christian referred to Barry as uncle, which was unexpected.
Barry coming to Christian's birthday feast showed that he was closest with Christian. If he was Christian's uncle, then who was he to Wester and Grandon? Or was Christian their brother from another mother?
Let me introduce our esteemed guest, Entos announced.
This is the leader of Brother Mercenary, Senior Swordsmaster Marino.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 299, Options. Chapter 299, Options. Translator, Nayabo Studio Editor, Nayabo Studio.
King, it is about time, a voice spoke out.
Haven't those annoying people gone yet? Yolanthi closed the file on his desk as he massaged his eyebrows. He looked a little tired. You have not made a decision yet. How could they dare to leave? A gray shadow showed behind Yolanthi. He gently put a fox fur cape on Yolanthi.
King, winter is coming.
Please take care of your body. It is indeed a winter for me. I have to admit I am getting old. Yolanthi got up from his throne and smiled.
King, if you do not want to be bothered, you do not have to care about those people. The gray shadow had previously sounded humble, but suddenly sounded cold. The temperature dropped as winter had approached. As long as I have a breath left, no one can force our king to do anything.
I remember when I first heard you say it. I was still young. How many years ago was that? Is it about 30 years ago?
Yolanthi squinted, looking like he was trying to recall his old days. You have been with me for the past 30 years, like a loyal shadow.
You even forget who you are to me. To be honest, my old friend, I owed you so much.
Bells rang in the distance.
The gray shadow moved his body sideways to listen. King, it's time now. Have you made your decision yet? The shadow did not look comfortable showing his emotions. He changed the topic to cover his uneasiness. They will wait for me, Yolanthi said with a smile. Patience and ambition are equally important.
If they did not have this much patience, they would not have the right to sit there.
Yolanthi tapped the floor with his scepter a few times. He looked playful, sentimental and thoughtful, but lacking respect.
Scepter and throne represented the highest power, which did not allow anyone to blaspheme. If the government officials were here, they would have been startled and thought there was something wrong with Yolanthi's head.
King, you. The shadow said. Don't worry. I just vented a little bit. Yolanthi raised his scepter and smiled. He carefully looked at the scepter to make sure it was still all right. He looked like an angry kid who was worried he had broken his toys after throwing a fit. My old friend, do you know back then I had to be the king only because I wanted to achieve my dream?
King, I think no one knows you better than me, the gray shadow said quietly. Young men are always too optimistic. I did not understand that dream has always been dreams to this day, Yolanthi said with a bitter smile on his face. King, I remember you had a philosophical saying, the gray shadow said.
Oh, what is it?
I have said many philosophical things. I do not remember which one you were talking about, Yolanthi said, smiling. Sometimes even when I coughed, or laid my eyes on someone, it would make people wonder. If they could not figure it out in the palace, they would not be able to fall asleep when they went back home, but... The gray shadow did not know whether he should cry or laugh. The time for regret over getting old was gone. King, you have said as long as you tried, you would not have regrets. You also said we need learn to enjoy it as we work towards the dream. Since you took over the throne, you have been trying to make our empire stronger and to reform it to get rid of rotten traditions. You? Those are lies, Yolanthi interrupted the gray shadow with a smile. Losers always think about ways to make excuses for themselves.
So did I enjoying the work? Ha ha. A farmer worked hard in the sun and cold because he wanted the harvest.
A blacksmith sweated so much in front of the iron smelter because he wanted to produce something. For me, I wanted a brand new and powerful Manhwa empire.
If you had told them early on that what they had tried would not have gotten them anywhere, do you think they would have tried? Well, the gray shadow did not know how to answer Yolanthi. Don't believe those bards.
No matter how deep philosophies are, they are not as practical as having a handful of grain in your hands. Sometimes, do not even believe my words, I know better how to lie to others than those bards.
Yolanthi tidied his gown and fell into thought.
The gray shadow heaved a sigh. He closed his mouth. He had been waiting for a long time, but Yolanthi did not move at all. There was another sound of bells from outside.
The gray shadow could not wait any longer. He tried to ask again, King, have you made a decision yet? How about we go to Christian's place today? Today is his birthday. No. He has made his decision. We are not going to trouble him. We need to respect his decision, Yolanthi said.
Do you mean to go to Grandin's place? The gray shadow asked.
He's smart, brave, and strong-willed.
Of my children, he looks like me the most, Yolanthi said.
I am confused. Are you giving compliments to Grandin or yourself?
The gray shadow smiled.
I am just recalling that time. Yolanthi sighed.
I like him a lot, but I worry about him the most as well, because he has never experienced any bad failures. I picture him as a bird singing in a spring breeze. He only knew the warmth of the spring, but never experienced the annoying summer, depressing fall, or brutal winter.
It is my fault.
I never let him experience any difficulty.
Grandin loves you so much. When the news that you died arrived on the battlefield, didn't Saul said Grandin passed out when he heard you passed away? He even passed out a few times from crying. Compared with Grandin, Wester did not seem to care too much.
He was busy socializing with other government officials, the gray shadow said.
As a supervisor for the Northline unit, did he try to attack his opponents with his tears? Yolanthi said, shaking his head.
It's still better than Wester, that gray shadow said. In fact, he should not have given his opinions on these kinds of issues, but he really disliked Wester. Wester had brought that Water Series senior magister who had tried to assassinate Yolanthi. Luckily, he noticed there was something odd about that Brofit.
What would have happened if he had not noticed?
He did a thorough investigation and proved Wester was not part of the assassination plot. However, he still held a grudge towards him. He did not want to see Wester have any advantage in this game.
Never mind.
We should not talk about it anymore, Yolanthi said with a smile.
We'd better go to Wester's place. Philip is going as well.
He recently has been very close to Wester.
You know he was not very happy with me. Today should be a good time to talk it over. That old man is getting weirder.
The gray shadow did not sound too nice when talking about Philip.
He likes to blame others when things happen.
Why didn't he realize the reason Zeta became a spoiled wealthy kid was because he spoiled him too much?
Zeta was smart and cute when he was little.
There is nothing wrong with spoiling his own kid. Saul spoils Naya as well, just not as blindly as Philip.
Yolanthi sighed.
I still remember the time when Naya ran to the palace at night, yelling for help. I remember that time too, the Grey Shadow recalled with a smile. No matter what, Philip has contributed so much to the Empire. I prefer to focus more on what he has done for the Empire.
Philip is getting old.
I had a good start with Philip.
As long as he is doing so much, I will protect him and give him a good ending, Yolanthi said slowly.
King, you should not let him know what you were thinking on this issue, the Grey Shadow said, looking serious. No one knows what Philip could do. He does not dare, Yolanthi said casually.
Yolanthi had always been a self-critic.
He was honest with himself as well. For example, he knew he was neither as good as Barry on the battlefield, nor as knowledgeable as his two prime ministers.
However, he was good at appointing people to the right positions. It was not bragging. From the day he succeeded to the throne, Yolanthi rarely appointed the wrong people.
He thought he had total control of Philip as well.
However, Yolanthi was wrong this time.
A person who knew he was going to die soon could hold hatred that he could not let go of. His behavior could become very crazy. Because of Yolanthi's history with Philip, he tried to give him a good ending. However, the nice gestures he gave to Philip to try to rebuild their relationship were interpreted as support for what he was doing. That Grey Shadow was silent. He was a top power, but quite different than Saul and Philip. Yolanthi had saved his life, held the funeral for his parents, and killed his enemies. The Grey Shadow had thought himself to be Yolanthi's most loyal servant since that day. He trained himself extremely hard for the sole purpose of better protecting his master. He was not afraid to hurt others for Yolanthi, including Yolanthi's sons. He had organized a group of terrifying spies for Yolanthi for the past few decades. He learned not to show his feelings, even doing what he believed was the right thing to do behind Yolanthi's back. He had recently contacted Philip's favorite student Sean and reached an agreement. In fact, if Yolanthi could meet Sean, they could agree on more than what the Grey Shadow and Sean had agreed upon.
Sean could have shown his loyalty to Yolanthi.
However, he did not dare to tell Yolanthi, because Yolanthi had attachment to people and would not allow him to set Philip up. Yolanthi slowly walked to the palace gate, but he suddenly stopped. He turned around and smiled.
Guess what I just thought of? King, you are giving me a hard time.
Very few people could guess what you were thinking, the Grey Shadow said. To you guys, I am picking a person to succeed my throne. To me, it seems like I am looking for someone who is better than the young version of me, Yolanthi said.
King, you are.
The Grey Shadow looked like he did not know whether he should laugh or cry. In fact, everybody is a loser from the perspective of time.
Yolanthi pushed the door open as he shook his head.
Outside was a group of very quiet government officials. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 300, Prophecy. Chapter 300, Prophecy. Translator, Nayabo Studio Editor, Nayabo Studio.
The hour grows late, yet you are still awake, Anfey, Saul said in a hushed voice. Master, you're back, Anfey said, turning to face Saul. He needed the silence of the garden to aid him in his thought process, and by the time he noticed Saul, it was too late to hide. Today was not a good day to talk to Saul, who was smart enough to know how much his decision to attend Grandon's party had impacted Christian. Anfey knew that talking too much could mean that he might accidentally show how angry he was about Saul's decision.
I've been back, Saul said. Why aren't you in bed?
I'm watching the stars, Anfey said.
I think it's exceptionally beautiful today. Stars? Saul asked, lifting an eyebrow. He glanced at the sky and said slowly, I haven't stargazed in a while. Do you know what the stars are made of?
Fire elements? Anfey didn't know if Saul knew what stars were really made of, so made up an answer.
Fire elements? Saul asked, amused. Am I wrong?
Anfey asked carefully. Well, according to the book of Genesis, God felt tired after creating the world and needed a rest, but he was worried about the world. So he cut his finger and his blood turned into stars. Of course, another theory was that God saw the violence and lies that permeated the society he had created and wept, his tears turning into stars. I don't believe in gods, Anfey said with a shrug.
I don't believe in those theories. I see. Did your teacher teach you that? Anfey nodded.
I see, Saul said with a smile. I felt a strange magic surge from the stars a few years ago.
Of course, it was faint and insignificant.
It's faint because the stars are very far away, Anfey said. The stars are very far from us. So far that the stars we see are only images of stars from thousands of years ago.
Anfey was not afraid to tell Saul these things. He knew that it would not bring him any harm.
The attitude towards strange scientific theories in this world was very accepting. In order to discover the secrets to reviving its ancient glory, the mages in this world would not oppress anyone with peculiar ideas. Magic labs were made to study things that did not have explanations. Religious people wanted the entire world to believe in their God and live in peace. Mages, on the other hand, needed to discover new things. If ancient records were to be believed, their path to rediscovering ancient magic had just begun. Saul smiled and waved his hand. He formed 2 chairs out of earth elements, then draped 2 rugs over them.
Come, he said, let's talk more. If he did not know Anfey's history, Saul might have dismissed his theory.
However, Anfey must be talking about his teacher's theory, and that should be taken more seriously.
You first, Master, Anfey said politely.
Saul sat down and gestured for Anfey to do the same. Anfey sat down across from him, keeping his back straight.
Tell me, Anfey, Saul said, why do you say the stars we see now are images from thousands of years ago?
Light travels at a certain speed.
We can see stars because light from the stars can reach us, Anfey said. He picked up a pebble and tossed it into a nearby bush.
Like this pebble, light has speed, as well.
Light has speed? Saul asked, curious.
Yes.
But light is very fast and we can hardly perceive it. So you're saying that we can see the stars because the light of the stars has traveled to us? Anfey nodded. So you're saying that light travels very fast?
But you also said that it takes thousands of years to reach us.
Isn't that contradictory? No, Anfey said, shaking his head. If the universe is an ocean, then our world is merely a single pebble on the beach.
Interesting, Saul said, scratching his chin. He found it hard to believe that his world was as insignificant as a pebble on a beach.
So we live on such an insignificant place, huh?
Yes. And stars are not as silly as we think they are, either.
Some stars are hot enough to melt secret silver. Saul looked at the stars and frowned. Of course, it was almost unbelievable that the stars could melt something so strong. I see your teacher taught you well. Let's leave this topic for another day. Did he ever tell you what makes up the world?
This world?
Anfey repeated, hesitant.
He knew the answer, but he did not know where to start. Saul, seeing that Anfey did not say anything, decided to give him a hint.
This world is made up of elements. Elements?
Yes, elements. The earth, ocean, forests, animals, people, even, are all made out of elements.
If the elements disappear, even the gods cannot survive. Anfey smiled.
He found Saul's mind very impressive. Back in his old world, thousands of scientists researched the topic for years to prove the existence of atoms. It was very impressive that Saul would be able to come to a similar conclusion by himself. Saul was very happy to see Anfey smile, because he knew he had stumbled onto something good.
Anfey's teacher must have talked to him about this. He leaned over and grabbed Anfey's hand and asked, "Can you understand me?"
It was easy to understand when he said that the earth and oceans were made of elements, but he had listed people and gods as well. This theory was almost blasphemous, and most people would never believe him.
That gods had created mankind was an indisputable truth. Anyone who questioned it would be isolated and looked down upon. This isn't a matter of understanding, Anfey said. It's the truth. Did your teacher tell you this?
Yes. Then I am on the right path, Saul said with a long sigh. He leaned back and closed his eyes. It was good to have confirmation of something he had believed in for a long time. He was too old to suffer another mistake.
Anfey was distracted as well.
He suddenly remembered a term, non-mainstream quantum physics. It was the name for a group of theorists that developed their strange theories based on existing theories.
Physicists believed that the existence of atoms was because of waves.
These non-mainstream physicists developed their theories based on this.
Some even believed that a person's mind was a wave and could affect a person's surroundings if it was strong enough.
Anfey had watched a movie about it but did not understand anything. However, he found that this theory was very suitable in this world.
Saul opened his eyes and smiled at Anfey. If you keep working hard, you are going to be something spectacular. Of course, Saul couldn't know that Anfey was holding things back.
If he knew everything Anfey did, his mind would have a hard time grasping it. I'm not even an intermediate mage yet, Master, Anfey said, shaking his head.
I'm far from great. You have time.
You will be great.
Oh, I just remembered, Master. I have some questions. When you use a meteor spell, does the rock appear out of thin air?
And when Entos uses the teleportation spell, how is he teleporting?
It seems like you have a lot of questions, Saul said with a smile. Don't worry. Let's take our time and go over one, shall we?
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.